doesn't get to justify his actions, you don't give him the reaction he was counting on. A lot of men move through life thinking they can hurt a woman and just keep going because they know she'll come back, she'll argue, she'll fight for him, she'll do everything but walk away. But when you don't do that, when you go silent, when you just remove yourself from the situation, he's left alone with the weight of his own actions. That's when the regret starts creeping in. That's when he realizes you're not like the rest. When a man knows he hurt you, but you don't give him the satisfaction of seeing your pain, it messes with him. Because men don't process emotions the way women do. A woman will cry it out, talk to her friends, heal and move on. A man will ignore it, distract himself, pretend it doesn't matter. But when you go silent, you take away his ability to move on quickly. You make him question himself. And a man's ego is a fragile thing. When he realizes he no longer has control over your emotions, when he sees that his actions didn't break you the way he thought they would, that's when he starts feeling weakness. It's not about playing games. It's about protecting your peace. Too many women spend their energy fighting for a man who already showed them he doesn't value them. Stop explaining yourself to someone who wasn't listening in the first place. Stop begging for closure from someone who had no problem walking away. You don't need his apology to move on. You don't need his explanation to heal. The moment you take back your power and say, I'm not giving you any more of my time, my energy, or my tears, that's when you truly start winning. The second way to confuse a man who hurt you is to level up instead of breaking down. He expects you to be sad, to be stuck in the past, to be checking his social media, to be waiting for him to come back. But when you start focusing on yourself, when you start glowing instead of grieving, that's when he really starts noticing. A man only values what he thinks he might lose for good. If he thinks you're waiting around, he'll take his time. If he thinks you're suffering without him, he'll feel like he still has a hold on you. But the moment he sees you moving on, improving, becoming stronger, happier, more confident, that's when he starts feeling the weight of his mistake. There's nothing more powerful than a woman who chooses herself. When you start investing in your happiness, when you start looking better, feeling better, living better, it shakes him up. Because now he has to wonder, was he really as important as he thought he was? Did you even need him the way he assumed you did? Was losing him actually a loss for you? That uncertainty eats at him. He wants to believe he was the best thing in your life. And when you show him that your life is even better without him, it makes him question everything. Go to the gym, get a new look, work on your goals, travel, do all the things you might have put on hold while you were with him. Not to make him jealous, not to prove anything
Back
to
to
him,
being you.
for yourself.
That's right.
Because the best revenge is success.
That's right.
When you elevate yourself, when you step into your full potential, when you become the woman you were always meant to be, it doesn't just confuse him, it makes him regret ever letting you go. Now, the third way to truly throw a man off is to show him grace and never give him the same access again. See, a lot of women think forgiveness means giving someone another chance. It doesn't. Forgiveness is for you. It's about freeing yourself from the anger, the resentment, the pain. It's about saying, I refuse to let what you did control my happiness. But just because you forgive him doesn't mean he gets to come back into your life.
Hey, how's it going? Chris Pratt here. Look, I know this is totally out of the blue, but would you stop and pray with me real quick?
He gets to come back into your life like nothing happened. Men don't learn from words, they learn from consequences. If he disrespected you, if he lied, if he betrayed your trust, and you let him back in the same way, he won't change. He'll just be more careful next time.
Exactly.
But when he realizes that his actions had real consequences, and he lost a good woman, and there's no coming back, that's when the lesson sinks in. You don't have to be bitter. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to prove anything. Just remove him from the position he once held in your life. Let him see that he can't treat you any way he wants and still have access to you. Let him see that the door he walked out of is now locked. That's when the regret hits him hardest. Many women hold on to men who already showed them they're not worth holding on to. Letting go isn't weakness, it's strength. It's knowing your worth. It's refusing to settle for less than you deserve. And when you carry yourself with that kind of confidence, when you walk away with your head held high, when you refuse to let his actions break you, you don't just confuse him, you make him realize exactly what he lost. When a man hurts you, the best way to handle it isn't by crying, begging, or seeking revenge. The real way to confuse him is by focusing on yourself and leveling up instead of breaking down. A man expects you to be heartbroken, stuck in the past, checking his social media and waiting for him to come back. He expects you to be miserable without him. But when you show him that his absence hasn't broken you, that's when he starts paying attention. A man only values what he thinks he might lose for good. If he believes you're waiting around, he'll take his time. If he assumes you're hurting without him, he'll feel like he still has control over you. But when he sees you moving forward, glowing, thriving, that's when he starts realizing what he lost. There's nothing more powerful than a woman who chooses herself. When you start focusing on your happiness, when you begin improving yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally, it shakes him up. He starts questioning himself. Was he really as important in your life as he thought? Did you even need him the way he assumed you did? Was losing him actually a loss for you? That kind of uncertainty gets to a man. He wants to believe he was the best thing in your life, and when you show him that your life is even better without him, it forces him to see things differently. Instead of sitting around feeling sorry for yourself, get up and do something that makes you better. Work on yourself, build your confidence, and elevate your life. Get in the gym, not because you need to impress anyone, but because feeling strong in your body will remind you how powerful you are. Upgrade your style, not to make you jealous, but because looking good makes you feel. Chase your goals. Put your energy into something meaningful. Focus on your career, your passions, your dreams. When you do that, you stop being the woman who lost a man and start being the woman he lost. Men always think they're irreplaceable until they see you doing just fine without them. That's when they start paying attention. The moment you stop seeking validation from him, the moment you shift your focus to building yourself up, he starts wondering. He starts questioning whether he made the right decision. That's when the regret sets in. Not when you cry, not when you beg, not when you try to get his attention, but when you move on like he never existed. Your energy is powerful. When you redirect it from heartbreak to self-improvement, you become unstoppable. People notice. Your confidence grows, your aura shifts, you start attracting better things because you're no longer vibrating at a level of pain and desperation. That's the real glow up. And when he sees that, when he notices you're no longer the same woman he thought he could hurt and walk away from, it hits him differently. Too many women waste time trying to prove their worth to a man who didn't appreciate them in the first place. Stop proving, stop explaining, stop waiting. The best revenge is showing him that he was just a chapter in your story, not the whole book. When a man sees you thriving, when he realizes that his presence wasn't as important as he thought, that's when he starts feeling the loss. It's not about making him jealous or proving a point. It's about choosing yourself every single day. It's about knowing your worth and refusing to let heartbreak define you. The moment you shift your focus from him to yourself, you win. Because at the end of the day, the real lesson isn't about confusing him. It's about elevating yourself to a place where his actions no longer affect you. That's the real power. When a man hurts you, the natural reaction is to feel pain, anger, and even the urge to get back at him. But the smartest thing you can do is to handle it with grace while never giving him the same access to you. Forgiveness isn't about letting him off the hook. It's about freeing yourself from the weight of resentment. When you hold on to anger, you're still giving him control over your emotion. You're still allowing him to have space in your mind and heart. But when you forgive, not for his sake, but for your own, you take back the power. Men don't learn from words, they learn from consequences. You can talk, explain, and tell him how much he hurt you, but if there's no real consequence, he won't fully understand the damage you caused. If he disrespected you, lied to you, or took you for granted, and you allow him to come back like nothing happened, he won't change. He'll just be more careful next time. But when you remove yourself, he realizes that he lost something good, and there's no way to get it back. That's when the lesson sinks in. Walking away doesn't mean you have to be cold or bitter. You don't need to send long messages telling him what he did wrong. You don't need to prove anything to him. You don't need to argue and convince him to understand your worth. Just be done. Let your silence and absence do all the talking. He will feel it. He will notice. Because a man only truly realizes what he had when it's no longer available to him.
Looking for a chill mobile game? I found the best one, Idle Planet. Check this out. You run a space mining company.
Available to him. When he tries to come back, and he will, because most men do when they see you moving on, don't let him back in like nothing happened. He says sorry, and suddenly he has access again. He sends a message, and suddenly he's back in your life. If you allow that, you're teaching him that he can hurt you, disappear, and return whenever it's convenient for him. And if he knows he can always come back, he'll never truly value you the way he should. The real way to make a man understand your worth is to remove the privilege of happiness. Not out of anger, not out of revenge, but out of self-respect. You can forgive him in your heart, you can wish him well, but that doesn't mean he gets to walk back into your life. That doesn't mean he gets the same version of you he once had. Some doors, once closed, should remain locked. Men respect what they can have. If he knows he lost you for good, if he understands that his actions had real consequences, that's when he will truly win. And if he really cares, truly regrets what he did, he will change. Not to win you back, but because he realizes he has to be better. And if he doesn't, then you know you made the right decision by walking away. Either way, you win. Too many women hold on to men who already showed them they're not worth holding on to. Letting go isn't weakness, it's strength. It's knowing your value and refusing to settle for less than you deserve. It's making peace with the past while building a better future. And when you do that, when you carry yourself with that kind of confidence and respect, you don't just confuse him, you make him realize exactly what he did. When a man hurts you, the most powerful thing you can do is to show him grace while never giving him the same access you get. Forgiveness is not about excusing his behavior or letting him back into your life. It's about setting yourself free from the weight of anger and resentment. Holding on to pain doesn't hurt him. It only keeps you stuck in a place where you don't belong. When you forgive, take back control over your emotions and allow yourself to move forward without bitterness. Men don't learn from words, they learn from consequences. You can explain, you can argue, you can cry, and tell him exactly how much he hurt you, but if nothing changes, he won't fully understand the impact of his actions. If you allow him back too easily, if you accept half-hearted apologies and broken promises, he will continue to treat you the same way. People only value what they know they can lose. And if he never truly loses you, he'll never fully appreciate you. Walking away doesn't have to be dramatic. You don't need to beg for closure or prove a point. Just be done. Let your silence speak for itself. A man expects you to react emotionally, to fight for him, to keep the door open just in case he decides to walk back in. But when you remove yourself completely, when you show him that you refuse to accept anything less than what you deserve, that's when he will start to feel the loss. When he tries to come back, and most men do when they realize they no longer have access to you, you have a choice. You can go back to the same cycle, or you can show him that his actions had real consequences. Letting someone back in too easily teaches them that they can hurt you, disappear, and return whenever it's convenient for them. If he knows he can always come back, he will never take you seriously. But when he sees that the door is closed for good, that's when reality hits him. A man respects what he can't have. If he truly regrets what he did, he will change. Not because he wants to win you back, but because he realizes he has to be better. And if he doesn't change, if he moves on without any real reflection, then you know you made the right decision by walking away. Either way, you win. Letting go is a weakness, it's a sign of strength, self-respect, and knowing your worth. Some people don't deserve second chances. Some lessons have to be learned the hard way. But when you choose yourself, when you move forward with confidence, you don't just confuse him, you show him exactly what he lost.
New truck. Sweet.
I heard sweet. Oh, you're going to need insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You can choose the coverage you need. Ready to go? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Love to listen to that. But
You, the lady,
technology. You know what? So this one does this thing.
Hello and welcome to Let's Talk with Bishop R.C. Blades. R.C. is an author, empowerment teacher, and the core pastor of a New Home Ministries of New Orleans, Louisiana, and Houston, Texas. His message circles the globe. His conversational and candid approach to challenging content makes him a relevant voice to all generations. Get ready for a life-changing transformational conversation.
Well, hello. This is R.C. Blakes, and I am absolutely thrilled to be able to share with you again today. Now I need you to help me. I need you to invite some others to come in and be a part of our conversation tonight. I have one tonight that is, I guess, well, I'm certain it's a father-daughter talk. I want to talk tonight about something that more women really deserve. Father figures, to be able to, or should I say, that are present and are willing to say some of the things that I'm getting ready to say to you tonight. Or today, whenever you're watching this. If you're watching this in real time and you're in the United States of America, it's nighttime. Over in Europe, it's probably early in the morning. I want to talk about that man does not love you. That man don't love you. This man, I'm saying it in different ways so that I can make certain that I'm speaking your language. This man does not love you. And what I want to deal with tonight are, I think I have six different characteristics or behaviors that clearly indicate this man does not love you. Now, it's easier for a man to see that a man does not love a woman than it is for a woman to see that a man does not love her. And this is for a few reasons. The reason women typically get duped when it comes down to love affairs is because your feminine essence makes you extremely empathetic. There is built within you the nurturing gene, and for you and your fulfillment, for your sense of personal fulfillment, it is quite often highly attached to relationships. And so for you, for ladies, relationships are extremely important. So it's
it's a natural, innate coding creator that God puts within the woman. You know, even when you look at the book of Genesis, the emphasis of Adam's creation was work. And how do we as men define ourselves? By our work. And if we don't have a certain kind of job, making a certain kind of money, we feel like we are less than a man, right? And then when the creation of Eve happens, what we see the emphasis shifting to is relationship. And so now, you know, when you take that and you pervert that, like society has done on both sides, the man with his work, the woman with her relationship, you feel like, well, if I don't have a relationship, it speaks to a lacking self-worth. Neither of these things are true. Nevertheless, they are psychological realities on both sides. And so for the woman, she is more keen towards relationships. And when those relationships don't happen, there's a sense, there's a void. There's a sense of lacking something necessary. And so it's a natural thing built in. Then you turn to society. What society does is society plays on the woman's natural desire for a relationship. And so the society says, well, if you don't have a relationship as a woman, it definitely means that something's wrong with you. You've got to have a relationship to be able to qualify as a high value woman. You have to have a relationship to be worth anything. It doesn't matter that you're a great person, you are accomplished, you're a visionary, you're a success. All of that stuff, you can throw that out of the window. You need a relationship. This is how perverted masculine society manages and manipulates the emotions of the woman. It hijacks the society that is, hijacks the woman's discernment and even her intellectual reasoning with the idea that you got to have a relationship or, you know, you're nothing. And so this is how we come to a point in time where even women today are arguing that men are the prize. We have a feminized generation of men that are saying, we are the prize, and now you have a broken generation of women that are struggling with broken consciousness who are chiming in saying, yeah, men are the prize. It's because you're at a point where you're so desperate for a relationship because of social conditioning. I call it female slave conditioning. You are a slave to an idea. I was sitting with a dear heart in Fort Lauderdale last week, and she was talking about how this is a beautiful young 20-something-year-old girl, young lady, should I say, who is really becoming prolific in her faith and in her self-development, her self-discovery, and her clean consciousness. And she said that she discovered that she, along with most, if not all of her friends, had, how did she put it? Many of them have marriage idolization. Marriage idolization. And most women idolize marriage. And so when you are in that place where your feminine essence and your feminine nature dictates that you want to love and you want to be loved, that's just who you are innately, and then you compound that with a society that takes that very natural desire within you, perverts it, and makes you feel like you're nothing if you don't have a relationship, and that your only reason for existing is to have a husband and to make children, as if God did not have a unique plan for you as an individual. Well, this is why many times women are hoodwinked when it comes down to relationships. Now you flip that thing and you look at the male side. Men do everything possible to elude relationships, while women do everything possible to create relationships. She'll even bend over backwards to try to create a relationship out of something that is clearly not a relationship. You remember, the biblical story I always tell of Leah and Jacob. Jacob married two sisters, Rachel and Leah. The Bible says he loved Rachel, but Leah he hated. And the interesting thing is, he kept making children with Leah. He hated her, but he kept making babies with her, which meant what? He was having sex with her. And Leah just kept having babies, and every time she'd have a baby, she said, now he's going to love me. Now he's going to love me. And he never loved her. It's because women will do everything possible to try to create a relationship, while men will do everything possible to avoid. Men do everything possible to avoid love, while women do everything possible to create it. This is why women, quote unquote, fall in love multiple times. Every time you think you're in love, well, you're not really in love. You're in desperation. While men function from a place of lust, women function from a place of desperation. We tell you about what the clock, what the clock is ticking, or you're about to run over the cliff, you're about to hit the wall, and all of these things play on your mind, and so you're desperately trying to create something out of nothing, while you're dealing with men who are trying to avoid loving at all costs. And I don't say that hypocritically, because what did I do? Lisa and I just celebrated yesterday, if you're watching this in real time, Lisa and I celebrated 29 years of marriage. But what is my testimony? I told Lisa I didn't want to get married. I tried to let Lisa go, until I realized, long story short, that Lisa was my wife. And I had to go back and get my wife, because men tried to avoid it, while women try to do everything possible, and even things that are not possible, to create it. And then, I kind of lost my thought there. What was I getting ready to say? There was another point I was getting ready to make there. But let's move into the 6 points that I have for you. That man don't love you. I know you're trying to force the issue. You're trying to make something of nothing. But that man don't love you. You are wasting your time, and you are depleting your self-esteem, because that man, I know that's not good English, but I gotta say it, that man don't love you. This man does not love you. Number one, a man that does not call you does not love you.
Hey Candy Crush fans, guess what? They just dropped a brand new game called Candy Crush Solitaire. It's the classic solitaire.
A man that does not call you does not. He may like you. He may lust for you. He may think you're pretty cool to chill with, Netflix and chill. But that man don't love you. Because when a man loves a woman, not only is he going to call, he's going to put himself in her presence as much as she will allow. A man that loves you, you're not going to have conversations with him about why he didn't call. It's been 3 days. I haven't heard from you. You won't have to send any text like that. I haven't heard from you. It's been 3 days since I've heard from you. Where are you at? What's going on with you? What's going on with this man is that man don't love you. See, you jumped the gun. You jump to, this is my husband, and you church ladies, y'all really big on this. God knew what he was doing. God sent my. Hey, shut up, please be quiet. We heard you say this 7 different times. God ain't sent this man. You have not done your investigation. You have not done your discernment. You have not given this thing enough time, but you're so desperate, you just jump in the gun. This man is not calling you. The man ain't calling you. A man that loves you, you are not going to call him more than he's going to call you. Now, in the beginning, when y'all trying to find your rhythm, you know what I mean? He may not want to overdo it. He may not want to scare you. But, when you all have been dating, and you got some weeks, some months into this thing, and you still around here playing this mind game. I'm gonna wait till he call. I'm gonna let him call me, and then he's sitting on the other side. I'm gonna make her call me 3 times before I call her back. I'm gonna make her leave me some message. Man, when a man loves you, we don't have those games. See, now you as a woman, you are supposed to pay attention to how much he's calling you, because you are supposed to follow his lead in the development of the rhythm of the relationship. So if he's on, I always put it, if he goes to level 5, you can rest out at 4. If he goes to 6, you can stay at 4, between 4 and 5 in terms of intensity. But don't ever throw your heart into a situation before you know what you're dealing with. And if a man is not calling you, because when a man sees you as wife, he stands, watch this, to protect you. It's not only that he wants to know, what's going on with you. It's not that he's trying to manage you or manipulate you. When a man sees you as wife, he automatically moves into protector mode. So when a man is in protector mode, he has to hear your voice to make certain that you are well. Now, he may not stay on the phone long, but he's going to call. He knows you're going somewhere. He's going to tell you something like, okay, text me when you're leaving. Call me when you get there. If you don't call him, he's going to call you. He's going to check on you at nighttime. If he's, make certain that you're okay, you're good. Because when a man sees you as wife, subconsciously he moves into protector. Now, if a man just sees you as sex, or if a man just sees you as fun, he's not trying to talk to you all the time. When a man sees you as sex, he wants to talk to you right before he's setting the sex up. Or if you're just fun, he likes to go on dates with you. He'll talk to you right before he wants to set up the next date. When a man starts seeing you as a real potential wife, his natural tendency is to stay in touch with you because he needs to make certain that you're all right, as well as just enjoys your voice and your company. Any man that doesn't want to talk to you, he's not feeling you. He's not feeling you like that. You see, a man that talks to you opens himself to your potential needs. See, a man that doesn't see you as wife material and doesn't feel like he loves you like that, he doesn't want to talk to you all the time, because in talking, at some point, you're going to have needs. You're going to need him to do something. You're going to need some money. You're going to need this or that. And so he doesn't want to be on the phone with you all the time, because being on the phone conversation with you all the time puts him in the way of possibly having to assist you in ways that he's not prepared to do or doesn't want to do. Maybe he can, but maybe he's not willing to. So he's not trying to talk to you all the time. That'll be a man that talks, wants to win your focus. If all you are is sex, he ain't trying to win your focus. He's trying to just win your body. You know, now in the beginning, before he has sex with you, he may overload you on conversation and all of the kind, and paint a picture of himself that he's a certain kind of man that you may want, you may like, and all of this kind of thing. But once he's accomplished, you know, his agenda, his objective, he ain't trying to talk to you all the time. When a man wants to talk to a woman, he wants to win her focus. He wants to make certain that he is her priority. He wants to make certain that he is her priority. He doesn't want another man having the possibility of sliding in and occupying the area of her focus. And then let her see, man that talks, man really loves you, wants to talk to you. Love is as love does, right? A man that talks desires to bond with you. Because a man understands that a woman will bond to a man that knows what to say and is emotionally available. Now, you know, a man that is a deceiver understands that and will use the game. But a man that really, really loves you, he desires to talk with you because he's desiring to bond with you. So a man that's not talking, he don't love you. You going 2 and 3 days and no call from his mouth. He don't love you. And then you see, this is the thing, the third thing that I almost forgot. You have such a struggle. Many times as women, you have a struggle with, you know, being able to see clearly that this man don't love me because you give your body away to him. And I mean, I know about his daddy. I got 3 young women. I'm their dad. I can't dictate their lives in terms of their sex life, but they do. I don't know if they read my books, to be honest with you. You know, the last person y'all usually listen to are the fathers, and the big brothers, and the uncles in your lives that really care for you. That's the last one you're going to listen to. But, you know, and some of y'all, you know, you get mad with me when I talk straight at you, talking about I'm triggering you. Sometimes you need to be triggered because you need to really come face to face with the detriment you put yourself in every time you going out with somebody dating, and you automatically you're jumping in the bed with this person, and now you're pulling away from the situation, having made too large of an investment into something that is unproven. You've invested more than you can afford to lose. And so what happens is you don't want to face the fact that your intelligence is saying to you, this man don't love me. Holy Spirit is saying to you, this man don't love me. R.C. Blakes is saying to you, that man don't love you. You don't want to hear none of that because of the investment you made. You want to stick with it, and you want to hope that you can turn this investment into profit. Amen. Number 2, this man don't love you. Number 1, we said when he does not call you, that man don't love you. Number 2, when you have sex with the man, Trigger warning right here. Trigger warning. When you have sex with a man, and I begged you not to do this. You've been in church all your life. You know the Judeo-Christian principles and ethics. Huh? Your mama, your granny them told you better than this. But you done climbed your happy self up in this bed with this man, and you've given this man your body. And then 5 minutes after this man is done, he leaves. It's a man that loves you. When he has sex with you, he's gonna want you to put your head right down. He's gonna probably cut the television. He's gonna want to have some conversation. Because a man that loves you, he's not afraid of being intimate with you. When a man only wants you for sex, he's done with the sex, his whole attraction to you is gone. Do this for me. You don't believe me? Go and ask your daddy. Go ask your brothers, your uncles. Go ask them. Lust can have a man running a woman down, desiring her, and the moment he is done, just to keep it PG, in some cases, he detests her. Because the whole agenda was driven by lust. It was never love. And because he now looks at her, he's finished whatever he wants to do. Now he finds any reason to get up and to get out of there. Because a man that has sex and immediately leaves views you as a sexual transaction. And once the transaction is complete, he wants to go. So if you're constantly answering the phone for a dude every Thursday night, setting up a Friday night meeting at 10 o'clock at your house, and by 10:15 he's back in his car. Come on, man, do the math. You're smarter. Some man can't say smarter. You're smarter than that. Man don't love you. Any man that can receive something so precious as your body and then get up and walk out of the door clearly does not love you. Listen to what the Bible says in James 1:14. It says, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. He's not bonded to you. See, you think that you're going to hook a man through sex. You bond to men through sex. Man don't bond to you through no sex. Man can have sex with, 4 or 5 different women a day and don't care nothing about none of them. Man don't love you. Any man that can have sex with you and just get up, walk out, and leave you in the middle of the bed. He moving so fast, he even take a shower at your house. He just, I gotta get to the job. You around here making all this noise and letting this man just keep running in and out of your life, thinking that you gonna make him fall in love through sex, man. Dudes have had too much sex for you to be around here thinking that you're gonna sex a man into loving you. No, baby, he don't love you. And then let him be. When a man has sex with you and gets up and leaves, let me tell you something. He has no respect. That is one of the most disrespectful acts a man can commit against a woman. See, you got to hear it like this because you need to understand what you're actually doing and how you're actually damaging your self-esteem and your own personal sense of worth and value. You deserve better than this. I said number one was? Don't call you. You can't get him on the phone. You hunting him down, fussing on down. You don't ever call. Babe, why would you give continued access to a man that does not care enough to call for you? I'm not talking about texting no emojis. I'm talking about call and talk to you. Number two, we said he leaves after sex. That man don't love you. That ain't love, babe. That's lust fulfilled that will only return when it desires again. It's not love. Number three, that man don't love you. A man that does not spend money on you does not love you. Any man that does not spend money on you does not love you. Now, he don't have to be rich. He doesn't have to be a six-figure guy. But whatever his means are, when a man loves you, you will have access to it. I tell my daughters what I told my daughters. When you think a man is in love with you, or you feel like you fall in love, act like you need some money. Just act like it. You ain't gotta lie, but just act like you need money. Start talking about the house note or the rent.
Right.
Just trying to figure out what I'm gonna do about this house note. Just see how he responds. You already got the money. You got a daddy that's gonna take care of you until you can take care of yourself. You ain't sweating that. But you need to know if a boy loves you enough to actually write the check. Because when men love women, they write the check. Now, but for you guys that are listening to this, you got to make certain that a woman is the right woman. Some of y'all think a woman thinks she can sex a man into loving her. A lot of you guys think you can buy a woman's love. If she don't love you, she don't love you. But when a man really loves you as a woman, he's gonna open that wallet to you. A man always finds a way. Listen to this statement very carefully. Think about what I'm saying. A man always finds a way to provide for anything he loves. He loves his car, he'll find a way to put that engine on. He got to go get another job, he'll find a way. He wants those rims, he will find a way. He wants the stereo system, he's going to find a way. When a man loves something, when a man has a child, he loves his child, he going to find a way to provide, put his child in private school. Now that's providing. He's a man. A lot of y'all out here having babies for little boys. He gonna find a way, because whatever a man loves, he provides for. When a man really loves a woman, he provides for her. And don't take that out of context. I'm not saying that he go you this 6-7 figure woman, and he gonna come in and he gonna provide for your whole lifestyle. No, society kind of set up a little different. A lot of you women are making much more money than we men will ever make. But I don't care who he is, what state he's at. He is going to have his ends together that he can contribute to the well-being of his woman on whatever level possible. If he can foot the whole bill, he will foot the whole bill. But he will be on record as being an earner and being a generous giver to his woman. If man ain't putting no money on the table, y'all can say what you want. I know you're probably trying to say all kind of stuff now. You can say what you want. I've been a man in process 59 years. See, I came into the world on my way to man. I've been becoming a man for 59 years, and one thing I know about a man, if a man loves a woman, he's going to put his money on the table. Lisa Blake's got all.
Stay down. I'll make sure your cute girlfriend will be screaming my name tonight.
Oh, God.
Quinn Hurt.
She got all of it. 29 years. You know what? I want her to have it. You know why? Because I love that woman. Ain't no woman ever in my life. Not that I had a whole lot for them to you put their hands on, but the little bit I had, better not touch my money. Leave my money alone. Lisa Blake says, okay, leave that alone. Listen to what the Bible says here in Luke 12:34. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Where your heart is, your money is. Where you put your money, your heart follows. When a man loves you, he's gonna spend. He's not, trying to holler at you and, can you let me hold something? Let me tell you something. If I were a woman, the moment a man asked me, can you let me hold something? That would be the last time he would ever be able to contact me again. You mean to tell me you ain't got no friends? You ain't got nobody at your job that you can ask them to, front you your paycheck? You don't have no parents, no siblings? You gonna have you coming to me as a woman asking me to let you hold something, and then out of that same broke mouth you gonna try to tell me about you want me to submit to you? Oh no. Because real men, they desire to provide. They love a woman. A real man, if he's on a date with a woman, if he has king consciousness and he's really been trained by the real OGs in terms of manhood, like my father, he ain't gonna let no woman pay no half of no bill for no date. The old bad date. He gonna pay that bill, be respectful, let her go on about her business, and she'll never hear from him again. But he's gonna be on record as having paid because men provide, and they especially provide for the women they deal. If a man is not generous financially, he doesn't love you. That ain't hard. He ain't putting no money on the table. He don't love you. He may like you. He may think that, it could possibly turn into something, but presently he don't love you. Because when a man loves you, he's generous towards you. Number 4, man don't love you. He's not moved by any of your concerns. You can articulate, maybe you don't even articulate it, but you can demonstrate it in terms of your energy or your attitude that certain things displease you. And, if a man loves you, he will be concerned about the things that concern you. But if he doesn't, he won't be moved by none of your concerns, especially when you keep making all of these complaints and then crawling into the bed all at the same time. You got all these complaints about you don't like this and this ain't right. If you don't straighten this out, I'm gonna leave you. You do it again, and you just keep on climbing up into the bed. He ain't gonna address none of your concerns. He has no need. There's no motivation for him to address any of your concerns because he's getting everything he wants out the deal. That's access to your body. You think you're trying to create a relationship. You got a whole bogus relationship, situationship you're trying to create. And in the meantime, this dude is not moved by any of your concerns. When a man loves a woman, he's hypersensitive to her mood and what makes her happy or not. I'm most connected to Lisa Blake's than anybody else in my life. I'm reading her mood, I'm feeling her energy, and to the point sometimes I'm like, man, am I walking out here? I want my wife to be pleased, and I want my wife to be happy. You know what I mean? nature of a man that loves a woman. Listen to what Philippians chapter 2, verses 3 and 4 says. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in lowliness of mind let each esteem the other better than themselves. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. You got a man that can't see that certain activity, certain behavior, certain language does not agree with you. He's either too dumb to learn, or don't love you enough to care. Anything that doesn't move a man is not his priority. Think about it. The dog can't even talk. And the same man that cannot read your need or your spirit can look at his dog and he can tell what his dog needs because his dog is his priority. Therefore, his dog moves on. When a woman becomes a man's priority, what concerns the woman will concern the man. Man, I love you, baby. You're wasting your time. But I love you so many years. And so you're going to give up the rest of your years? Is that what we're doing now? Huh? Are you going to invest $100,000 into a stock and say, oh, well, I lost a whole $100,000. I got to go bring another one. It's the same thing. Maybe it is what it is. When you wake up and you realize that you thought it was love, but it really wasn't.
You want to play one of the fake games you see in ads? Okay, let's start by getting this AK first. Oh, we can probably get this other gun right.
As hard as it may be, you got to pick your happy self up and dust yourself off and keep it moving. That man don't love you. Number 5 kind of bleeds out of number 4. He does not learn you. A man that loves you learns you. You know, Lisa and I used to have we used to have discussions quite regularly. We were having discussions at least once a month, sometimes twice a month about things, issues when we were younger. As we've gotten older, we don't have to have all of those discussions. You know, she doesn't have all of these different issues with me and things I'm doing and not doing. It's because as the years have gone on, I have learned. But it takes for a man to learn. Yes. When a man loves you, he learns you. He shouldn't have to read. This is important. He shouldn't have to read your mind. But when he loves you, he pays attention to how you respond to certain things. Because when a man loves you, he learns you. If you put a man and he's never learning you, I don't mean to be around. I gotta say it, I've been having sex with this man. The last 3 years, I still don't know what moves you, works you. You shouldn't be, if you're not married. I gotta say that. The religious folks say, you're supposed to be a preacher, you condone it. I ain't condoning it. I'm talking real life up in here. Because women are sleeping with men. They are not married to you. You got to have some good common sense to understand the mistakes you're making. You sleeping with a man for 3 years, he is fully capable of pleasing you, and he's not learned how to please you. Man loves you, learns you. Listen to what the Bible says of would-be husbands. I love this text in Deuteronomy 24 and 5. It says, when a man has taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken. He stays home to learn how to So a man that loves a woman, now of course it goes both ways for the brothers that say, oh, you need to talk to the sister too. It makes sense. A woman that loves a man learns it. The truth of the matter is that in most cases, women learn us, and we ain't paying no attention to them. And as a woman, you need to understand if a man is not learning you. Because if he can't learn you at this stage, how's he gonna learn you when you evolve? Lisa's on the 6th to 7th evolution of herself as a woman. She's changed every time. And every time she's changed, her emotional needs were different, her physical needs were different. You know, she just needed me to be a suitable man for that version. And of course it goes both ways. I've evolved as well. I'm a different man. I have different needs. And she's had to evolve with me, but be it man or woman, love learns. Because love pays attention. Love keeps record of what works, what doesn't work.
COD, your girlfriend is hungry. Babe, are you hungry?
Yeah.
It's important. But if you with a man, he don't know the basic things about you. You said it over and over and over again. He don't know. He may be there just for the sex. He may love the sex. You know, but when a man loves you, he learns you. Especially if you put a demand on him to learn you. See, you can't be a woman that's just going around here just going with the flow because you don't want to rock the boat. But if you have some needs from a man, you best rock the boat. Because you don't want to go year after year after year. This man has no clue about what you really need. It's like he's not paying attention. If a man ain't paying attention, you need to bring it to his attention and see what he does with it. And if he does not learn after you have laid it out, put it in black and white form, you got to ask yourself, is this man capable of being suitable for me? Because how can you commit yourself to your life to a man that won't learn you? How's he going to be able to grow with you? If he can't learn you at this level, how is he going to be able to grow with you at the next level? And then watch this. Number 6, and I'm done. I like this one right here. You may not like this one. He repeats the same offenses over and over. He keeps doing the same thing over and over again. You keep telling him about it, and you keep talking about, if you do it again, you said that 100 times. If you do it again, man loves a woman. He changes whatever he needs to change to protect that woman's peace. I'm not saying he changes his fundamental constitution as a man. I'm not saying he's going to turn into a little simp and let you just boss him around and let you just make a little monkey man out of him and do whatever you want to do and run over him. That ain't what I'm saying. Real man ain't going to stand for that. But when a man finds out that there's something he's done, either knowingly or unknowingly, that hurts you or offends you, changes him. If a man keeps doing something that, you know, let me put it this way. Can I just put it bluntly? A man that constantly cheats on you, he ain't doing it to you. You're doing that to yourself. The day a man cheats on you, and he comes back and he says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. You should consider in your heart trying to forgive him if you choose to. But the day he does it the second time, you are no longer a victim. You keep showing up for that 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 times, you are now a volunteer. Because a man that loves you the same offense over and over and over again. I'm not going to keep hurting you in the same spot, in the same way. I'm going to learn you enough that we get to a point that I'm not going to hurt you at all. Because I love you, I'm never hurting you intentionally. But here you got a man that's just intentionally sticking the knife and digging it in deeper and deeper, and you keep showing up for that. You are no longer a victim. You are now a volunteer. You are the victim of your low self-esteem that won't allow you to demand. You are a victim of social conditioning that says if you don't have a man, you ain't nothing. What a lie, what a lie, what a lie. And so you buy into what your old toxic. Some of your mama maybe even taught you this here. A piece of man is better than none at all. Well, a piece of man is like a car sitting in the driveway with no engine. You ain't going nowhere with it. You're going to get the same place with a piece of man. In fact, you ain't going to even get as far with a piece of man as you would get with no man, because you can do great all by yourself. And when it's time for you to be with somebody else, you need to be with somebody that loves you as well. 2 Corinthians 7, 9, and 10 says, now I rejoice not that we were made sorry. Because when they constantly offend you, they say, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. And sometimes I'm sorry is a declaration of his identity, not necessarily a declaration of his sentiment. Rewind that, listen to that again. But listen to what it says. Now I rejoice not that you were made sorry, but that you sorrowed to repentance. What does repentance mean? It means to change your mind and to change your actions. But you were made sorry after a godly manner, that you might receive damage by us in nothing. For godly sorrow worketh repentance, a change of mind and a change of behavior to salvation, not to be repented of, but the sorrow of the world working death. And I'm sorry, and no change of mindset, no change of behavior, keep you sorry. Because you don't love me. Any man that repeats offensive behavior over and over and over and over again. Over again. I'm done. I pray for you. Lord, I thank you for just the revelation of needing to deal with this truth. And now, God, I know that many are triggered, but Father, I thank you for pushing them into a place of deliverance and breakthrough. And I command now, God, that every stronghold that dominates their mindset to make them believe, dear God, that they can't do without this, I pull it down, cast it down. Help them to see this is not love. In Jesus' name, amen. Now listen, I've enjoyed this time with you today. Don't forget to go to the website, sign up for the mailing list, check out all of the online programs. Queenology Atlanta is officially open for registration. Now, I need you to understand this. Seating is limited. You know, Queenology is always somewhat of an intimate experience. And I think the Atlanta meeting, we're going to be able to accommodate 500. And people are already registering all over the country. And just like last time, I would hate for you to say, I wanted to go, but when I checked back, it said sold out. You can register tonight. The beauty is they have payment plans for those of you that want the Royal Court experience, the VIP thing where, you know, just you see it there on the website. Or the main event which is that Saturday brunch where we're going to do the Queenology intensive. I spent a few hours. Hey, go to the website, rcblakes.com. Sign up register for Queenology today. If you need counseling, look in the description. There's a link in the description for BetterHelp Counseling. And if you use that link, it will afford you 10% off of the cost of their counseling, and they in turn will make a deposit into R.C. Blake's Ministries because I recommended them to you. Check out all of my books on Amazon. Physical books, the audio books, the electronic version. Check all of them out on Amazon. And thanks to all of you that have sown into our lives. Lisa and I love you with all of our hearts. All of our hearts, we love you. And I need you to make certain that you like, sometimes I wonder, is it like half of the folk that tune in to me on Monday nights, are half of these people just looking and they don't really like what I'm talking about? They're not really with the message. I just don't understand why it's so hard for y'all to like. And I see people with foolishness and their communities just light their thing up, just light it up, and I don't get it. Sometimes we have over 2,000 people in here going towards 3,000, and by the time it's over, we got 500, 600, 700 likes. I just don't get it. I don't mean to fuss, but I'm a pastor. Pastors have to fuss at a certain point. Like the video before you leave. Now, remember this, you're on top, you're going higher, God has more in store for you. So we will see you at the top. Like the video. God bless you.
We here at R.C. Blake's Ministries want to thank you for spending this time with us today. R.C. and Lisa are always honored to have you with us. Don't forget to reach out to us by visiting our website at www.rcblakes.com. While you're there, you may join our mailing list and receive a free download of the Laws of Manifesting Your Vision by R.C. Blakes. Also look at all of the online programs by R.C. You may find all books written by R.C. and Lisa. Once again, all of us here at R.C. Blake's Ministries want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And as we always say, see you at the top.
This is how my boyfriend plays Brave Rush. He is such a noob. He always places his defenses all the way down here near his island. And it usually...
Hello and welcome to Let's Talk with Bishop R.C. Blakes. R.C. is an author, empowerment teacher, and the proud pastor of the New Home Ministries of New Orleans, Louisiana, and Houston, Texas. His message circles the globe. His conversational and candid approach to challenging content makes him a relevant voice to all generations. Get ready for a life-changing transformational conversation.
Hello. This is R.C. Blakes. And I am so excited to be able to share with you again today. We're going to deal with something that is really it's a very common subject. In fact, about it, there was a stretch where I actually kind of dove into an understanding of this issue and did quite a lot of content on the subject. If you've not seen my messages on this particular subject, go back and search them out. In fact, about it, there's a book that I've written. Lisa's working on finishing the production of that so that we can release it. It's dealing with understanding narcissistic abuse. And the title of my book is Me, My, Mine, just the self-centered, selfish concepts of a narcissistic person. But I want to talk today about just kind of recognizing some basic red flags that you may potentially be dealing with a narcissist. Now, for for a lot of us, it feels like overkill, because I myself, though I've dealt with a lot of narcissists, I've never really been traumatically impacted by, a narcissist, at least not to know it, should I say. I'm no therapist, right? But as far as I'm concerned, I've never been traumatically impacted by a narcissist. Aggravated, irritated, frustrated, absolutely. But when you deal with as many people as I deal with, and you really get a chance to talk to and befriend and come into relationship with people who have been traumatically impacted by narcissistic personalities, you realize that it's really not just overkill. Like you see a lot of people, all they talk about is narcissistic abuse. The trauma that comes behind a relationship or with a relationship with a narcissist. And for people who've not been, again, traumatically impacted by narcissists, it's like, why do you keep talking about that? Well, you have to understand, number one, this is a very real situation. There are people who are so broken, and the narcissist is broken, that they lack the capacity to actually love others, to feel for others, to be concerned about others. They just kind of view people as a means to an end. Supply, I need this, you possess this, so I'm going to use you for my supply, And when they're done using you for supply, they can discard of you like anybody would a paper bag or what have you. And these people exist in the forms of biological children, so-called spouses, husbands or wives, parents, church members, best friends, co-workers, and they do quite a lot of damage. Hurt people, right? They do quite a lot of damage to the people that are in their path. So I'm saying all of that so that, if you're sitting there and you're like, well, I've never felt all of that, you can at least have some empathy, put yourself in the other person's shoes and have some compassion. Because I've learned quite a lot having to deal with just an army of people who have been almost utterly destroyed at the hands of narcissists. So it is real. It is valid. The pain is valid, and a part of the person that has been abused and suffering from the trauma is being able to vent it, being able to talk about it, being able to hear other people talk about it so that they know that they're not crazy, they were never crazy, and that this is a very real thing. Because one of, I believe, the diabolical intentions of narcissistic people is to drive you absolutely nuts. I think the official term for it is gaslighting. Gaslighting, just creating a scenario around your life that makes you feel like you are losing your absolute mind. So these conversations are tough. And recently I talked about, a woman testing a man. But this conversation is not specifically to women. This is, non-gender centric. It's not centered on male or female because both, we have female narcissists, we have male narcissists. Now that's interesting that I said that because that brings me to something that I think needs to be said. I think all of us have to truly do
the internal work relative to where we are. You know what I mean? Because when you think about society, you think about our attractions to people. The male's attraction to the female's attraction to the male. Why does it seem that good men tend to choose Delilah or tend to choose Jezebel? It's like the really good guys end up with a Jezebel or a Delilah that destroys him, breaks him, and then takes a good man and actually turns him bad. Just, some reason he's attracted to a toxic woman.
Nice guy meets a bitch.
And that's true.
Asshole.
And then
Nice
you
girl
look at the more obvious thing, and that is how good women are attracted to toxic men. You think about the way the world builds us. The world conditions the man to be attracted to the woman that is the most sexy. The cheerleader type. No shade towards cheerleaders. But I'm just trying to make a point. The woman that is overtly sexual. The woman that's the trophy, so to speak. And, what does that mean? All of that stuff is superficial, tangible, physical, sensual stuff. That's the woman that the world says, okay, when you make it as a man, that's the woman you want. Nothing to do with her character. Really nothing to do even with her intellect. And so as men, we're kind of like drawn to these women that are superficial, all, rapping and no substance, style and no substance. And then we wake up and we try to figure out, well, why does she leave us? Why did she leave me when I lost my job or COVID hit and my business went down and my money wasn't the same and she was ghost? You got to go back and you have to revisit what your standards are for a woman. Because I was talking, in fact, which is what stimulated my conversation with you today. I was talking with a young man yesterday who's had two toxic women, one behind the other. Both of them were gold diggers. They were just there for the money. And once they got through using him for the money, they were ghosts and they left him broken. And now he's trying to figure out, well, Pastor, how do I break this soul tie? Well, we have to go back to what part of you is so broken that makes a toxic person attractive to you. Now, when you flip that coin, the world says to the man, of course, you need a sexy, sexual, sensual woman. No character, nothing internal and enduring, just tangible, superficial stuff that's not going to last long anyway. And then you wonder why you get your heart broken as a good man. Then you get angry, and now you're mad with all women in the world because you went and chose. You know what I mean? You mad with every woman in the world. You like the avenger nerd now. Gonna get back at all women, but it wasn't all women that broke you. It was the wrong woman that you chose that broke you. You flip that coin, the world says to the woman, well, you need a man with money. And I agree with that to a certain extent, but that can't be your basic criteria. You need a man with money. He needs to be 6 feet tall. He needs to be this. Nothing to do with the character, nothing to do with the internals of the man. And so you run your happy self out here, and you choose a man. You turn guys down that don't have the money yet. Let me say it one more time. You turn guys down that don't have the money yet. Now, you are attracted to him until you discover he doesn't make money. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is not going to work. I'm not attracted. No. The reality is you have been conditioned to be your own worst enemy
with this thing you call your type. So my point is, on both sides, if a man is sitting here and a man is saying, man, I'm just, these narcissistic women are just destroying my life. Or if a woman is sitting there and she's saying, these narcissistic men are just destroying my life. Well, it didn't start with the narcissist. I mean, you didn't just wake up and the narcissist was in your house. Somebody had to open the door. Somebody had to welcome them in. So it doesn't start with the fact that, this person is a narcissist, they've destroyed my life. It starts with, what part of me has been so broken so as to be attracted to narcissistic individuals? Because that's where, I really believe with all of my heart, because of the way I was raised and, the strong parenting I had and the self-esteem that was poured into me by my father and my mother. Though I made a lot of mistakes in my young life, I never really was susceptible to narcissistic women. Think about it, I never even cared to be around narcissistic dudes. It just wasn't my thing, I didn't relate to it. And when I got around a woman that was like overbearing, overly sexual, overtly sexual, sexually aggressive, it was always a turnoff because there was something in me that it just didn't resonate with. But that's a young man that's raised in a proper environment whose internals have been established or set by a wise, godly, loving father. But most of us don't have that, right? So most of us are growing up and we become grown, but we still have these things that are deficient within us. And so when there's something that, when there's a deficiency in us that the parent should have provided, we usually try to fill that deficiency through relationships with the opposite sex. And so, that's a rant I went on, but I thought I needed to say it because you keep asking why do I keep running upon one narcissist after another? You're at the base of that. You're the common denominator. You're present in all of these experiences. And I think you gotta step out of your pain, step out of your emotion, and you have to objectively look at yourself and you have to ask yourself why. This is where therapy comes in handy, because a therapist, a counselor, what have you, psychologist or what have you, they help us to understand why we think the way we think, and we get the outcomes we get because of the way we think. If you don't know you're thinking that way and why you're thinking that way, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to ever change the behavior or the mindset that is constantly opening the door for all of this pain and shame to come into your life. If your testimony is, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 different narcissists, one behind the other, there's a problem somewhere within you. That's all I was saying. Didn't mean to make it a 15-minute rant. But when we look at, the definition of narcissist, it said that a narcissist is an extremely self-centered person who has an exaggerated sense of self-importance. It's a manipulative individual with no sense of empathy. I know a narcissist. I mean, absolutely. I know a narcissist. I do. And the thing that confuses us is when we can look at a person and we can say, you're a narcissist, and we yet love them. I know a narcissist, and I love this narcissist. But you know what? I love myself, I love God, and I love me enough that I'm not going to allow my love for you to open the door to let you into my life to continue to wreak havoc. Not in my life. I love me too much to allow my love for you to let you do the damage that I know you would do in my life. And see, that's where the broken consciousness comes comes into play when you're struggling with broken consciousness as a man or a woman. What is that? You don't really know who you are. You don't really know your value. You don't know your worth. You don't have boundaries. In fact, you don't have boundaries that you should have to protect you. When you know who you are, and you love yourself, you can look at a person and say, you know what? I love you, but I'm not going to have anything else to do with you. I'm not. Now, if I can help you in some way from a distance, I will. But we're not going to have any kind of a personal relationship because you don't have the capacity to love me like I deserve to be loved. Now, let's see, the scholarly psychological study of narcissism is really fairly, it's really a fairly young study around, probably around a century. And it was in the 80s, I think it was, that narcissistic personality disorder was officially listed. The 80s, as early as that. Or as late as that, should I say. And I say late because the disorder of narcissism has been around since the beginnings of man. When you look at the Cain and Abel in the garden. What makes one brother kill another brother because the other brother is having success and he is not? The dude was a narcissist. The Bible demonstrates narcissism before even, the creation of man. When you go back and you look at all of my videos, you'll see I will go through all of this. And in those videos, I'm actually teaching it as I'm learning it. Lucifer, Satan, I believe is the father of narcissism. I believe that. If you look in Isaiah, speaking of the devil, Lucifer, Satan, the devil, same person. Isaiah 14, 12 through 14 says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." Here this dude is an angel, which I think is a relevant point to make here as I think about it. What I call the father of narcissism is actually an angel. So you cannot judge at the face of the man what the person is. You have to discern the man first. What you see here it is. This dude is talking about holding up the Most High, throne above his, and it's just me, my, mine, me, my, I. Just all of these personal pronouns. So narcissism is the term used in psychology to describe a preoccupation with one's self. It is a Greek term taken from the name of the mythological character Narcissus, who fell in love with his own image and was doomed to die because he would not turn away from it. He looked down in the pond or some body of water, he saw his own image, and he was captivated by his own image, and all he could see was himself. Now, the narcissist, well, let me read this. A narcissist is a person who displays a high level of selfishness, vanity, and pride. Like the days I get on here, I didn't get a lot of sleep, I have bags under my eyes, my beard is not groomed, I'm not dyed black, my hair is not cut, my eyes are red. Yeah, I hit the button anyway. Because I understand the value in not being as vain. Now, of course, your appearance and your presentation is important, but to the extent that you look beyond the purpose and the value you bring, because, I gotta wait till these puffs go down. I gotta wait till I get a haircut. I have to wait till I get a haircut. I'm gonna get very little done. But when a person is narcissistic, They display high levels of selfishness, vanity, and pride. He or she sees everything from a how love affect or benefit me perspective. For this person, empathy is impossible because their only perspective is the one centered on them. In psychology, narcissism is seen as a broad spectrum of conditions ranging from normal to pathological. Now, the narcissist doesn't like his or her true self and has no limit on how much he or she would use others to psychologically compensate for their real shortcomings. There's a self-hatred within any person that is a narcissist. There's something about them that they hate and do not like, and they will use any and everyone else to subsidize the need to fill those voids. Now, psychologist Stephen Johnson writes that the narcissist is someone who has buried his true self-expression in response to early injuries and replaced it with a highly developed compensatory false self. And this alternate persona to the real self often comes across as grandiose, above others, self-informed, and highly conceited. In our highly individualistic and externally driven society, mild to severe forms of narcissism are not only pervasive but often encouraged. You know, when you think about how we're raised as young men, we're raised to function narcissistically, even if we're not narcissists. The game is all about narcissistic strategies to position a woman where she may be managed psychologically, emotionally, and physically or sexually. You know, that's the stuff we learn around the barbershop. It is celebrated in a man to be, somewhat narcissistic. Women love dudes that are narcissistic. Most women, when you talk about their type, the type that they're describing is really a narcissist. Now, the grandiose persona is really just a cover for the private pain of feeling inferior and worthless. That's what's going on inside of the soul of a narcissistic individual. Again, he says it's on a broad spectrum, goes from mild to extreme. But now let me give you these points. When you're thinking about, is this person am I embracing a narcissist? Just meeting this person, because narcissists can initially be quite engaging, and attractive, and they can really make you feel like they're the one. So you have to have some kind of psychological system in place that you are discerning this person. You're trying the spirits by the spirit to see if this person is number one. You have to pay attention to see if this person has a constitution, if this person can reciprocate your love. You have expressions of, and I'm not talking about, sex or anything like that. I mean, you say to a person, thank you, I appreciate you, or that was amazing, and I mean, you just have these loving expressions, and, you're grateful with the person, and you're respectful, and you're thoughtful, and then you see a person that you give this kind of human energy to, and it's almost like you're talking to, I can't even say a dog, because even dogs respond to affection, but it's almost like you're talking to a brick wall, it's like you serve it, but they don't possess the ability to serve it back. And you've been noticing this. You know, you're loving and you're expressive, and you share that love, you share those loving expressions, and they never return it. And you take it personal initially. You say, well, you know, why don't you know, reciprocate my love? And they're looking at you puzzled because they don't have the capacity to give that back to you. Anybody that you look at and you feel like, you know, I'm giving you certain energy, loving energy, and they can't return it or they don't return it, don't assume that they just don't choose to return it. Assume that they may not have the capacity to return it. The Bible says in 2 Timothy 3:1-7, says, this know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers. It's basically describing narcissists. Read the whole thing, you know, and it just gives you a whole list. But what you come away with is that a person that is a narcissist is too consumed with self-interest to even notice your needs or your interests. You know, when you say to them, I love you, or I appreciate you, thank you, I'm grateful, you know, they feel like, okay, yeah, you're supposed to say that because I'm all of that. They have been so intoxicated with self-interest, they don't even see you or hear you. They're only with you because they want something or need something from you that you possess. So when you're with a person and you feel like they can't return the energy, don't ignore that. That's a massive red flag that you're probably dealing with a narcissist. Number two, they are fundamentally programmed against relationships. Not relations, but relationships. Do you know what I mean? When I say not relations, but relationships, they'll have sex with you. They'll have sex with you. They'll make babies with you. But they're not going to.
That's fine.
They're not going to develop a relationship with you. They may even marry you, but then you look at it and you feel like, you know, I'm giving you certain insight of the soul of a narcissistic individual. You know, again, you know, he says it's on a broad spectrum.
Never gonna be able to get this right while I was in the situation.
But let me give you these points. When you're thinking
Please
about,
bear with me.
is this person I'm dealing with?
This life
Am
will
I
not get back to
embracing
what it was.
a
That's
narcissist?
actually
You know, just meeting this
gave a damn
person.
that it has some better
Because
energy.
narcissists can initially
Please
be
bear with me.
quite
Set it back a couple of minutes so that
engaging,
there's nothing to be missed.
and attractive, and
To be heard.
you know, they can really make you feel like they're the one. So you have to have some kind of psychological system in place that you are discerning this person. You're trying the spirits by the spirit to see if this person is of God or not. Number one, you have to pay attention to see if this person has a constitution, if this person can reciprocate your love. You know, you have expressions of, and I'm not talking about, you know, sex or anything like that. I mean, you say to a person, you know, I love you, or that was amazing, you know, and I mean, you just have these loving expressions, and you know, you're grateful with the person, and you're respectful and you're thoughtful, and then you see a person that you give this kind of human energy to, and it's almost like you're talking to, I can't even say a dog, because even dogs respond to affection, but it's almost like you're talking to a brick wall. You know, it's like you serve it, but they don't possess the ability to serve it back. And you've been noticing this. You're loving and you're expressive, and you share that love. You share those loving expressions, and they never return it. And you take it personally initially. You say, well, you know, why don't you know, reciprocate my love? And they're looking at you puzzled because they don't have the capacity to give that back to you. Anybody that you look at and you feel like, I'm giving you certain energy, loving energy, and they can't return it or they don't return it, don't assume that they just don't choose to return it. Assume that they may not have the capacity to return it. The Bible says in 2 Timothy 3:1-7, says, this know also that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers. It's basically describing narcissists. Read the whole thing, and it just gives you a whole list. But what you come away with is that a person that is a narcissist is too consumed with self-interest to even notice your needs or your interests. When you say to them, I love you, or I appreciate you, thank you, I'm grateful, they feel like, okay, yeah, you're supposed to say that because I'm all of that. They have been so intoxicated with self-interest, they don't even see you or hear you. They're only with you because they want something or need something from you that you possess. So when you're with a person and you feel like they can't return the energy, don't ignore that. That's a massive red flag that you're probably dealing with a narcissist. Number two, they are fundamentally programmed against relationships. Not relations, but relationships. Do you know what I mean? When I say not relations, but relationships, they'll have sex with you. They'll have sex with you. They'll make babies with you. But they're not going to develop a relationship with you. They may even marry you, but they may have a wedding, but they'll never marry you. They'll never be a spouse. Because they are fundamentally programmed against relationships. They only have, a narcissist only has performances with an agenda because they are the ultimate hypocrite. They are actors. That's what a hypocrite is. It's an actor. I don't know if I'd call it hypocrite because a hypocrite is one that acts one way and knows better, knows a better way. Narcissists don't even really know a better way. So let me take that back. I wouldn't call them hypocrites. They are fundamentally broken, demonic, and diabolical individuals. And I believe that. I believe the main reason that mental health professionals mostly, if not entirely, agree or believe, should I say, that a narcissist cannot be helped. I believe the reason the science of mental health is incapable of finding a solution is because I think, in fact, I know that the condition goes to a spiritual level. Yeah. And, science runs out where science runs out. When the facts stop, science runs out. And I think that there's a dimension where one has to embrace God, one has to embrace the Creator, and there has to be a spiritual force that disrupts the rooting of that disorder in a person's life and empowers them to heal from all of their trauma and, realigns or reorders the person's life. Now, so number two, we said they're fundamentally programmed against relationships. Anybody that, you just can't seem to get them, you can't seem to lock them down and to get them committed to the concept of a relationship with you. You had the wedding, you call yourself married, but they're still out in the street. They still won't open up. You still don't really know much about them. They're emotionally unavailable. They're disconnected from you, from the children, and all of this kind of thing. Well, hopefully you don't have to go that far to figure this out. Hopefully you can figure this out while you're in the process of getting to know this person, that they're fundamentally programmed against relationships. And I think there are a few ways that, off the top of my head, that you can begin to kind of discern this, even in the dating, the data stage, getting the information, getting to know the person. Pay attention to their respect for time when it comes down to you. Pay attention to how much they learn about you over a period of time. The person has been with you a month. They should have learned certain things about you. People that are given to relationships of the other person's time, they learn things that are, important to the other person. They go out of their way to empower or to please the other person. If you've been with a person for, a significant amount of time, and you see none of the characteristics of one that has the maturity or the mindset to participate in a relationship, that's a red flag. You don't want to just sweep that under the rug and think, well, I'll go the distance with this person and I'll address it later. I'll change them later. No. If a person has been with you a week, there's certain things they should have learned about you. There's certain things that they should be doing, sincerely doing to inspire, to encourage, to impress you even. Well, let's not use impress, because narcissists will do things to impress you. But you ought to feel genuine energy from a person that they're learning you, they know you, they see you, they hear you. There it is. If you don't feel heard, seen, respected by a person, you know that this is not a person that is conditioned for relationships. You may be dealing with a narcissist. And the Bible says in Proverbs chapter 6, verses 24 through 26, to keep thee of the tongue of a strange woman, lust not after her beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids, for by means of a whorish woman a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulteress will hunt for the precious life. They're fundamentally programmed against relationships. I don't want to be crude, but I'm sure most of you have heard it, especially if you're here in the United States of America. They used to tell us as young men, you can't turn a blanket into a housewife, right? Well, why can't you turn a blankety blank into a housewife? Because a blankety blank is fundamentally conditioned against real relationship, unless she gets some therapy and some deliverance and gets her mind right. A woman in a home that is prone to sleeping with everybody up and down the block, you can't take her and change her and turn her into a housewife, because she's fundamentally programmed against relationships. You can't take a player out the club, silk shirt and a gold chain, and 3 women hanging on his, draped over his shoulders and his back, and think somehow you're going to be the woman that's going to bring him home and sex him up so much that he's going to forget about all of that and he's going to be a wonderful husband. He's fundamentally programmed against relationships. But now here's the kicker. We are typically on both sides, male and female. Good men are attracted to women who are typically fundamentally programmed against relationships. Not as much as women are programmed to want men that are fundamentally programmed against relationships. But if you're fighting, like I hear people make this statement all the time, I'm fighting for my relationship. I'm fighting, and every time I see you, you're fighting for your relationship. That is not the way that's supposed to be going. That is not, if you're constantly fighting for it, it means that two of you must not be on the same page. Maybe you're dealing with someone who's fundamentally programmed against really having an authentic, sincere connection to one individual. And if you're constantly having to try to prove, this boy here, the Bible says, keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of her tongue. You're given to that. You're moved sexually and sensually by these things. But when you really get down to the core, there's no capacity within this person to really be in a relationship. I hope I'm making sense here. Number 3, anybody that gives you the energy that you are an option. That you are an option. While you make them your priority, you're always feeling like you're just an option. And here's even a better word, an opportunity. Just using it. And you hang around for this, because you develop this soul tie, and what binds us many times to toxic people is the hope that, finally I'm going to get somebody, and you see all of this stuff that you think are good signs in this person, and at the end of the day, you can't ignore energy, right? I don't care how good of a person you seem to be. If your energy doesn't agree with me, you can't ignore energy. Ignoring energy is like somebody saying to you, okay, the mansion, the 20,000 square foot mansion in the gated community is yours, and you go in to possess it, but there's a toxic gas that is spilling up. Let's say it's not even coming from the pipes. Let's say it's something in the foundation coming from out of the ground that's coming up into the house, and it's poisoning and killing anybody that stays in it too long. Well, that's kind of like a great illustration of what you're doing when you're ignoring energy because you like the optics of a relationship. You love the way a person looks. You love the Instagram stuff. You love the idea of having someone on your arm. You love the idea, the thought of possibly getting married. It's a beautiful mansion. But that gas, nobody can solve the problem with that gas, that natural gas that's just seeping up through the foundation into the house. And if I stay in here, I'm going to die. You can never ignore a person's energy. When a person is giving you the energy that you're an option, no respect for you, no consistency, you're an option. You see, Jezebel, when you think about it, and you go to the Bible, Jezebel was really powerless. She used King Ahab to facilitate her wicked agenda. Ahab was her husband, the king. He was her supply of power. He was her supply of prestige. He was her supply of intimidation. Ahab was never really a priority. He was just an opportunity. For Ahab, Jezebel was the priority. For Jezebel, Ahab was just an opportunity. If you look in 1 Kings chapter 16, 31 and 32, it says, and it came to pass as if it had been a light thing for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nabat, that he took to wife Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Zidonians, and went and served Baal and worshipped him. And he reared up an altar for Baal in the house of Baal, which he had built in Samaria. See, Jezebel used him to bring in all of this idol worship. He was just supplying. He was never a priority. He was just an opportunity. Now, when you think about Jezebel, it's a big term in the church, the Jezebel spirit. You got a Jezebel spirit. The Urban Dictionary says Jezebel will do anything and will use anyone to get what she wants. She's interested in the people she's interested in purely as a status symbol and will toss them away and move on when they no longer satisfy. That's how you as a man, you keep passing by great wife type women or these Jezebel spirits with all of this, all of that, all of this hope. And every time they get enough of your money, they leave you. You don't realize they're probably sleeping with a back anyway. But when your money changes, they out the door. It's a Jezebel spirit. You were never part. You were just an option. You were just an opportunity.
Stay with your ass.
But see, you got to figure these things out before. Somebody's constantly, if you're dating somebody and they're constantly breaking the date for something else, something always coming up. What does that say to you? You're not the priority. You're just an option. They hang out. Coming up with stuff. They hanging out with their boys. Y'all had this date planned 3 days ago, and now all of a sudden, their boys need them to come and do something, or something that do this or do that. They need to do this. Well, anytime somebody's constantly calling you, telling you, we need to change. We need to break the date because you're not a priority. Red flags. They watch how they manage their relationships with others. With their friends, with their family. Pay attention to how people interact with their friends or their family, because a narcissist will destroy others to numb the pain of their own inner self-hatred and to maintain an ideal image. So if you're interacting with this person and they can just drag for their friends, their so-called best friends, they can just drag for their family. Nobody's ever right. Narcissists tend to destroy others. They get so angry that, you're almost afraid they're getting ready to kill somebody. Red flag. Jezebel, speaking of, Jezebel sought to murder Elijah when he destroyed her power and dominance. She had to bring him down to build herself up. Just write down 1 Kings 19:1-2. She sent all of her false prophets out against Elijah, and Elijah, by the power of God, defeated all of them. And let me just read it. 1 Kings 19:1-2. And Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, with all how he had slain all the prophets with the sword. Then Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, so that the gods do to me, and more also, if I make not thy life as the life of one of them by tomorrow about this time. She's so angry. She's like, just like you killed my false prophets, I'm going to kill you. You have to be mindful if you're dating someone and they get so angry with their ex that they start cursing, and you can see their blood flowing. Well, you don't want to put yourself in line to participate in that kind of growth, because at some point that could more than likely probably will be you in line of that kind of fire. Now, also when you think about the narcissist, just some good wisdom to keep in the front of your mind. You might be dealing with a narcissist, a person that is a constant flatterer. I mean, you just constant with it. You mean to tell me you're just not going to take a break from it? Just constant. You just got your lips pulled out and just give it all day long like this? Come on, man. You know, nobody's that great that you just got to be just kissing behind all day long. Oh, you're just this and oh, you're just that. No, it sounds like you're trying to manipulate and manage me, you know, emotionally and psychologically by building me up to make me feel like I'm this perfect, you know, goddess or god of a woman or of a man. But a person knows exactly what to say. What do I tell you? Slow down and analyze. Because narcissists are very, very skilled. Boy, they can tell you stuff and make you feel like, ooh, just have your head bowed. You got to try to ground yourself and come to yourself and look this person in the eye and understand that flattery is a very dangerous tactic, even a demonic tactic. They also become elusive and confusing in the conversation. Have you ever had a conversation with somebody and you're trying to get a specific point out of them, and they just elude and they just slip out of, you know, it's like they have motor all over their bodies. You can't lock them down. They're elusive and confusing because the narcissist is a masterful liar. And the narcissist is like an emotional chess player. He or she is always 3 lines ahead of the conversation. This is why I tell women that you have to ask questions, because questions do what? Reveal motives. Queens ask questions that only kings can answer. The narcissist has a gift. Wow, this is a big one right here. They have a gift to make you feel bad about being you. It's amazing how when you're dealing with a narcissist, how they can shift the energy. You know, they can take you from being ecstatic and just loving life today. You know, having one of these days, loving life, and they can put a smile on their face. Say something that triggers you. They know this is a trigger for you that will destroy everything you accomplished today and bring you to one of the lowest places you've ever been. They have a unique gift of making you feel bad about being you. The toxic narcissist makes his or her living on destroying or deconstructing other people's self-esteem. They don't want you to have what they don't possess, because they don't possess self-esteem. So the way they make themselves feel better is to make you feel bad. And when you're enjoying life and when you're thoroughly, especially if you're celebrating something and you're happy about something that has nothing to do with them, they have a unique gift of making you feel bad. And see, this begins to show up early on in the conversation between you and the person. You can express something and a person can make a statement or ask a question that makes you second guess if the thing you're excited about is really that great of an accomplishment. Am I really that good? You know what I mean? Am I exaggerating, you know, the significance of this? They have a unique ability to make you feel bad. Now, here's another one. I'm just giving this to you. They have extraordinary dreams, but they cannot really articulate a plan. They have extraordinary dreams, but they cannot articulate a plan. They have all of these dreams and no strategy, no plan. You see no evidence of them actually even working on all of this stuff they say they are going to accomplish. They have extraordinary dreams.
Same shit, worse.
I'm gonna.
Always.
I'm better.
Always.
Okay, show me yours.
And it never
I'll
hit.
get back with you on that.
Exactly. I'll hit you on the back
And
end.
all day long, they just
Doing the same shit.
They getting their hair cut, they getting their makeup done.
Doing everything
You know,
else.
they're on
Except for what the
they're
shit they
looking
keep
at
bumping their
Instagram,
gums
they're
for.
making reels, and
Right.
they're doing all of this
Applying to every
showboat
other thing
stuff.
that's everybody else's
But when
life.
you really look at their life,
It's not what the fuck it's supposed to be for what they talking
You know,
about.
like
I can't, like,
I was talking with one of my
again, I
spiritual
know I'm
sons,
not fucking crazy.
and he's recently had a bout with what I think is a male narcissist in business. And he was describing some of the things that have gone on, how this person has changed on him, and this person has done things to, you know, kind of take what was really his away from him. And so I asked him one simple question. I said, what does this person do? You know, that you call this person your partner, your friend. You got this person in your business. What does he do? And he had to call me back and he said, you know, Dad, he does. I know he's supposed to retire from this, but I don't know what he does. What's going on here? This person has talked his or her way, his way, into this man's life, painting this image, creating this subliminal persona, and weaseled himself into a position that he could manage and manipulate and take advantage of certain things. Extraordinary dreams, but no plan. Can't articulate a plan. And then, you know, you got to watch a person that needs constant recognition. I mean, everything you do, oh my God. You know, if I had to say thank you to Lisa for everything she does,
Right.
I wouldn't have a chance to do nothing else. I wouldn't have a chance to do anything else. Let's see. They're envious of people, and I'm shutting it down with this. They're envious of people who actually possess the life they fantasize about. So, you know, you think about a man that is sound, stable, and, you know, king conscious, knows who he is. He's not really moved by his woman, you know, maybe saying Denzel looks good or Boris looks good, or, you know, I don't know who the people are. The boy from over there in London, what's his name?
Idris Elba.
Idris.
Yup.
Man is well adjusted. He don't care nothing about his woman saying, I want to go see Denzel.
No, let's go see him.
Like, you don't say that to me too much.
I know that part. Getting out of hand.
I don't care anything about you saying.
It's not on
that
no.
you know, these are true. But when a dude is narcissistic, and his woman says that, he becomes. His woman will come home and say that one of our co-workers, a man, is brilliant. He came up with this today, and dude will begin to eye him and view him as
some kind of enemy,
a threat, as an enemy. You know, avoid movies that he knows his girl or his wife. Maybe she thinks the actor is attractive. He won't even bring a woman to see, because narcissists are very envious of the people who actually possess the life they fantasize with. And in Proverbs 27:4, it says, this wrath is cruel and anger is outrageous, but he who is able to stand, but who should I say, is able to stand before envy? Envy is a calling card of the narcissist. So listen, I just wanted to share this with you today out of my heart. And hopefully this helps you. Just kind of spinning off of what we recently talked about in terms of proving or testing people for your life. I think it's very important that you know, take in some of this and then listen to people who are experts in this field, and make certain that you're not opening the door, you know, for this kind of individual to come into your life, because they can do much damage. May I pray for you? Father God, I thank you for every person under the sound of my voice that's dealing with this or has dealt with this. And now, Father, my prayer is that you will bring about the healing that only you can bring. And there's some here, God, that may struggle with just narcissistic personality. And maybe, God, in in their heart. They're crying out from their spirit. They're crying out for deliverance. I believe, Father, you are the only one that can actually bring deliverance. Would you touch them by the Holy Spirit and set them free and realign their lives, God? Because your word says you desire that none would perish, but that all would be saved. Only you can do the saving. But God, heal the hearts of every person that has been impacted and broken. In Jesus' name, amen. Now listen, go to my website, RCBlakes.com. Sign up for my mailing list. Check out all of my online programs. Thank you, those of you that have sown into our lives. We want you to know we love you. If you need counseling after one like this, you may very well need counseling. There's a link in the description for BetterHelp Counseling. If you go there, BetterHelp Counseling, if you hit the link, BetterHelp Counseling will take 10% off of the cost of the counseling for you, and then make a deposit into R.C. Blake's Ministries for our referring you. Go to Amazon, check out all of my books, and be listening, because very soon we're going to be releasing this book relative to a biblical perspective on narcissism, Me by Mine. It's going to be awesome. Listen, I love you. My time is gone. I appreciate you. You're on top. You're going higher. God has more in store for you. So guess what? We will see you at the top. God bless you.
Just one more hit. And that's how you do it. Now beautiful Hawaiian food. Just one.
How's everybody? Lisa just asked me, so what are you going to do? Run it while I can. Run it while I can. I want you to invite somebody to come in here. Do that for me. 94. Somebody. Tell them to come on in here. We need to discuss this tonight. We had a discussion. Relative to the healthy man, the broken man, toxic man. And so I got a great response from one of my brothers that chimed in on that one. So while I was doing it, somebody put up in the you ought to invite some more people. Somebody put up in the comments that the female version, and I agree. So that's what I'm thinking about. Just to have this conversation, not necessarily, or definitely not the last one, just a collection of thoughts that I have on the whole idea of what we need. These three different healthy woman, broken woman,
brokenness. I mean, mostly broken women, because most women are broken. And that's not a slant on womanhood, really, when I say that most women are broken. It's really a reflection of manhood. Because, contrary to popular opinion, the condition of a society, women, is a direct reflection of the quality or lack thereof of society men. In biblical, Adam came from Eve. Adam came from Eve. Eve was the direct product of Adam. She was the reflection of Adam. When woman reached into Adam and pulled her out, man looks at his woman, the woman, she's intoxicated. That man then is seeing immediate snapshot. In most cases, his own personal unless he found
Which didn't.
because even when a man finds a woman broken, he has the wherewithal, if he's in tune to the Creator, he has the wherewithal to bring healing into the broken soul. Now, what's sad is that most women, that's what's sad. The difference between broken men versus broken women is that a broken woman can tell you in most cases. A broken man is broken because he realizes that society makes him feel like
With a lesser because
I was teaching years ago, and it just really confused me. Teaching on a stage, actually, with a live audience. I was just kind of teaching women on the dog, just going over what I liked. And I was talking about how I was sexualized at a very early age by older women. And it hit me while I was on that stage, laying down this point that tonight was the image contest. It hit me that my life went in the direction of being relatively womanized. Largely because I was sexualized by older women. But watch this. I had never identified those activities as being child sexual abuse as a child because I was mature enough so society has conditioned the man to believe that brokenness is
child abuse,
so
sexual
most
assault.
men are broken and don't even realize they're broken. So consequently, since you have a large pool of broken men and a large pool of broken women who are usually the product of those broken men, now women who are broken are trying to figure out, well, how do I end this? I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the initial thought in a broken woman's mind is, I need a man to fix me, and then she's looking for, I'm getting ahead of myself. But the reason the well-being of the woman is important to me as a man, the reason the well-being of the woman is important to me as a man is because, and it should be important to any conscious man, it's because the woman nurtures society. Woman nurtures the man. She nurtures the next generation. So watch this. We should be concerned if our woman is a healthy woman, a broken woman, or a toxic woman, because the qualities directly influence the development of the family and children. See, as a man, watch this. As a man, it's been my responsibility, my honor, my pleasure to provide for all four of my children. That's been my pleasure. It's been my pleasure, my honor to discipline my children when they might be. But in terms of the internal deposit, it requires a quality mother to be able to make the internal deposit or deposits into the children. And when a man, this is something I made a statement, I don't know if it was Instagram or somebody tried to call me while I'm talking. Everybody still here? I gotta learn to put this thing on. Sir. Glad I started slow. But here's the statement that I made relative to, I made the statement that the quality of the family directly informs the development of the family and children. And a man that is not wise enough to give attention to quality of his woman is a fool. This is the statement I made a week or so ago. A man that breaks his woman is like a farmer. So you never worship. A man that breaks his own woman is like a farmer that goes into his own field, pours out water, then wonders why he can't farm. I look at, y'all forgive me, I just got a bit a little bit. But I look at this generation of youth, this time I was able to say young, and they said, old. That just look like they have absolutely. I've been living for 6 years. I know that there are a whole lot of women who are not like me. I know that there are a whole lot of women who don't even respect themselves, who are very disrespectful. But I believe with all of my heart, if you are 100% man, there's a certain level a man can go with a woman. He ain't going to go further. He's not going to be out here disrespecting women publicly all on social media. You know what I mean? Because there was a harsh reality. Behaviors that hit me when I saw one of my children. I have 4 kids, I only saw one born. The reason I only saw one born is because that was enough for me to see that it almost ain't even natural for a human body to go through that and bring seed into the earth. I didn't want to see
They still have no respect for it.
And there was a different level
At
of
least you were there
respect
actually see it.
that I personally developed as a young man.
Not everybody
I
is
saw
blessed to
no
be.
matter how crazy you talk, no matter what you do, I'm not going to disrespect anybody that brings seed into the world. You ain't got to be nice to speak it to somebody else's seed. That means you don't respect all women. But we have such a broken, toxic generation generation of men. Men out here in these streets like women. You know, women that get out here fighting. So men don't fight. So a man that breaks his own woman. It's like a farmer that
So I'm just trying to be at peace.
and pours out poison.
I don't know how to deal with this right now. I'm really just trying to be at peace. Every time I say something, you just do some more aggressive shit, and I don't know how to deal with reacting to that when you are supposed to be who you are to be. So please leave me alone. Just please leave me alone, please. Just please leave me alone, please.
Time I would be able to see young men.
Okay, so can you please close the door and stop freezing me so I can get back to what I'm trying to do? Let me get back to my peace. Why would I have you leave the door open to keep freezing me? We go through the same thing every day. I'm really asking you to leave me alone. Like, the disrespect, sorry, it's so real.
You are,
I don't care.
you are 100% man. There's a certain level man is going to go with a woman. He ain't going to go further. Not going to be out here disrespecting women publicly all on social media.
I don't give a damn.
Because there was a harsh reality. When I saw one of my children, 4 kids, so the reason the only soul born is because that was enough for me to see that it almost ain't natural for a human body to go through that and bring that it was. And there was a different level of respect that I personally developed as a young man. So it don't matter how crazy you talk, no matter what you do, I'm not gonna disrespect anybody that brings seed into the world. You ain't got to be my seed, it can be somebody else's seed. That means I'm gonna respect all of them. We have such a broken, toxic generation of men today. That men out here in these streets like women. Women that get out here
Right.
But let me get back. The man that drinks his woman. This is why it's important for us to do this. The woman is the nurturer. She nurtured society. Listen to what the Bible says in 1 Peter 3:7. Likewise, ye husbands dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel. And as, watch this, being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered. Man is not right. What is this text saying? Man is not right when his woman, not when I say his woman, I mean mankind and womankind. Manhood, womanhood. Manhood is not right with womanhood in general. Your prayers stuff don't work for you. Stuff don't work for you because God commissioned the man to what? Dwell with her according to knowledge, know her level, and then you need to honor her, especially your wives. Listen to what Colossians 3:19 says. Husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them. Because why is the scripture emphasizing this? That a man should be careful how he handles the woman. It's because the woman has to incubate the man's seed. The woman has to carry the potential that God puts in a man. God allows a woman to carry that and to bring that to term and to give birth to that. And so the well-being, the quality of the woman, she's a broken woman, she's a toxic woman, directly influences your seed. It directly influences the man's seed. And there are a whole lot of different ways that could fall that. But listen to what the Bible says in Genesis 3:20. Adam called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. This is why it's important for men like myself to speak to the issues of women. Now, let me say this. Everybody out here, all of those out here talking to the issues of women don't necessarily have the right agenda. I know a few that do. I'm not going to call any names, but I know some. And the reason God raises up a sincere generation of men to speak to these issues is because when a person or people have been victimized by an individual or a particular group, there's nothing that brings closure and healing like hearing a representative of that group say, yes, we did that. Yes, we were wrong. Yes, this is the right thing. That's why, for those of you that seem confused why so many women listen to the voices of men speaking to their empowerment, it's because the greatest influence on a woman is a man, and the greatest influence on a man is the healthy one. The greatest influence on him is the woman. But the reason God has raised up this generation of men is because we have a generation of women who are broken, who need to hear honest men who do not look into sleep with you, who have wives that they happen with, who have lives that are the model of what they teach. Women need to hear, broken women especially, need to hear a man say, you're not crazy. You didn't miss it. You were abused. Right. He did that. Yes, we're healthy. So now let me get into that. All of my long Baptist preaching, healthy woman, number one, clearly on the blue. Let's look at the healthy woman. A healthy woman is usually the product of effective parenting. Either effective parenting, because you do have some healthy women who didn't have effective parenting. Maybe not biological parenting, maybe they had substitutes, but effective parenting. Or she's the product of great examples. She may have had great examples of what to do before her that she's modeled. Maybe those examples weren't at home. Maybe those examples were at the school, at the church, or wherever. And healthy women are usually the product of strong sisterhoods. Effective parenting, great examples, strong sisterhood. In other words, this woman has a network or nucleus of friends, that female friends that hold her to a certain standard, and have been there to talk her down off of the ledge when life was trying to push her into broken consciousness. Healthy women usually when you check their lives, usually they made halfway decent selections pertaining to men. They chose safe men. Healthy women have a consciousness. She has a consciousness of the Almighty's value placed on her. So her self-evaluation comes from within. Most women, they put evaluation on themselves based on what's happening out here, what's trending, or what certain people are saying. The world says, okay, this is the standard, and you don't meet the standard, so take that stuff in. But you see, a healthy woman, she has a grasp, a consciousness of the Almighty's value placed on her. And so her self-evaluation comes from within, as the Bible says, and I love this text, 39 and 14, it says, I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, that my soul knoweth right well. What does the soul speak? The mind, the will, and the emotion. My internal being is aware the Almighty have placed in me. Come on now. That's a healthy woman. See, that's what I'm working. I'm working to create. I'm working to create a generation of healthy women. You see, because you can be broken and be restored. I'm working on creating a generation of healthy women. A healthy woman is balanced and productive on all levels. She's balanced and productive on all levels. Spirituality, intelligence, her intellect, mind, physically, relationally. She's balanced on all levels. So because she's balanced, she's never tripping in one area of her life. Seem to be taking another way. So you take a healthy woman who knows who she is and knows what she's worth, and she turns 30 years old, and the world says, oh, you all, it's all over for you, over the hill, all this kind of stuff. She ain't tripping because she still got a relationship with God. She's working. She still got personal ambitions and goals that she's working on. You know what I mean? She's still educating and growing in her mind. She's still taking care of her body. And so because her life is balanced, she's not tripping when certain areas are not necessarily, don't seem like they're coming up to speed. And because she's not tripping, she's not going to compromise that area. Because you say, you 30, and you 35, and you 40, and you 45, and you ain't married, you 50, you ain't married yet, oh, you can do all this over you. She ain't doing nothing. Because she's balanced. She's balanced. Listen to what the Bible says in Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31. It says, many daughters of conversions of valley sellers in home. Favors deceitful, beauty is vain. It's powerful. It favors deceitful and beauty is vain. But a woman that fears the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. You know what this text is saying? For those of you who are struggling with broken consciousness, this text just told you, if all you're concerned about is your beauty, you're wasting your time. Beauty is a waste of time. You know why it's a waste of time? Because it's
so many reasons. That's right.
It says, but a woman fears the Lord. He says, give her of the fruit of her own hands, her own works, her individual accomplishments, and let her own works praise her in the gates. See, a healthy woman, she does not value herself based on her external. She values herself based on her internal. Now, here's another thing about a healthy woman. A healthy woman is balanced between her femininity and her assertiveness. In other words, she can boss up, but she never loses touch with her femininity. She can be the boss, but she's always the boss lady. She never loses her concept of her own femininity. And she's able, watch this, she's able to vacillate. She can be the boss from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. And then while she's in the car, she can transform into, in fact, she doesn't transform. She just shifts that hat. She moves it around to her femininity. By the time she walks in the house with her husband, she's wifey now. She's not struggling with, walking around in her boss energy all day long everywhere she goes. Because she's healthy, so she's able to balance that. She understands that maybe being the boss in a certain situation is not assignment of this particular God.
Well, it's not much. Exactly. We shouldn't fucking have to be ever.
Just because I'm the CEO.
That part at the end of the day.
I don't have to carry all of
Everything
that.
else.
You do this, you do that, move. This is what I tell you.
Not them.
Already went through 300. she's healthy enough to balance between her femininity and her assertiveness. Now, why? Because she has to have a man that's feminine. She can have a little jive, man.
Right. That's all they do to get their motherfucking ground straight.
Their reflection of themselves. So the healthy woman balances between her femininity and assertiveness, because typically she's not going to have a man in her life that's going to be mature. She may have to tweak this and tweak that, make all of this work, because God created her to help the brother, and the brother to empower her. They merge her, they become empowered. They bring all of this stuff together, but she can do it all. She can balance it all. She can balance it all. In fact, I don't know if balance is the right word, but balance denotes almost a specific point where everything is level. And that's not necessarily the way life works. Let's use the word harmony. She knows how to harmonize. And she's not going to bring a man into her life or submit herself to a man that's not willing to help her to harmonize. Because, see, sometimes harmony requires that I give a little more to this, because this requires that my partner, holds me down over here. That's the way it's really supposed to work. And when a woman knows how to walk in her femininity, when a healthy woman is balanced between, her boss and her femininity, see, it's your femininity that will motivate your man to want to help you. Coming in and you bringing that, you bringing that up in there. You always get some pushback. A real man, he ain't gonna say a whole lot. Feel the energy change. Stick with that stuff too long.
Gonna break you down.
Healthy woman
gonna break you the fuck down.
She knows how to be the boss. She knows how to come home. She knows how to come home. Y'all hear what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
She knows how to come home and say, she knows how to smile when she walks into the house. And she understands that she's the thermostat of this environment.
Right.
Children and the man looking at the woman.
Well, how we.
Right. So she never walks into a house with that,
that outside energy.
Kind of energy. She walks into a house with that tropical type of energy.
Right. Nothing but love. I'm home. That's who I want to be. That's who I want to be with. Right.
You know what I mean?
Checking in. I have no respect for that. Still at that part. Toxic narcissist. It's too much. Right, it's a major difference. Major difference.
An assertive woman will always
spend good. Spill milk bags. You learn you learn that. Just don't be toxic. Be real, be you. I tell everybody.
A prophetess. Let's walk it down. Deborah. Right? Mm-hmm. Prophetess. The wife of Lapidus. Urged Israel at that time. She was spiritual. She was feminine. And she was really, I guess, she was political. Judge was a woman. So there is within you, even when you look at it, Proverbs 31, that woman did it all. She had children, she had servants. One portion of scripture says she made a little bit for a servant. She ran businesses, she had charities, she sold stuff. She hollered at her husband celebrated her. She was a great wife, great mother. She was all of that. And see, but it takes a healthy woman to be able to balance all of that and see. Okay, let's look at the characteristics of health. I actually gave you some. Let me give you eight well. She has unrelenting standards. Healthy woman. You have unrelenting standards. I don't care what they say. You have certain standards that you are not going to come down off of when you are a healthy woman.
It's always going to create a problem.
You have certain standards.
Toxicity.
And when I say that, when I say certain standards, I'm
not being bougie, not
your mind is already going to
that extra shit.
I want to be 6'2",
No. It's like physical features that don't mean shit. That's why it's just ugly chucking it. Just bad as cute ones.
You're not going to relent on those boundaries around your character.
That's
and your
relationship
dignity.
Pretty boy ass niggas, real talk.
That requires a healthy woman.
Based off
If you're not healthy, you're going to be duped into relaxing your boundaries, relaxing your guard, giving value without price, and allowing a clown to manipulate you as a queen into doing things you should have never let her be. She has a strong sense of individuality. You're a healthy woman. Subconsciously, you feel like that's what you're identity. Now pause right there. Most women are desperate for a man because subconsciously that's what they value. I don't get a man if I don't have a wedding. If I don't get pictures from Instagram of me, wedding, work. That's the way you think. You're in the right line tonight because that is a clearly sign of broken. Healthy woman. Well, if I get married, it's definitely something if it doesn't work out, if God doesn't send, if it just doesn't work out, well, I'll be happy. I got nieces and nephews, I got businesses, I got ministry, I got personal growth, I go see the world. Strong sense of individuality.
I think so, and I do. I'm teetering right between. I'm losing my healthiness that I've gained on my own. Be broken. Besides, everybody got some damn sure don't take me out nowhere. Wait, I just don't do nothing. It's great. If I do it for me, it's always somebody else. Might as well just have somebody else who's not fucking toxic. Who's not trying to down.
Personally healthy. There's a certain place you go for yourself. That's a healthy woman. I'll let her be. She's a servant to her community. She's not a she's a servant to her community. Let her be. She rejects negativity. Not going to even run with friends. She's not going to have so-called friends
that be in that bullshit. People looking at me crazy. No,
she's
ain't right.
Healthy woman is you can pretty much determine. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. You can determine that healthy by the content of her language. Not even just the content, the energy of her language. Right. It hurts my heart to hear just cursing straight up.
curse you the fuck out. And I say the occasional fuck as I just did.
A healthy woman is polite and wise.
But other than that,
A healthy woman can be
you're not gonna catch me doing that until you make me.
and never have to use curse words. Never have to get out of character. And you know you've been cut.
Mm-hmm. Get big and
It's like a razor
but
blade.
not as intellectual.
I know I've been cut. Where am I cut at? Somebody, oh, you bleeding back there? She cut you back there? Because she never has to get out of character because she's polite and wise. Listen to what the Bible says in Proverbs 31:26. She opens her mouth with wisdom, her tongue with the law of kindness. With a G, she helps others to heal. With an H, she's self-esteem. With an I, she feels. Watch this. This is big. She feels in her heart she has nothing to do. Ain't that not the truth?
Done well. Paid my dues.
But y'all, she can care less what you, y'all, them think. Healthy woman is not out here trying to prove anything. Ain't no man step into her life and run that game where, you know, he diminishes her and he talks down. Well, you know, you're not this and you're not that. And have her tripping because she's not living for you Christ. She has nothing to prove to anybody. All right, number 2, the broken woman. Now, the broken woman is usually the casualty of toxic man pornography. Talk about that. And the intentional process of female slave conditioning. We have a generation of broken women who have been broken by men. We have a generations of broken women who have been broken by men. Sometimes from their fathers, their boyfriends, their husbands, to their sons. Holy Spirit gave it to me like this again. He said, men are the dispensers of pain, while women are the containers. And let me just to bring this scripture back to what I've been John chapter 8, verses 3 through 11. I want you to see something very clear relative to the broken woman. Listen to what it says. And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him, speaking of Jesus, a woman taken with an adultery. They set her in the midst. They say unto him, Master, this woman was taken in adultery. Watch this. In the very act. Caught her in the very act of adultery. Sleeping with the not adultery. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. What sayest thou? This they said, tempting him, that they might have him accused. But Jesus stooped down, with his finger wrote on the ground, as though he heard them not. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at him. Again he stooped down and wrote on the ground. And they which heard it, being convicted by their own conscience, went out one by one, beginning at the eldest, even unto the last. And Jesus was left alone, and the woman stayed. When Jesus had lifted up himself and saw none but the woman, he said unto her, Woman, where are those thine accusers? Have commanded against thee?
Right.
She said, No man. Jesus said unto her, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. Now the thing I want you to see
There you go.
is this is a great reflection of society. This is a great reflection of society. They take this woman, they say they caught her in the very act of adultery. The first thing I want you to see is that they brought her, but they didn't bring the man. She was caught in the very act.
Right. She wasn't fucking us up.
They take her in a very public way, and they demean her in front of Jesus. That's the process of female slave conditioning. That's the process of creating a broken consciousness. The more a perverted male society breaks the woman's consciousness, the more valuable she will be to their perverted male society's wishing. And then when Jesus looks up and says, "Now, whichever one of y'all have no sin, cast the first stone," they all left. Well, the broken consciousness of the woman is created by a perverted male society that wants to, listen to what I'm saying, that desires to totally sexualize the woman. This part of society wants nothing to do with the brilliance of the woman, forgetting the fact that I think science supports the fact that women in a lot of cases are more cerebral than men. I mean, multiple things that this society cares nothing about the spiritual components of women. This society wants to break the woman to a point that the woman views herself purely as a sexual object, and to a point that she views herself and her value only in terms of sex. Because this society desires to use the woman's body. Talk about misogyny is a hatred for women. Most misogynists desire the woman's body while hating the woman herself. Now let me give you the characteristics of a broken woman. Because see, you have to understand that all of the twists and turns that you go through, these so-called relationships, I call them situationships, learn to teach them. Learn to teach them. That's why I tell you all, you were struck out on the last three folds of men you chose. It's time for you to stop. It's time for you to just stop and pause and allow your soul to cleanse and purge from all of this trash, because every time you go through one of these cycles with a toxic man that's intentionally breaking you, the damage only gets worse. The damage only gets worse. You're like an athlete who's broken your ankle and you still want to play on it. You can't play on that. You got to sit down on the bench. You got to go home and heal. You got to take off this season. Because you're constantly being broken, and you know you're broken. Listen to what I'm saying. You know that you're a broken woman. You keep returning to the same predator. You know you're broken. Listen to hear the characteristics of a broken woman. She's riddled with guilt. She's riddled with guilt. She has just, oh my God, she has guilt is just driving her. I just have to. It's like, I don't know, it's almost like somewhere you've been trained as a woman that you have to be perfect. It's like you have to be perfect, and it's like if I'm less than perfect, I'm of no value at all. I'm not human. I can't make mistakes. And when you do make mistakes, it's like you just carry this burden of guilt. And it's like, dudes, it's like we can make mistake after the fact. Sometimes it ain't a mistake, we do it intentionally. And have a good night's sleep, just snoring, slobbing all over the pillow, you know what I'm saying? But it's like with women, it's like there's this broken consciousness. It's like guilt just kind of has a feel to it. Let a bee struggle with low self-estimation. You can't even receive a compliment. You can't even receive a compliment. It embarrasses you for somebody to tell you that you're good looking. Because you had a fool that lied to you, broke you, and told you you're not all that, nobody else points out a woman characteristics of a broken woman. Letter A, she's really good. Letter B, she struggles with low self-estimation. Letter C, she needs to impress. Letter D, she's always in need of approval. Always in need of approval. She wants a man's approval. The sad thing about it is that she views her brokenness, makes her view attention as approval. So if the man is not responding to her in a sexual way, she views that as a failure. So if the guy comes up and he's interested, but he's not clearly sexual, he's not coming out of that kind of energy. She feels like her brokenness, he's not interested. The reality is that the man is trying to explore the inner aspects of you. Really, your external is beautiful, but he's looking for something long term. So he needs to know what's in your head, what's in your heart. But when you're broken, you misread that as, oh, he's not interested. And then you go down the street and you'll have a fool, that's going through all of these different antics and everything. You view that as a fool. Screaming across the street at you, calling you all kinds of, talking all under your clothes. Stop, hurry up, stop. Keep going, keep going. Letter E, she uses sexuality as a success strategy. When a woman broken, she uses her sexuality as a success strategy. Brokenness makes her believe that she has nothing much to offer, so she closes her body. See something here. Letter E, she uses sexuality as a success strategy. Letter F, personal value of relationship status. Never see a period of time in her timeline on social media. You don't see a period of no extended period of time where she's out of one toxic. Some of these guys are so toxic. You can just look at their picture. You can look at their picture and tell this dude here full of it. And then she come back there 6 months later, got another one, look just like him, maybe even a little more crazy. Because she equates personal value with relationship status. So for her, it's the end of the world to say I'm single, I'm by myself, I don't have nobody. So she just gets bumped around her. Letter G, she tolerates disrespect. So you sitting there, you just tolerate disrespect, you're broken. You don't let a man talk to you any kind of way, talk crazy to you. And in no way am I telling you that you're supposed to muscle up and try to go toe to toe with no man. Most of y'all can't. So I would advise you be going toe to toe with no man, but I would advise you that if a man is disrespectful, love yourself, come on now. You have to draw the line, and woman's supposed to be searching for you. Come on now. Because you can't tolerate that. If you tolerate disrespect, it's a sign that you're broken. Letter H. She struggles to know the difference between toxic versus healthy men. I had a thought that I'm going to develop relative to you all, and relative to you all saying to me, ain't no good men. I can't find a good man. And I say, well, available. Right man shows up. And I say, okay, well, we gotta look at this thing y'all call type. My type. Bishop, you what my type. Usually when we boil that thing down, we're talking about physicality, which is changing rapidly. And so as I pondered this, the broken woman not being able to determine the difference between toxic versus healthy men. Because you can never tell the content of a thing by the breath. You have to have the consciousness to, unpack it, to see what you're really working with. And what happens is, here's the thing. Out of one side of your mouth, you say, I'm looking for my soulmate, and the Holy Spirit said to me, oh, they're not really looking for a soul. They're looking for ego. Because you're trying to choose a man with ego. So you want a man for brand. You don't want a man for lifetime. You don't want a man to build you and create and kingdom with you. It's your ego choosing this man. That's why you say, he gotta be 6 feet, he gotta make 6, 7 figures. That's ego. And what ego is doing is, ego is dragging you towards everything toxic. That's why keep on choosing these cats, keep on getting the same result, because your ego keep on pulling you to everything. Keep on missing. Let y'all tell me that are no good dudes out here. I'm not gonna let you tell me that. I'm not gonna let you tell me that, because I know that's a lie. I just know there's a lot of men that are equipped to love a broken woman, that a broken woman is not healthy enough to recognize the value that all I got to say. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. See. Now, the broken woman must stop seeking healing. Listen to this statement very carefully. The broken woman must stop seeking healing in the hands of the people that broke you. The broken woman keeps returning to the same man or one like him that broke you in the beginning. You gotta stop seeking. You gotta stop seeking closure from the person that opened the door.
You like this?
Ultimately is, as a broken woman, you have to submit, surrender to God. A broken woman, the thing or the main source of the broken woman's feelings, when she eats very good things, into your situation, help you see how you process and stuff, and see how your childhood created paradigms in your thinking that make you susceptible to this kind of behavior, this kind of individual, so you can begin to unravel that stuff, begin to heal, because broken women can become healthy women. This is why the Bible says in Psalms 34:19, the Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, saving such as be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but God delivers him out of them all. God is the answer to the broken woman's situation. Now let me deal with number 3, the toxic woman. Then we're out of here. We got 4 minutes. The toxic woman is not only broken, she's angry. Angry, she's bitter. Toxic woman lives to manipulate and to destroy her community. She'll destroy her spouse, her boyfriend, she'll destroy her girlfriend, she'll destroy her own children. She lives to manipulate and destroy her community. She is self-consuming and she's highly deceitful. Toxic woman, many times, to be quite honest, is cause of many broken men that become toxic. Sometimes you have a very good guy who falls into the hands of a toxic woman. For whatever reason she's at this level, we don't know. And she abuses that man, and she breaks that man, and then you start hearing the language of the man. There's no women. Women ain't this and women ain't that. Over you.
Now I'm dealing with the bullshit.
That guy was broken by a woman.
Let's see. That's what the story was. Yep. To take it out on all of us. Because now we're hurt. Now suddenly they wasn't together. Like everybody watched it go down. Even me in silence. Shit.
Deep dive into that guy's background. There was a toxic woman somewhere. Cases that broke that guy. Now you got his nerve.
And everything I've been hearing up to the point where now suddenly it's transformed into that being me. All because of the same fucking bitch, same type of shit.
Talk with his voice a little suave and all this kind of thing. And now he misuses it. Okay, let me show you. Well, you know the prime biblical example of toxic woman is Jezebel, who serves as one of the paramount figures, biblical figures of narcissists. I believe that many toxic women are narcissists. They are self-consuming psychos. They will misuse their friendships, their parents, their lovers. They will do it. And 1 Kings 19:2 it says that Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah saying, so that the God will be me. Or also, if I make not thy life as the life of one of them by tomorrow. I was actually angry with the prophet Elijah because he just defeated her and all of her false prophets. She talking to this dude like she's a man herself. Now let's look at the characteristics of the toxic woman. She hates men. Letter A. Hates men. Write down under letter A. Write down number 6 for me. It says that must not ever reveal in thy heart, neither let him take nothing behind thee. Very sexual, sensual. For by means of a whorish woman, a man is brought to a piece of bread. Adulteress will hunt for the precious life. She hates men. Letter B. She say. Letter C, she uses her influence to control, manipulate. Letter D, she's domineering. See, there's a difference. There's a difference between being a boss, an assertive woman, versus being domineering. A domineering woman want to come in and subjugate the man, turn the man into a child and manage him and manipulate him. She's domineering wherever you put her. She's domineering. She's domineering. She's a toxic woman. She's domineering. Letter D, letter E. She maintains strife. She's going to keep up strife at all costs. Proverbs 25:24 says it is better to dwell in the housetop than with a brawling woman in the White House. It's better to live on the roof than live in a mansion. The old brawling, toxic, angry, mean, strong woman. Proverbs 7:21-23. With a much fair speech, she caused him to yield. Pattering of her lips, she forced him. She's a manipulator. She can even use her language to manipulate. She's almost like the female version of the toxic man. She knows how to use language to force people into whatever, subjugating people into whatever she desires. Verse 22 says, he goeth after her straightway as an ox goeth to the slaughter, to the direction of the stars, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasted to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. Now here's the sad thing. Here's the sad thing for my young ladies. You're wrong. You're not mature spiritually and emotionally. You're drawn to toxic. It goes both ways. You pass by, this is to my king now, you pass by a decent woman, wife material, and you land on a toxic woman because she's going to do everything in her power to appeal to your visual. She's going to be sensual, and she's going to flatter you, and until she positions you to a place where she'll take you out of your house with your wife. And then once she got all she needs to get from you, she'll expose you because she want to see it burn down to the ground.
Shit been burned.
All I so you got to just leave my hands alone. Like I said to the women the other day, ain't nothing wrong with you. With a toxic man. It ain't nothing no man can do with a toxic woman. No, what God will do. There ain't nothing you and I can do. So there are my little thoughts on this, y'all. If you got something out of it. Father, we thank you tonight for this time that we have together in our prayers. My God, is that you cause revelation to springboard into their minds upon all of us that will hear the each other listen. Let something said that just answer. Listen, y'all know the drill. Go to my website, rcface.com, sign up for my mailing list. Also, while you're there, don't forget to stop by and look at my online programs. Right now, my online programs are like 66%. Go ahead and direct you all to take advantage of it. And all of you, thanks to all of you that sold into winning timeless. I so appreciate you. Love you. Thank you so much. perfectly holy because it's really not my motive in life. I tell you that I live to a place of sanctification of the man that I am. So, just go to Amazon and check out all the titles. Of course, those of you that are counseling, thank you for that's the book I'm talking about. Perfectly good. I haven't talked a lot about this book, but this book would really be a blessing to a lot of you because a lot of you have this religious concept of God that is not who God is. Chapter 1, we talk about misconceptions about holiness. Chapter 2, we talk about facts about holiness. Chapter 3, responsibilities of holiness. Chapter 4, understanding the flesh nature. Chapter 5, holiness is a process. Chapter 6, 4 keys to the holiness process. Chapter 7, holiness and the 3D lifestyle. Chapter 8, the potter's process. Chapter 9, the great privilege of holiness. Chapter 10, holiness and integrity. Check it out. As I was saying, those of you that need counseling, but we do have a relationship with Better Help. Those that in the description, use that. Check out what they can do. Use that link, it'll work 10% off. And the entire road. But you can check it out for yourself. See if it's something that you think works for you. So I love you all. Thank God for you. Thank God for you. I have some other ideas how we can run a little Valentine for you, reach a little more. So listen, I love you. So let me get out of here, man. Love y'all. Have a great night. God bless you, baby. Talk to you soon.
Good morrow. Total fact.
If you're a survivor of abuse, know that your feelings are valid, and it's not your fault. Many survivors, and even others, place blame where it doesn't belong. That's why we made this video to help break that cycle by understanding how trauma affects the brain. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, leaves scars that go much deeper than we can see. It doesn't just hurt in the moment, it rewires the way your brain works, often affecting how you think, feel, and even relate to others. Now let's explore what experts say about its real impact. The brain under stress. When you're exposed to abuse, your brain's alarm system, the amygdala, goes into overdrive. This part of the brain is responsible for the fight or flight response, helping you detect danger. But with prolonged trauma, the amygdala becomes hyperactive, constantly sensing threats, even when they aren't there, leaving you in a state of high alert, anxiety, and fear. At the same time, the prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate decision-making and control emotions, can become less active. This imbalance means that while you're constantly on edge, your brain struggles to calm you down. As a result, you might feel anxious, easily startled, and even have trouble concentrating. Memory and learning. Chronic stress or abuse can shrink your hippocampus, the part of the brain that controls memory and learning. This damage makes it harder to remember things clearly. That's why people who've experienced abuse may have blurry or fragmented memories. Sometimes the trauma comes back in flashes, or parts of it get blocked out. For example, in court cases, survivors may struggle to recall details, and people wrongly assume they're lying. But in reality, trauma messes with the brain's ability to store memories accurately. Understanding this can help us be more compassionate and supportive towards survivors, rather than questioning their experiences. Trauma isn't just emotional, it's biological, and the way memories are stored or forgotten is part of the brain's response to protect itself. Emotional blunting. Remember when we said that abuse overstimulates the amygdala? When this part of the brain is overactive, it can trigger strong feelings like fear, it's shame. But sometimes your brain tries to protect you by shutting down your emotions. This is called emotional numbing. It's a defense mechanism where you feel numb or disconnected, making it hard to experience both positive and negative emotions. While this numbing can offer relief during the abuse, many survivors struggle to flip the switch back on, even when the abuse ends. If you've been abused and struggle with emotional blunting, please know that you're not alone. Healing is possible, and it's okay to reach out for help when you're ready. Emotional dysregulation. A recent study by Baaaaaaaack and Compass from Vanderbilt University found that abuse significantly impairs a person's ability to control their emotions, and as a result, damage to the prefrontal cortex. Imagine you're driving a car, and every time you press the brakes, they barely work. Now picture the gas pedal sticking, causing the car to speed up at the worst possible moments. This is kind of what happens to the brain when you've experienced abuse. The parts of your brain that control emotions and decisions are malfunctioning. Sometimes you can't stop yourself from feeling too much, easily swinging from calm to anxious, sad, or even angry without much warning. And other times, you can't feel anything at all. Impulsive decision making. Dr. Jamie Hansen, neuroscientist and developmental psychologist, found that children who experienced abuse often struggled in school, got worse grades, were more likely to get into fights, and skipped classes. Similarly, research by Malik and colleagues showed that physical abuse made victims more likely to use drugs, drink heavily, hurt themselves, and engage in risky sexual behavior. Both studies demonstrate how abuse not only overstimulates the amygdala, but also damages the prefrontal cortex, the brain responsible for decision-making and self-control. See, what happens is the brain has gotten so used to reacting quickly to protect itself that it struggles to think things through and make calm, well-thought-out choices. The emotional pain caused by abuse can also lead people to look for ways to escape or cope, no matter how unhealthy, leading them to engage in aggressive, reckless, and harmful behaviors. Depression and anxiety. Victims of abuse often feel hopeless and overwhelmed, which is why many report symptoms of depression, feeling sad, empty, or unmotivated. They may also experience anxiety, constantly worrying or feeling on edge, even when there's no immediate threat. For many, this goes beyond temporary emotions, developing into long-term mental health disorders. Statistics report that abuse increases the risk of developing clinical depression, phobias, PTSD, eating disorders, and suicidality. The good news is that the brain is adaptable, and with the right support, it can heal. Abuse has deep, lasting effects on the brain, but understanding how it works is the first step towards reclaiming your mental health. If you are a victim of abuse, please remember, it is not your fault. Do not hesitate to reach out to your loved ones and seek help from a professional. So how can we better support those who are struggling with hidden passive trauma? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. And if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insightful content. We also have videos on 4 signs it's emotional abuse, not toxic love, and 4...
Hi, Principals. We offer one-line wireless plans with no hidden fees for just $25 a month on Verizon's 5G networks. One flat rate for every single line. Unlimited data and minutes. Your wireless should be visible. Really confetti. Switch at visible.com.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Well, at iPostal One, we can help with that. Whether you're starting your first business from home or trying to...
Hey.
I mean, BT, I support it, but I don't know, man.
Where do we start? There's so much stuff.
It used to be a lot different back in the day. I mean, I'm saying, like, I want to say about the BET Awards and ask you two a question. Why don't the women who are at the BET Awards realize they low-hanging fruit? Like, why not? Because you can tell they don't even know. Yeah. Tony Braxton had on a dress that showed flat out everything but the pussy lips.
I didn't see that. I didn't see. But I saw a lot of the other performances.
When I saw Tony Braxton in a dress, I was just like, I don't know if this is the BET Awards yours, but I'm like, this is basically saying I'm nothing. What's up?
Hey,
I saw
60?
Tony Braxton ain't young. Other young lady, Remy Ma. She's married, right?
Yeah.
If you saw what she had on, there's no way you would ever believe that she was married. She put everything out there to be looked at.
The Papoose?
Yeah. Is she still
I'm not sure, but didn't her son just get convicted of murder?
Did he?
Well,
I'm not sure.
did he get
I don't know
convicted
nothing
of
about.
murder?
I don't know nothing about her that much. But I'm just saying, like, I was shocked when I saw the outfit the sister had on.
Her son was recently charged with deleting someone, and I don't think Papoose and Remy have officially got divorced, but I believe they're separated. I don't understand why being a play whore is so popular. Being a whore is an occupation. Like, I wouldn't show up to the BET Awards dressed like a doctor. Like, I'm not a doctor.
How about this, Craig? If they dress like that, do you think that pussy ain't in the game?
It's all the way in the game. All in the game. Yeah.
It's
If you are out there, basically, and some of these women, oh my God, it was so sad. Did you see the picture of that one lady, Little Mo?
No.
You have to.
the rapper?
Little Mo, my
She's
God.
back
It is,
out. Oh my God.
hey man, can we get this picture up, man? It is so sad. When I saw this picture, I was like, oh my God, do you see that? Do you see that? It's sad. Hey, can y'all put this picture up, brother?
Okay, here's my thing too, though, because no, I did. That's funny. Somebody already said for it. I was gonna actually say they said D dressed somewhat like that. I'm not gonna lie. I dressed. I would consider, when other people look at me, I would consider risque when I was younger. But
well, now the old and young dress like this.
Facts.
I dressed a particular way when I was younger.
Yeah, this is great.
But I wouldn't if I was by myself. Now, let me tell you, if I was out by myself,
Chris,
I had a
find
different
that picture I see.
Yeah, buddy.
That the women are out here trying to demand respect.
That's wild.
In this cold-blooded city life, and they are out here dressed like they want to be snatched up.
Yeah.
I just sit back and look at it where I'm like, yo, I mean, like, okay, I can't watch this because I know what I think and feel to do when I see these women naked before me, and it's a trap. You can't act accordingly. There was a time where strippers were easily distinguished from the rest of the women.
Facts.
Now, dressing like a whore is what you do when you step out the house.
Facts. Attention
All
at all
facts.
costs.
All
It's
facts.
just, that sucks, man.
Hey man, look, it's such a cold-blooded trap how. But look, it's easy. It's easy and common to look fine or sexy, but way harder to exude grace, poise, sophistication, or elegance. A wise person told me that. Let me say it again. It's easy for women to look fine and sexy, but way harder to exude grace, poise, sophistication, or elegance. Some women can't pull it off. This is sad because of the altered she's altered her body and it looks very irregular. Where you do when you step out the house.
Facts. Yeah. Attention at
All
all
facts.
costs.
All
It's
facts.
just, that sucks, man.
Hey man, look, it's such a cold-blooded trap. But look, it's easy. It's easy and common to look fine or sexy, but way harder to exude grace, poise, sophistication, or elegance. A wise person told me that. Let me say it again. It's easy for women to look fine and sexy, but way harder to exude grace, poise, sophistication, or elegance. Some women can't pull it off. This is sad because of the she's altered her body and it looks very irregular, where you just wouldn't imagine someone out dressed like that, who looks like that, unless it was a circus show or something.
You know, it's crazy. It's like dressing is supposed to be one of the ways you establish your identity to people that don't know you. So as a woman, why would you want to establish yourself as a sex worker? Because that's why prostitutes dress that way, is because they want to establish in the environment that there's pussy for sale. So if you're a woman that's not selling pussy, why would you want that to be, why would you want that type of attention?
Somebody said class. It's be classy. I have a little phrase that I do when I wear a certain thing, or certain items where I think somebody would be like, they're not comfortable with it or what have you. But I try to have, how you say, somewhat, some like if something's gonna be tight at the top, a little loose on the bottom, what have you. But that's just me, and I call it class sexy because I want to.
So
as a woman,
class sexy?
Well, men don't feel like that. No, I made it up. That's me. But I'm just saying, men don't feel like, oh, I want to put this on because I feel good about myself. It's just a whole. It's not. They never do that.
It's advertising.
But a woman, a lot of times we feel a particular way. We go, you know what? I want to kind of present that.
Well, let's talk about it. D, let me stop you, D. Just say what it is. D, when you were younger, you used to dress like these 3-year-olds. Now that you're a little bit older, in retrospect, you realize maybe I shouldn't be dressing like that. But D's not going to say that. She's still going to try to, well, it's all try to justify these older women dressing like 3-year-olds. Stop it. Do you feel that women are under pressure to not be the whores they are?
What do you mean? I don't know if they're whores. You mean dress like what you consider?
No. You look at that. Look at that. Right. You're going to say that's a respectable woman?
I didn't say. I just said dress like. You said whore. You said.
I said what I said. I meant what I said, and now we're talking about everything but what I said.
Like a pilot too, like a pilot that sells pussy.
It looks like the village people, but they are trying to dress like that. It was their thing.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm just saying, it's like, we have her up there. She's just one example of how you are supposed to. These women expect you to say, hello, how are you? How are you doing? When you be wanting to say, what's up, baby? That's what that outfit say. That's a fact. Women think they can have it all. And I said this in a video a long time ago. Women think that they can dress like 3-year-olds, strippers, Jezebels, ladies of the night, but they still want to be respected as if they're someone's housewife, like they're a sweet, morally filled woman. No, can't have it both ways. Women truly believe that they can have it all.
That was my thing before too, and I would say, look, if you looked a certain way and somebody came up to you and said something like disgusting to you, like, what caused you to say that? Usually it would be how you presented yourself.
They say she looked like a gay pirate.
Do you dress different, D, if you're horny?
That question I asked, I guess that question ain't for this panel.
What do you mean? Because I wouldn't say horny, but I just got through saying.
The question I asked.
Wait, I just got through saying if I'm feeling a certain way, I really will kind of present myself. Especially if I have my dude with me, I would do that. Sure, yeah.
Women dress differently post-it. Like after some dick, they gotta get you some pussy. It's very conservative.
Not necessarily.
You gotta get dressed.
Not necessarily.
I have been in the streets with a woman who dresses like this.
No way. She's walking.
Darlene, can I land since you didn't want to answer the question I asked?
Go ahead. I can't see you walking.
I was in the streets. It was earlier in my life. I've said this story. I flew a bitch in from Florida. And we was walking down the streets And around the Beverly Center, because that's all I knew when I first moved out here. This probably about 05,
Oh, you
06.
were already older.
I didn't like it. The attention she was bringing to us. I said, this is not safe.
Yeah,
Like she had
I
a
get
big
it.
old ass and had the ass out. The outfit she had on, you could see how she was put together. And I did not like that.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on. We gonna get into a fight.
You just couldn't. You can't be with somebody like that.
I would
It
never.
takes a particular type of a dude, I guess.
No, it takes a motherfucker who is not mentally stable to walk down the city streets with a woman. Because you know what comes with it.
Oof, and you've seen it.
Yep.
I've seen it.
You get drama with women
Right.
who dress conservatively because mom is looking for drama.
That's
But
true.
when you got a woman who is half naked with you, in her case, because that looks
She look
ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm about to say that. She looks ridiculous.
Be in the streets right off
It's
my
a
mom.
costume party. Unless it's something like the way she put together, she ain't made for that anyway. But I'm saying, like,
And it's almost to a point where people, this is the way I kind of view it sometimes, is that they, especially entertaining women in the entertainment business, it's almost like to a point where it looks like it's a competition. Like they want to outdo the next one. I don't know. That's the vibe I kind of
you
get.
can't
Like,
outdo the next woman because after the
in
streets,
that way, in that
after
particular
the streets through with you, they don't want you.
That's a fair point by Corey. Once the streets done with you, they done with you. But I see what Dee's saying, and that gets says a lot in this segment of YouTube, is that you have older women still competing with younger women. That's why Lil Mo out here, Lil Mo got to be in their 40s easily. Why you out here dressed like that?
That's what I'm saying. These married women who have a man and they feel to dress like that, there is no way you can ever claim self-respect. You married and you in the streets like that.
That's how
Yeah,
much further
too.
can you go is my thing. See, a lot of them, how much further can somebody go? Like when you see somebody that dresses like that continuously, it's like what's next? Like how can you walk out? Oh, remember? I'll tell you what a crazy
Somebody
house.
said, who is that? She's an old school rapper named Little Mo. And I hate to leave her picture up here only. Because it's another picture I got if y'all want it. It's the picture
I'll tell you. Can I tell
with
you?
Remy Ma on
Can
there.
I tell you?
I'm not dissing Remy Ma. I'm just saying what she got on out here. Did you see this?
No.
No, she naked.
I didn't see any of them. I didn't see any of them.
She naked. This is Remy Ma.
Oh, well, she just has pasties on.
She's naked in the street.
It's pretty, yeah, it's flesh colored, so yeah, when they have that covered, it's...
And do you see me talking crazy? I'm just saying, sister, you are out here with all the goodies out. Man, show this picture. Y'all gotta show this picture.
Yeah, you could be a singer, but...
No, they ain't
She was
seen
figuring
this
she
dress.
Oh, you're talking about Lil Mo. Yeah, she's not a rapper.
My sister turned me into a monster. She burned my face when we were children. Everyone, including my father.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'm sorry. She don't rap.
A relevant point.
I seen her rap.
I'm just reading that, but I'm just saying,
In the animal world, this is called mobbing. That's when the prey taunts the predator. You know, so like, you know, the deers, that lions.
They got one of the pictures.
teasing is basically.
Yeah, it's like, you know, throwing, you know.
If you don't show this whole picture,
Do some smoke shake shake.
the monkeys.
If Miss Cat Williams.
But here's my thing too: when
Y'all ain't got the full list.
When you choose to dress a certain way, you can't be upset with what comes with it.
Good point, D.
I'm saying, like, if you're going to the BET Awards, and this is how the women are dressing, how are you going to maintain an audience full of women dressed like this? Because I don't know if people can see up close. That is not nothing under there.
Yeah.
Remy for the streets, bro.
She got the monkey out, dog.
I mean, I would
look
enjoy
good
that,
too,
you
but
feel me?
No, but not as your lady though, walking up to.
No, we not. Yeah, she can get it. She can get it. I'm saying, like, I'm not talking about how she looks. What I'm saying is, if we in a society where the women I mean, like, there may be places in parts of the world where this is how people dress. But what I'm saying is, this is the city.
Look who's doing it, though.
When you say that, what you mean?
I mean, look at
You mean the place, the wards?
look at where they are in their careers. These are women who are far past
Over the hill.
the heights of success.
Who's that?
You're saying that they're trying to hang on.
Right.
Right.
Who's
That's what
that?
Exactly what he said.
Right.
Oh, who that is? Was she an athlete?
No, she's a singer. She's the
Okay,
one.
this woman has on a thong, something covering her breast, and a sheer thing where you can see she's walking around in a thong.
Someone just
Jesus
said,
Christ.
someone in the chat just said they don't dress like this at the White Awards. Well, I don't know. That MTV Awards, I don't know.
I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments. I do know, like, at the MTV Awards, they have women wearing, like, the crazy outfits. I remember there was a woman a few years ago, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, who was dressed like an all-meat, dress. I know
Lady
they do
Gaga.
have those crazy outfits at the White Awards, but
Yeah.
the question would be, are they as risque? Do the women dress as risque as
That's
they do
the
the BET
proper
Awards?
way
I think
to
that's a good
phrase
question. Y'all let me know in the comments.
That's
Thank
considered.
you.
Could you imagine Aretha Franklin? Them type of people, you know what I mean?
No, but here's the thing.
Shirley
Right?
Caesar.
But they do wear.
You saying the
The
ones
gospel
that
woman.
No,
The
wait.
gospel, the gospel woman.
No, but wait.
people think they just hot.
Regular person.
And niggas are dressed like this in the gospel.
No, now
Big
those
man.
ladies
Shit
wear
not even touching
really
the
fitted and low cut things, but I think too, it's when somebody's a certain size that they don't get sweated. You feel what I'm saying?
Right, I can see.
I think if it looks somewhat like
I done seen fat bitches get put out of places for dressing like this.
That's
Yep.
hilarious.
The Lakers
Ooh.
game is the most famous one.
now,
Yep.
They put that bitch out of there.
remember when what's her
And
name?
told her don't come back up here.
Lizzo.
When Lizzo showed up with the
And had her ass hanging
remember
out.
she had the
Yeah.
you didn't see that?
They told her
It's
don't come
fucked
back
up.
up
They
here.
told you.
Kids
Get
and
their
everything
ass
in the
up.
background.
She should be able to have a lawsuit because,
Better ass
you
up.
know,
But
Rihanna
still,
and all them girls
they wear
that
the
dress
same shit, but
all
because Lizzo's
revealing,
big,
she
it's
came
a
in there
whole
and said, get
problem.
that bitch out.
Yeah.
Did a video on that.
Now
Girl
she
talking
was
about
next
Lizzo
book.
about a year ago about that exact incident. I'll leave it pinned in the description.
Tarana, she had the
This the Lakers. This ain't the Clippers, bitch.
butt cheeks were exposed in the game, like throughout the whole stadium.
In 2 years from now.
This ain't the Clippers, bitch.
But anyway,
What
somebody
if Luther
said that.
Vandross showed up?
I like Lizzo.
Yeah, he ain't gotta hide no more. He can dance with his father.
Oh shit. Why is he so stupid?
EJ probably would dress like that.
EJ dressed like that anyway.
Listen,
Niggas out here, if men ever decide to be out here
Showing ass and whatnot.
basically displaying,
They
let me say something. Because they used to talk about being sagging and showing their ass. Let me
right.
tell you something. This
I
is
still
bait
think that
for
shit.
jail.
Yep.
This is bait for jail. The way the laws are set up in this nation, this is gonna get you locked up.
It's look, they're all having a whole. Everybody's having a little shit fit. Oh
you gonna show
Not a
up.
shit,
well,
but
I shouldn't be talking about this because I dress. I did. I already admitted it. I used to dress what I was in my era as risque. But if I did one, I was pretty much with my dude. We were at an awards. I actually can show you the dresses I wore for the awards.
Darlene, look, let me tell you something.
MTV, BET, Soul Train Awards. I'll show you pictures, and they weren't that good.
We made it to be OGs. It ain't nothing to be ashamed.
I'm not ashamed. I'm just saying something I can't talk about. Sure, I
You
can.
dragged the streets with that monkey. Didn't you?
I did not. I was a good guy. I did not.
So you said the only time you dressed risque, or what you say, class sexy.
So it's still sexy, but not touching class.
Sexy. That's
You
sexy.
said you was with your dude the only time you dressed class sexy. Yeah, what?
No, I would say sexy there. Because then I'd be like, really go ham. Because then I'm okay, I'll my dude.
There is something inside of women. They want to be ravaged.
If that's what he wants to call.
Not all women. Not all
man,
women.
peace.
A lot of women want to be.
Send me ring.
Oh my God.
I ain't gonna say that.
Jeez.
I'm scared of that. I'm scared of that word. That's a joke.
Don't use that.
I'm scared of that word. Because you know this old crazy shit. They don't raise a flag, and that's a joke.
Yeah, it's a
But
joke.
what I'm saying is, there are women who want this attention and really are afraid to say, I want to walk out the house with my goodies show it. I want to do this.
They want the attention.
The pressure of society makes it where they gotta just look stupid, because some of them still do it anyway. They want people to say stuff to them that's going to be said to them when they're dressed that way. And you just don't find a lot of women willing to admit it. I'm hustling my monkey. When is they going to say that? Darlene, when you used to dress revealing, when it was kosher,
Some would say this.
you borderline ready to get kicked out the Lakers game. No.
No.
Can I say something controversial?
I mean, please.
What now?
I'll ask you later, D. I ain't gonna forget. Go ahead, D. It to me.
Women want to crave attention so much. Most women would rather be alive and in danger than alive and in peace. Because the attention is more important than peace to most women.
You gotta say that again and give it to them where it lands. Because what you said is powerful. They go, what?
Most women would rather be alive and in danger than be alive and in peace.
Facts. It's good.
They would risk their lives, their families, everything. Respectability. For attention. No matter how dangerous the attention
They
is,
fucking get it too. So now they still do respect feelings.
that's that dopamine.
Fucking
They
crazy.
rather have that. Most people are addicts of themselves who dress like that, which means they do shit to be in the spotlight because it causes a release of dopamine into the system, and that gives them an elation, like being on heroin or being on coke. So what she's really chasing is that shot of herself. You know what I mean? But when that
Perfect sense, right?
when that shit runs out, then
Why
there's another
like
level to
this? Why you operate
Well,
like
and,
this? Like,
and it gets even way worse than this. So it just sucks.
getting arrested.
Then you on somebody
Got some
talk
thinking
show
we all
like Vivica Fox with all that weight in your neck talking about, I'm about to go husband.
Not the weight in the neck.
And I thought she looked very presentable. She's getting sweated for that purse she brought. Angela Simmons.
Oh, I don't know nothing about it.
Okay, there's some controversy there. Apparently,
Is that one of your stories she got coming
it
up?
was, but it was just a little bit on the beach. I don't want to cover a lot of the beach, but she looks pretty. She had a really nice dress on, right, with her dude, but she brought a purse that's shaped like a gun, right? Angela Simmons, and apparently everybody, like, there's a bunch of people around her, close proximity in her, like, her babies, her ex-fiance, that's the father of her son, was unalive, and was shot 13 times, right? Yeah.
Jesus.
So, yeah, no.
The other
yes,
one.
it's Rev Run's
Right.
daughter. So now she's with, is it YG? I don't want to say the wrong.
The big nigga got killed.
Yeah, he got killed. He got killed when the baby was like maybe I think a year.
That's crazy.
So anyway, and the guy she's with, I forget his name. He's a rapper.
What is
it?
Gangster,
Yo Gotti. Okay, so now she's with Yo Gotti, and apparently his brother was just murdered. Okay.
Yeah, Junk.
And her dad, like I said, is Rev Run. So she shows up with this bag, and it's just she went on and did this. When I say long, it's this long apology, but here's the thing. That's actually a purse. It opens up.
It's a fat bitch with makeup on. I don't know what the fuck we really got this bitch on here? That's a fat bitch with makeup on.
I can't believe she's 36.
Look at them arms.
I feel so bad. She's 36.
That arm is literally doing this to her armpit.
Oh no. Stop it.
Another picture.
But anyway, here's my thing.
You got to see some other pictures. Yeah.
Me and Craig have different takes.
But here's my thing, because she seems like they're tearing her up. But it's not like she just had it. She said, I'm sorry, I thought it was cute. I thought it was some art. But then she keeps doing stuff like this. So throughout the whole night, she's doing that.
That's what you gonna do if you got a purse that's shaped like a gun.
No.
I mean, it's kind of silly, but I wouldn't see why she would feel the need to apologize.
But here's the thing. I would have thought there was maybe you had like a strap. You know what I'm saying? Like hang like purse. But she's holding it,
looking like a gun. Yeah.
Look at that arm.
If you don't.
Yeah, she's too young to be out.
Oh my gosh.
If I would tell her,
Stop
if that
it.
was my girl, I'd be like, baby, you gotta put something on that arm.
Stop it.
Rev Run's daughter. And
Say, you gotta put something on
right,
that.
because the other girl's older.
Yeah, she
Oh, that shit can I put in
was
here?
not meant to be shown in public. Angela was hot when she was younger, though. They needed to build another part to that outfit.
If you go down further, there's a picture with her and him.
She needed a shoe sleeve on with that.
Let's put it in.
He said the shoe sleeve. Look at that meat.
Hmm?
Show that meat right there again. Can we get a picture of that meat?
She's too young to be.
That look, what do that look like?
Man,
That meat right there, what that meat look
Not a
like?
cute purse at all.
That look like a midget
Jesus.
spread eagle. Okay.
like her bicep went to sleep down there. Man, I'll catch y'all later.
She put muscle relaxers on her back.
Shut the fuck up. Yo.
That's a good one. Go back down. Please go back down. Like a few. Please go back down just a few. Wait. Slow down. Coming up.
I hope it's good, dude.
You can do well.
They say that meat look like a pug puppy.
Somebody said she's armed, all right.
Oh, shit.
That's hilarious.
She's armed
She's armed and dangerous.
Thank you, Craig Blaylock.
See, let me tell you something, man.
That's funny.
I got clothes I ain't got no business wearing.
You know that's a big dude. You know that.
The backlash when I put them on. I think she really thinks she was fly.
They all do.
I like the dress. The dress was beautiful. It's long, and it's pretty cool. But I'm just saying, you ask for it when you do stuff like that. They gonna come at you.
Somebody say she was never hot.
When she was
I don't
younger.
really know too much about those two girls. I know they had that one.
Gums and teeth the same length.
Oh, shit.
No,
She was meaty smile.
No, Angela was good looking when she was younger. The meaty smile.
Said the meaty smile.
Not too long, it's gonna be a vegan protest.
Yeah, but they
Oh,
doing
shit.
all that. And
They say tilapia hard fish.
Oh, God, he's gonna be on our head. That nigga
I'm trying to tell you, coming for your necks.
For real?
Yeah.
You got to be seven for her. See, that's what I'm saying. It's different strokes for different
Where's the picture of them? There was one in the back. There it is. That one from the back. See, why is she doing poses like that? Like it's seriously again.
Her arms, even though they ain't showing under, look at that arm, bro. It look airbrushed to be an X-Man or something.
Cut it out. Evil.
It comes with the territory, little
It's over, man.
Sorry.
I'm through with it, man. Y'all look. Anyway, just to wrap it all up, I want to let the sisters know when we put their dress revealing like that, it's all good, but we are going to criticize.
Don't get criticized for it. Wear what you want, but expect backlash. That's just kind of what it is. I think Corey made some great points. Craig made some great points. He was trying to walk the line. Because he know back in the day she was dressed just like this, so she doesn't have much room to talk. As I stated earlier, you just can't have it all. Can't dress like a 304, dress like a stripper, and then expect people to treat you class and dignity. It's not how this works. If I walk around with my shirt off, I'm tattooed up with a gun on my waist. From a visual standpoint, I'm
You look like a fucking nigga.
Right. But I can't be expected to be treated as if I'm a CEO or executive of a Fortune 500 company.
Right.
I'm dressed like Lil Wayne from the early 2000s.
Right.
Women want to have it all. And it's just not plausible. And it's super sad when you get to see Little Mo, Remy Ma, women who are getting older, they're still in competition with younger women. That's why they dress like that. And there was a time, especially when I was a young kid, that you could distinguish grandmas, older women from the younger generation. Back in the day, grandmas dressed like grandmas, even if they were in their 40s, early 50s. You could tell, hey, it's a grandma because she conducted and carried herself like that. Now, you got city girls, hell, you got city aunties up here because they're still in competition with younger women. What the hell do I know? Could be wrong, man. Y'all let me know in the comments. You better squad. All out.
Any updates on the quarterly report? Scribes have been mobilized. Beat go. Total.
Saw blade? What am I gonna do with that? Okay, sniper. We were so close to getting that. Come on.
If I was a dude, I'd be trash. Really, I would be trash. Y'all would be mad because it's man up. Listen, why can't we just be satisfied? Why listen? I think if men learned women, because every woman takes something different sexually, I or your partner, you know how to satisfy them. But don't make it seem like we not satisfied with you. Just put no effort in it all. Well, let me hurt y'all niggas up here. Who hurt these niggas? Like the same picture, all three of them. Like they got hurt by the same person. Like she lied. It's some R. Kelly and Usher, same girl shit happening over here. This picture is the earth. That's why you came from Cincinnati. Came over here. He over there talking about something. Y'all don't mean to be doing nothing. Why y'all just lay there like that? Because we tired. That's why we fucking lay there like that. You ate dinner, didn't you? I cooked dinner, your clothes are clean. I'm going to lay down for the rest of the night. So if we fuck this fine, I'm laying down. Tired.
The fuck?
And to be honest with you, make control of stuff when y'all on top. If a woman is on top, we control it. Y'all gonna nut even faster than you normally would. I know the woman want to be on top, and you keep saying stop. We let you control it.
Right. You know your tempo.
You finally on top, you lubricated your knees.
Right.
You squat, you ready to go.
Right. You wasting my fucking time.
I'm good. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to make sure you good. You good? Nigga, I gotta work at 6 o'clock. Hurry it up. I got shit to do.
Right. Probably put one more freezer open. Look at me being all productive with the stove.
Where you from? You from Cincinnati too? You from LA? You okay? It's like you came here to learn some shit tonight. Like you came, I'm gonna walk away with something. And it was funny because I can see your shadow but not your face. But when you ask the question, you put your hand back on your mouth like, Why y'all do nothing? You must have been. Is that your lady right there? Why would you say that in front of her? God. And why they be like, why you don't do nothing? Why you don't do nothing? You asking me? Ask her. She right there. Roll them checks. No, nigga, we talking about you. That's what we talking about. We talking about you right there. That's why she put her head down when you asked that. She was like, why would you say that stupid shit? All my friends sitting here thinking I don't do my shit in the bedroom. I just be laying there. And if I do so. I can't believe you asked that with her sitting right there. I'm so blown away.
For real.
Why they don't appreciate us then? Why y'all be complaining then? Say it again. We didn't get sensitive because you made a comment. Huh? Baby, you go. Y'all listen. We didn't get sensitive. You made a comment and then I commented to your comment. That's all. But still. What? How many show laugh at? He'd be alright. You know, dry January, so I'm not drinking. But if I was drinking, we'd have been fighting outside. Let me tell you that right now. You'd have been like, oh, that bitch. I'm saying that shit. Well, I hope we get to do stuff tonight.
You feel me? Because obviously you need it.
I hope she moves.
You know what I'm saying? Like.
Stop making comments. Stop making suggestions.
Right. Then be mad when I comment about your comment. Stupid ass. All the products I just got. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, and 6 seconds. Everything. Alright, I guess we're ready to go. Ain't got no damn money without nothing else. Yep.
This is the other side of Kirk Franklin
No.
brain. This is the
Super
reckoning.
good. Everything got prices set already. Nope. So you got store and check. $6. Yeah. Price, everything got price. Everything's set up.
Hello, welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I'm your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay. The guy that's stopping by for conversation and drink today. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love it. Some call him the greatest, one of the greatest comedians, dead or alive. One of America's greatest entertainers, one of the funniest men on the planet, world-renowned, multi-talented, a comedy legend. He's the top touring comedian selling out arenas. He's a hilarious storyteller, Emmy Award-winning actor, voice actor, rapper, writer, producer, director, icon, genius, a national treasure, philanthropist, humanitarian, social activist, a father, one of the great funny men of our generation, of any generation, Mr. Cat Williams.
Thank you, sir.
How's that intro?
Amazing.
You
Did your
are
thing.
magnificent at intros.
Yes, sir.
You did not skimp on mine. I appreciate it.
Right. Gave him his
Anytime you
flowers.
come to
That was
Club Shay
proper.
Shay, we have to talk.
Yeah.
Bro, you've been doing it. I mean, you one of the top two, one of the top touring comedians of all time. You already got started before we started taping.
I did. I thought they was mine. And, yeah. This particular alcohol is stronger than you think it would be, probably by about 2. And unbelievably smoother and milder by the same maybe 30% than you could possibly expect. And unlike cognacs, the world
So
over,
it hit you.
this one doesn't taste like wood at the end, and it doesn't taste like it's got artificial colors, and it doesn't taste like it's got artificial flavors.
Okay.
It's a fine product.
He's a connoisseur. You can tell he's a connoisseur. He's a cognac connoisseur. He understands the method that goes into making cognac.
Right. Well, as a comedian, you get free drinks at the club.
Okay. You got no choice but to become a connoisseur.
Connoisseurs like myself, or straight up and down
Done. Yep.
like 60% of Hollywood.
Well, thanks for stopping by the club. I understand that you're very, very busy, and for you to take time out of your busy schedule and stop in today, we really, really appreciate here at Club Shake Shack. So thanks for stopping by, Sam.
And I needed you to know why I came by.
Yeah, I need you to tell us why.
People know I don't go everywhere. I'm not interested in talking to people unless it's like a Larry King or somebody of an amazing ilk that I would actually want to go talk to in real life. Okay? I don't do it so I can sell product, and I got things to sell, so let me come talk. You have a great product here, and as a fan base, we love the attention that you spend on the guests. We love how much work you've done, how well you know them, how prepared you are. The same things that we liked about you in football. You brought that on over to here, and that's why it resonates. And the reason I had to come is because you made a safe place for the truth to be told. You know what I mean? And I have watched all of these lowbrow comedians come here and disrespect you in your face and tell you straight up lies. I'm talking about things that have never been heard in all of Black Hollywood. They feel comfortable sitting here lying to you about it.
You gonna set the record straight?
Are you kidding me? You let Ricky Smiley sit here and you said out that mouth. You stole Friday After Next, the 1 hour later. I wish all of America fumbled a bit when that happened. And then he said some stuff that we haven't heard in 100 years in Hollywood. You ain't say nothing. This man told you he had Cat Williams' role. He was going to be Money Mike. And Cat Williams was going to be the Santa Claus. Now let's
3 quick points. You mean in Hollywood they cast a 5'5" black Santa Claus that weigh 145 pounds? That's your story. Your story is the Ricky Smiley words because he had a Christian fan base. He was gonna play the pimp. Why you didn't ask him why has he played a woman in more movies than he's played a man? Well, he shouldn't be able. You wouldn't let an athlete that been on steroids talk about one of the greats. Ricky Smiley can't act because Ricky Smiley can't act. He told you the story about when the movie came out. Where did he say he watched it? At home. He wasn't even at the premiere. You telling this man you stole that. Oh, so he could get his name in the same sentence with a great one. It is sad he was just that bitter when we were shooting it. He told everybody, it should have been my role. Everybody on the scene. Why do you think no cast member has ever said anything?
He could have played that role like you.
Sir, no one. Why no? He was with KD. He beat up Terry Crews. Why nobody know this story? You talking about in Hollywood they switched off roles. You take this and he what?
Mommy, who is that?
How'd she get here? Today's the day.
Skip this.
Ricky Smiley knows this, and I don't know why he would lose a child and come on the air and start lying. That's why people believe in rituals right there. It's because, well, why would he lie? I don't know why liars lie. But I can tell you this. We auditioned in Los Angeles.
Yes.
I was audition number 201. 200 black comedians auditioned for the role of Money Mike with me. You say the whole 201 of us was auditioning and you had already had the role and had already shot the role in 4 days? The truth of the matter is, the Money Mike in the original script got raped in the bathroom, and that's what Ricky Smiley was okay with.
Especially thinking today.
Just keep lying. That'll sound good. You think somebody want to hear your bullshit?
With Cat Williams had to take the risk in front of the studios and the cast and the powers that be in his very first movie and say respectfully, humbly, guys, if we talk about anything else, I have no credibility and I have no pull. But we're talking about comedy, where I have all the credibility and all the problem with Friday After Next is we're trying to make a classic comedy And this comedy involves a rape.
problem for me.
And rape is
I don't
never
do it.
funny,
They should
no
know
matter
last
who
name
it
Sam.
happens to or
Shit's
what
stupid.
the circumstances are. If you would allow me to allow us to do
Oh,
this
same
movie
shit you
without
keep
a black
fucking
man
complaining
getting
about
raped
day
in
in
it,
and day out.
I promise you
I
that it would be
fight to
twice
defend
as funny as it would be with
you.
him
Give a
getting
fuck about
raped.
my family.
So
Be
considering
honest.
that's the
Say
real
whatever I
story,
can.
why would you bring up that story? 35 members of the cast and crew have never brought up that Ricky Smiley was going to play Money Mike. No one ever saw me put on a Santa Claus suit. We got a wardrobe department. They made a Santa Claus suit for me. Why that wasn't in the bloopers? And here's the other thing. Everything that Money Mike said, Cat Williams wrote. So what Ricky Smiley say on his? You can't say my lines, I wrote. That's how I already know that I'm going to be funnier than you. What he told everybody was, Cat Williams, and don't nobody know who he is. I'm to the radio. I'm with Steven said. Everybody know me. That's what he told everybody that would listen to him to say. That's the truth of the matter. He was so egregious, not now. Then he was so egregious that, and Hollywood has never heard this in 100 years. He was so egregious, I put in my contract that I won't work with Ricky Smiley again unless he's in a dress. Now, what was Ricky Smiley's next movie? Was it First Sunday? Did he wear a dress? You bet he did. It's in my contract.
That part. Why the fuck not? Like, Ricky, you can sit there.
Unbelievable actor. Him and Tyler Perry can't play a man and say they like him. They play good women. And I believe that the best actor should be in the best role.
So that's why, because when we released that clip and he said that, you responded because he said he was supposed to play Money Mike and you were supposed to play Santa Claus.
An outright lie. So that he knows is a lie.
So why would he say it?
Because he's a liar. Nobody knows why liars lie. And that's why I had to come on the program. Cedric did the same thing. Cedric told you when you asked him, did you steal Cat Williams' joke? Yeah. He said, it don't line up. How it don't line up that I did it on TV in 2018? You came to see me at the Comedy Store do it in 2019 and then did it on the Kings of Comedy. Like, what doesn't line up? This is a televised joke that Mark Curry helped me punch up and get to the level that it was. The same Steve that went to go watch Mark Curry do his whole sitcom and then stole everything Mark Curry had. Now Steve got a sitcom where he the principal and he wear a suit and then he gets this high top fade. All black men think he got the best lineup in the business, and it's a man unit. Then you ask him, why you not a movie star? I didn't want to be a movie star. This the same Negro that hated on Bernie with this same thing. I didn't want to be a movie star. No, you couldn't be a movie star. There are 30,000 new scripts in Hollywood every year. Not one of them asks for a country bumpkin black dude that can't talk good, okay, and look like Mr. Potato Head. You have to have range. I played a lot of characters, 60 movie roles. I'm not playing Cat Williams in there.
I don't know, Cat. We might not let you drink anymore. The way we ain't even got.
I'm not fueled by it all. I've had a sip, less than you.
Mommy, who is that?
How'd she get here? Today's the day.
Say, talking about he said what he said because he drinking. Really turn him up.
The truth don't need motivation. I'm just saying I can't let these dudes lie. Cedric's sitting here telling you why he ain't a movie star. He over here look like a walrus. You didn't say nothing. He can't even get his arms off his stomach sitting on there. Why I'm not a movie star? He never wrote anything. Remember, when Cedric the Entertainer starts, he's supposed to be singing, dancing, and telling jokes. That's why he's called the Entertainer. We found out he can't sing, can't dance, and doesn't write jokes. He did 4 comedy specials. They're so bad, Shannon, they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. Can I say that again for the audience? They're so bad that they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. You don't think Santa Claus is a comedian? The world doesn't think that. Sir, I have 12 comedy specials. He has 4 specials that are not available on Netflix or Tubi.
seems to me, Cat, that you have a lot to get off your chest.
No. Psychologically, winners are not allowed to allow losers to rewrite history. I don't say any of these things if my name is not breached by these people on your platform. If you give a liar a platform to lie, then I'm not being messy by saying, hold on, that never happened, it's untrue, and there are hundreds of witnesses for each thing I'm saying.
So let me ask you this. What is your relationship with Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, and Cedric Dennis Taylor as you sit here currently?
For 30 years, they're a group. These aren't three random guys. The way that Ricky Smiley kept appearing at all of my auditions is because of Steven said he would tell anybody that, listen, they got a gang on that side. They know what it is. They know who the gang is. Why Earthquake not in movies? Because he's illiterate. He can't read. And they found that out when they gave him a show and put the cards in front of him. Like, all of these dudes are co-entwined and they share secrets, and this is the age of truth, and the truth doesn't need to be scared of the fact that people tell lies. Cats on drugs. Where are the stories? Why is there no story of anybody who ever sold a drug to me, did a drug with me, was around me when I was inebriated? I got 5 daughters. I got 5 sons. Why would we tell these ridiculous stories? Because it's competition. You feel like, well, why comedy guys can't just get along? Yes. Why didn't you get along with the other teams you were competing against? If you were at Denver Broncos, why you don't get along with the Cowboys? Something wrong with you?
But I don't disagree.
No, that's not what. Did you play against the team? Yes. I've taken 46 comedians with me on the road. 46.
Okay.
I'm not the comedian you can give that to. I only put on comedians that are funnier than me. Anybody that ever told you differently was a fat face on liar. There's nobody like me in the business.
I just called straight.
Faison said that getting a Netflix special is easy. I have 12 specials. Guess how many Faison got? 0. Why is he allowed to have conversations about real stand-up people? We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all. As a journalist, that's all. That's all I'm saying. I don't harbor any resentment to any of these entities because I can't be jealous. I've never seen them have anything that I ever wanted. If you sign up for their program, you get a light-skinned, weird-faced wife that never do an interview. Listen, in 20 years, won't do an interview. Nobody's ever talked to her, and that she's never been interviewed anywhere. And now, understand, I'm not talking about one person. What I just told you applies to 7 people. How they all end up with that. That's part of what you get. I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TGJ, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light. Amen. Right.
After that, I don't really kind of know where to go. Let me one more time.
Right.
We good now?
Because the people want to know how did he get black?
Yeah.
Because in 30 years I've done nothing but collect.
I love from the box. I gotta leave it too. I know I can use that later.
don't suffer.
Your information, knowledge, and your secrets. So if you and a man was in a corner doing something you wasn't supposed to be doing,
You tell me.
no, somebody come to tell me.
Okay.
I gather that, I value that, I'll pay for that. Come, tell me. Should know, and they all know it. They all know it. Why? Because you don't make me the villain. Not the guy that raises black children and ain't never done a hard drug in his life and don't have no stories of doing nobody dirty. And they'll just go out and they'll lie. The industry doesn't mess with Cat because he didn't show up for the studio. No studios have ever said that. Look at my IMDb. It will show you that no studio has ever lost money with me on the script. How? That's why I'm saying, that's why I can't let Ricky Smiley say he was supposed to play Money Mike. Because I wrote the words for Money Mike. I designed the hair for Money Mike. I collaborated with the wardrobe department and made outfits to make sure that no one in America would be wearing what Money Mike was wearing. I told them to go get the Prowler. I then told them to paint it purple. I told them don't have an actor playing a pimp. We could get an actual pimp, Archbishop Magic Don Juan to play. Like, I did far too much work for somebody to come years later and try to tag along just for their own self-aggrandizement.
Why didn't Q set the record straight? Terry Crews could have set the record straight. Nobody else could have set the record straight. Why didn't Q set the record straight?
That's what you were supposed to ask him when he told you those lies that no one's ever heard. Right, but he's telling you something no one's ever heard of. Nobody has ever heard. Oh, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon was in a movie, and somebody said, y'all should switch roles. And, like, this is a business.
But that's the thing, Cat. Normally, when people will give you information, I'm thinking I'm hearing it for the first time, and they're giving information no one else knows or has ever heard. So I'm taking them at face value.
These are like, this is like Steve Harvey telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey was never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash and doing 5 shows a week. They just tell the stories. Thanks to my wife, I'm where I am. You said that about the first wife. You forget that? You told us it was her. Then you went and married somebody else that think like a man. Like, what are you talking about? They think they can rewrite history. Guy Torrey did a beautiful special about the Comedy Store on Fat Tuesday, where he said that Steve and Cedric and Kevin Hart and Tiffany Haddish came through there and made all lies. Steve and Cedric never performed at the Comedy Store at all. Tiffany was only seen at the Laugh Factory. In 15 years in Hollywood, no one in Hollywood has a memory of going to a sold-out Kevin Hart show, there being a line for him ever getting a standing ovation at any comedy club. He already had his deals when he got here. Have we heard of a comedian that came to L.A. and in his first year in L.A. he had his own sitcom on network television and had his own movie called Soul Plane that he was leading? No, we've never heard of that before that person or since that person. What do you think a plant is? Maybe people don't understand the definitions of these words. He just did his documentary with Chris Rock where he shows you that his whole upbringing in comedy was on the East Coast. Yeah. So how simultaneously was he here in Los Angeles doing the same thing? It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I hate to seem like a petty individual for picking apart lies. But Jussie Smollett gonna keep lying until you say we don't believe you. Like, it's important in the checks and balances of the universe that liars not get to make complete narratives for themselves. I'm afraid about being what do you mean again? These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why. You know what the number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is? Is to act like it didn't happen. They all do the same job. Why Why do you think Gary Owen can't cross over and he already white and been in comedy for 25 years? If what I say ain't the case. It's a cabal. It's a consortium. They rock with who they rock with and they don't with who they don't. But I'm not scared of being the competition any more than you were when you lined up across from a superior team. Yeah, on paper they're a better team. Right. They have all the assets and resources and we don't. But let us get on the line, boy, and see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't. Because Shannon Sharp got to be a different person than that other person. Absolutely. And he always was. That doesn't change when I change teams. That remains the same. That's how a legacy is built. So all of these shortcut takers, they canceled me for talking about Harvey Weinstein before the thing came out, but he offered to suck my penis in front of all my people at my agency. What am I supposed to do? He did all of that. I'm thinking I'm the only black person on the script. I get there, it's 3 other black guys on there. Woo. Huh. So you wonder what they did? I told him no. What y'all do? And this is why when I walk in a room, heads go down. Behind my back, I'm nothing. I'm just a regular old comedian that's bitter and jealous. But in my face, no. The king has walked in and they have to respect it only because I've not taken the shortcuts. I've not been funded. They pay you to not talk about things they don't want you to talk about. They tell you that themselves. I can't do that because Steve told you that he stopped doing stand-up because he had 7 TV shows. The only problem is when he stopped stand-up, he didn't have those 7 TV shows. He stopped stand-up because he got in a comedy battle called the Championship of Stand-Up Comedy with one Cat Williams in Detroit in front of 10,000 people and lost because Cat Williams said he was actually bald and that was a wig. And I went in and that's why he couldn't do stand-up anymore. Imagine him coming to tell you another story where he got so big and it was Bernie and them's fault because they wanted to be movie stars. What? You called Ocean 11 to get that nigga's part. What do you mean you didn't want to be a movie star? So on the behalf of Bernie, I would have to say what I have to say.
Have you ever been on tour with any of these guys?
Every guy I mentioned to you is not funny out there in real life.
Mommy, who's that?
She did. Today's the day. Still no. Faithon's never done his own tour in 30 years. Steve Harvey don't do stand-up no more. Cedric doesn't write. I'm sorry, he doesn't write. Ricky Smiley has been playing the same old black woman forever. Like, you can't get a young fan base with that. Like, you gotta be doing karaoke around the country to make that work. And he is. But I'm a stand-up comedian. This is my 19th 100-city tour. I'm not gonna have a conversation with these lazy. At any point, yes, it's easier for you to juice than to get in the gym. But you don't get to bring that body in here talking crazy. No, there's too many comics out there that are putting their life on the line to tell these jokes, man.
Okay, let's get to your upbringing. We're going to circle back and review some.
You had said when he was out, it was in 2018, 2019. Did you mean 1999? Because it came out in 2000.
No, I didn't. No. So what I meant to say was, remember, he said I couldn't do stand-up anymore. I had 7 TV shows. I said he didn't have any of those TV shows at the time.
I know you're talking about Cedric. Cedric.
Okay. Okay, no. What comes out in 2000?
The original Kings of Comedy.
Right. I'm on BET's Comic View, and they're using this as the commercial in 1998. That's why I'm saying, So if I said the dates wrong, Yeah. So
let's go back and clear that up.
okay.
You said I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To that point, you say.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know. The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
It had done so well on BET's Comic View that they had made it part of the commercial. So part of the commercial of make sure you tune in to BET was you seeing me doing this joke. And this joke is one of those jokes in comedy where you set it up and it takes a little longer to set it up, takes about 3 minutes. But then you're just hitting them with jokes after that because you don't have to set it up.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. He had me go back in the lab to help me craft it to be an even more powerful joke. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke. 1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comedy View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke.
Sweetness.
And he's doing it.
Sweetness.
Just changed my car into a spaceship.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, that's how you feel? Beaten.
As I stand before you.
I know how to.
Cedric's there was nothing that would have kept me one of these in that patch right there. Like, are you kidding me? Why would you downplay me like that? Why did I give you a pass?
I hope that wasn't too far.
How'd she get here?
Box.
Don't know. Faison's never done his own tour in 30 years. Steve Harvey don't do stand-up no more. Cedric doesn't write. I'm sorry, he doesn't write.
Hey, baby. Oh, you gonna walk right past me to steal stuff?
Like, you can't get a young
That's how you do.
with that.
That's hilarious.
That's how you do. Ma'am. Little ma'am. You know I'm watching you. You better not. Girl. You. There was the good morning. Hello. Good morning. No. That's what you okay? Nothing. You just start terrorizing. Yeah, you're gonna start terrorizing. Why? Why you do me like this? Oh, girl. Go ahead, get your friend. She doing the most. Get your friend.
I'm talking about because
I couldn't do stand-up anymore. I had 7.
So when you 60 years old, Reese is 27. The baby talking shit. Oh man. Same. I shouldn't need it at 60. Yeah, about 113. Yeah, she might have to help daddy walk up the stairs. He probably won't get there until like the scriptures say like 20 years. That's how long we're supposed to live, 120 years, which make ourselves sick. We don't live to our expectancy. But there's still people I have cousins
homicide that lived up with me. 110, 111, shit like that. I ain't get 120, but that's how we supposed to do it.
That's about right. Little girl. Little girl. What are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing? Oh, until you come refill it, bro. Let me see. Why? Why? You just insist upon yourself. Bring me that. Give me that. Little girl. Alright. About to come chase you. Think it's a game? It's cute of mugs. Interesting. It looks like it should be pretty decent. Let's see. No run. This way. Too dangerous. Sam. Sit the fuck down. I'll put you outside. Let's go do it. I'm tearing up my stuff. Sorry, people. 1 more second. Damn near impossible to watch. Look, you made me get applesauce in the bed. Stop it. Stop. That's why you can't play with the mirror. You don't know how to use it right. Girl, 7 years bad luck. Ooh. Come on. Come on. Exactly why your ass don't go outside. try that again. Okay, I'm back. Let's hear some more Cat and Shannon. I apologize for the intermission. Had to get my baby right. Alright, let's continue.
TV shows. I said he didn't have any of those TV shows at the time.
I thought you talking about Cedric. Cedric.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
2019, but it came out in 2000, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, no. What comes out in 2000?
The original Kings of Comedy.
Right. I'm on BET's Comic View, and they're using this as the commercial in 1998. That's why I'm saying, yeah. So if I said the dates wrong, yeah. So
Take a shower.
okay.
You said,
yeah.
I had Cedric on here, and I asked him about the joke stealing, and he said the timeline doesn't add up.
Correct.
To that point, you say.
Right. So he thought that I was just a no-name comedian and that he could take this joke and nobody would know.
Right.
The issue was that I had already done this particular joke on BET's Comic View twice.
Right.
It had done so well on BET's Comic View that they had made it part of the commercial. So part of the commercial of make sure you tune in to BET was you seeing me doing this joke.
Right.
And this joke is one of those jokes in comedy where you set it up and it takes a little longer to set it up, takes about 3 minutes. But then you're just hitting them with jokes after that because you don't have to set it up.
Right.
Mark Curry had already helped me work on this joke because I thought it was good because I was getting a standing ovation on it. He had me go back in the lab to help me craft it to be an even more powerful joke. So this is not just a random joke. This is my very best joke, and it's my last joke, and it's my closing joke.
Okay.
1998, I'm doing this joke. It's on Comic View. Cedric comes to the Comedy Store. He watches me in the audience. He comes backstage. He tells me what a great job I did and how much he loves the joke. 2 years later, he's doing that as his last joke on the Kings of Comedy. And he's doing it verbatim. He's just changed my car into a spaceship.
Mommy, who's back?
I don't know.
How'd she get here? Today's the day.
No. She's sitting stuck comfortably.
Him and Steve had already apologized for me, so I gave him a pass for a decade. Why would you sit here and be like, I saw Cat 30 times. And Cat didn't do as I stand before you, Shannon. I would have bust Cedric's stomach. There was nothing else to one of these in that patch right there. Like, are you kidding me? Why would you downplay me like that? Why did I give you a pass if you were just gonna lie? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, they're all a group. Cedric, Steve, Ricky, they've been a group. Everybody knows that. They've been aligned. And there are these alliances in comedy. And if you stand against them, they sometimes have a problem. But we don't let that change the content because that's all you know me for, is that I'm quite likely to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Can you believe we're this deep into the NFL season? We got to make every second count. With DraftKings Sportsbook, you can make the most out of every game day. Bet on your favorite teams for a shot at winning big bucks. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets. Or betting live on any matchup. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the app now. Use code Shannon. New customers can score $150 instantly in bonus bets for betting just $5 on the NFL. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code Shannon. Crown is yours.
Let's get to your upbringing. Born in Cincinnati, Ohio, raised in Dayton, Ohio. What was Cat Williams' upbringing like? Your parents were Jehovah's Witness. You were a prodigy. You were brilliant. You talked to me that you got accepted in college at 7 years of age. You could read fluently at 3 years of age. So having that kind of knowledge, having that kind of prodigy on you. So what was your upbringing? How was life as Cat Williams coming up?
I was often confused because I knew things and I wasn't sure how I knew.
knew things that I felt like I don't have a reason that I know this, but I love to read. I was voracious because they told me when I was young that knowledge was powerful. That knowledge was power, and I had studied powerful people, and I really believed that. I immediately, my next project was to read the whole encyclopedia set. So when you're like 6, 7 years old, you read the whole encyclopedia set. You think you're one of the smartest people in the world, only to get out in the world and find out you don't know anything. You know, so it was a confusing time. But yeah, I had a childhood. I was grown, but I at 5 years old, I was in front of 10,000 people giving a performance with a full suit and tie on. You know what I mean? So it came full circle for my life. I knew that the applause and the giving of information and laughs and truth to people somehow benefited them and also benefited you. And yeah, so when they would ask me what I wanted to be, everything that I would say that I wanted to be was something that didn't exist. And they would never give me credit for it because I needed to say a doctor or a lawyer. But that's not what I wanted to be.
So your parents weren't as supportive as you would have hoped because you were wanting to be things when you got older that they had no knowledge of or it didn't exist at the time.
Let me just one time make sure it saves. Make sure it saves. Nope. I'm outie.
No, it wasn't that. It was
Now,
I'm saying
let's try out this new store setup.
I'm almost 100 years old right now, but if we go outside right now, I can run a 4.340 or sub. I can do a 4.16.
Oh, just Jimmy John's across the street. We can order a sub.
Belt
But you've been on the submarine. Is that what you sub?
That's on. It's just not having that realization. I'm like, why is this bill so weird? Now it makes more sense. I'm not doing it right now. I'm gonna let him come in here like this first. Get some money. Buy some more products.
Like there was a portion of school where I was one of the big dudes. Like as soon as everybody caught their growth spurt, I was out of there.
Bestie. I'm coming. Just give me a few minutes. Just a few minutes. Yes, honey. Didn't you leave the tablet out there?
I'm saying I was.
Didn't you leave the tablet out there?
My father was an athlete. Like no, I've been 145 pounds my whole career. That's why I never bothered when they said your cat's on drugs. I knew.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I haven't changed off this pivot foot. This has always been who I was before stand up or anything. But it was an interesting childhood. I appreciate my parents, even though I couldn't live within the religious frameworks of what they had set up. But that was more not wanting to live a double life and not want to embarrass my.
Because I read where a form of punishment for you is that they would take books because you mentioned you were such a voracious reader. And a form of punishment was when they would take the books for because you could read fluently. You told me how at like 3 or 4 years old you could read, not just a little child's book, but you could read.
Well, I'm saying when we go to Haiti to do missionary work, understand that my mother and my father, nobody that's there with us speaks French. It speaks Creole and reads French. So I'm in charge of everything, from the housing to the cars to the gardener. Like I'm saying, so I'm not just reading. I'm reading in multiple languages.
Right.
I'm probably reading 3,000 books a year from the time that I'm 8 years old to the time that I'm 12. No fiction books at all. I'm only reading nonfiction.
12, you received a full scholarship to the National Science Academy in Dayton, Ohio. But you failed, so you couldn't become an elder. Why did you want to take that opportunity?
I didn't see it as an opportunity. When I got in there, all the students were wearing lab coats. It seemed very confined and restricted, and nobody seemed like they were having fun. It just seemed like everybody was smart. I didn't want that. That wasn't what I was signing up for at all. And plus, I thought that Jesus was my big homie. So you know how you get a story about a dude join the gang and get a big homie, right? Like at this particular point in my life, my thought is that the Bible is the greatest book that's ever been written, that it houses the truth, and that it gives you this story of Jesus, and I'm supposed to be like him. So it's already in my head that as soon as I get 13, I'm dead.
You not only like, okay, Mom, I'm moving out. You moved from Ohio to Florida on your own. You weren't afraid. I mean, you like, did you not have? So what were you gonna do when you got to Florida?
Don't say I wasn't afraid. There's no such thing as a human being of not being afraid.
Okay.
There are certain human beings that understand that being afraid in no way stops you from doing what you gotta do.
That's right.
So I was afraid.
Very.
I couldn't be that
Still
afraid
had to make
because
the
I
move.
knew what had happened with Jesus. I knew how it worked out. I knew that I wasn't in
It was still something bigger than what you can see in front of you.
I didn't have any bad
To be
intentions.
there.
So I trusted God.
That's right.
Why Florida?
Because if you're raised in Ohio, the one thing on your list is I'm gonna get away from snow, and I'm gonna get as far.
Hottest possible, non-snowy.
I literally went to a truck stop and I asked all the truck drivers where they was going, and there was one guy going to California and there was one guy going to Florida, and they told me how long it was gonna take.
And Florida was
That's
closer.
why I ended up in Miami because.
You told the bus?
No,
I just
you
told you I
hopped
was
him.
at the truck stop. I didn't hitchhike. I didn't hitchhike. I got in the back of the dude's 18-wheeler. Me and my Rottweiler puppy and my suitcase. Yeah, because I probably had $2,500 on me. Like I was shoveling snow and cutting grass. Like I always had pockets full of money.
When did you make the decision that you were gonna leave Ohio and go somewhere? And it ended up being Florida. So, but when did you know that you were leaving Dayton, Ohio, going to Florida?
She gave it. Today's the day. And my father and I's last interaction, somebody could have not made it. And we both understood that was all bad.
What was the disagreement
about? If you say that my family is very religious, let's just say I'm not. So anything that I'm going to do is going to fall out of the guidelines.
Right.
But I'm not going to let you tell me what I'm going to be, even, especially if what you're saying is wrong. I can't condone wrong. And if I find out that something is wrong and I tell you it's wrong and you don't back me, that's what it is.
Even as a young child, you were willing to tell your parents that some of the things that you're saying doesn't coincide with what I've been reading in the Bible?
No. Very simply, don't try to disfellowship me for sexual acts and I'm a virgin. Sorry, God don't make mistakes. You don't get 3 times to fuck me up. What do you mean you went to God and he told you I was guilty? You just lied on God. So that's it. There's no conversation. Deuces.
That's you made the decision after that conversation.
Sounds like what happened was some kind of incident where somebody accused him of having sex with somebody or doing something where he did not, according to him, he said God told him he did. Everything is based on the Bible, but you just literally lied and told me that. I know it's not. It's more of a discernment factor versus
a great man. I'm saying
He's not gonna.
Because it seems like y'all butt heads.
But I'm saying that generally happens in a son dynamic. It was just that religious relationships are always difficult in families. And they always are.
Before he got to the point, because the dynamic, he's father, you're son.
For
Before that
starters.
dynamic, and you step up on his level and you challenge him, you better was best for him.
No. I'm not being challenged. I'm being beat to death.
Oh, he was abusive.
I didn't say that. I said we were in an altercation.
I see what you did there. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there, Cat. I saw what you did. You was in an altercation. You didn't say you lost. You said you was in an altercation.
It was a combination.
I in no way gave you the impression that I won anything. I'm the one leaving. I'm out of bounds. This is his house.
Right.
Yeah. So as long as I'm going to be under his roof, there are certain things that I'm going to have to do.
Right.
And the only way that's going to change
is if I leave.
Is either this or that.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I had two younger brothers. Like, I'm not an unreasonable person. Like, I don't have any mental issues whatsoever, despite what they lead people to believe. You know, I make pretty good decisions.
Were you not? So how was their relationship with your father? Were you not afraid to leave them?
Well, I asked because it went all the way to the actual department, so it was actually going to be something. And when I asked them if they could just make sure that my brothers didn't get separated or what have you, they said they couldn't make those type of guarantees, that they weren't really sure what would happen if this went down. And so part of leaving was the hope that it would be okay for them, because none of them experienced what I experienced. I'm saying I'm the oldest, it's a lot riding on me. I'm supposed to at least religiously hold down the family's name.
Correct.
At this house. Correct. You know what I mean?
How much older are you than the baby and the knee baby?
Like a lot older. Like I think 13. Yeah, they're 5. And in Pampers.
Wow. You go to Florida, you tell the story of her, you were homeless. And somebody else told the story, said they were homeless, and you said they hijacked your story. Now, I don't.
At 13, I shouldn't have to tell you I'm homeless. I'm in Miami, Florida. I have no family members in Florida. I couldn't buy a house if I wanted to. I couldn't get an apartment if I wanted to. I don't have a credit history. Like, this is not a stretch for me to say that I'm homeless. I'm living in a park in Coconut Grove. The park still exists to this day. For 8 hours a day, I would get up and go to the library and study for 8 hours a day to increase my education. And then I would leave out of there and go to the marina and steal car radios and make $2,000 almost daily. Like, I had a routine.
So you really could have played that Santa Claus. You could have played it.
No, the Santa Claus wasn't a thief. The Santa Claus, you can't tell me. I read the script. Ricky Smiley told you he didn't read the script. The Santa Claus was a crackhead. He just had that outfit. That's what I couldn't have played.
Okay.
Like, I couldn't play in the bathroom.
Right. So at any point in time, you're like, man, I made a mistake, man. I should have stayed my butt in Ohio, man, because this ain't what I signed up for.
I didn't experience anything once I left home that I hadn't signed up for. If anything, it saved my life. Me being homeless for that small period of time allowed me to see all of the people that were in that situation, and to see that these were lawyers and doctors and teachers, and that these people were white and black and Asian and Indian, and the only thing that all of these homeless people had in common was they made a bad decision and aligned themselves with drugs. And I interviewed them all. What drug? What? And guess what, Shannon? Nobody had a great story. Nobody had a great story of what meth had done for them, what crack had done for them, what cocaine had done for them, what heroin had done for them, what speed had done for them. Nobody had them stories. Everybody's story was, I had my life together, and then I decided to do this dumb thing, and I lost my wife, I lost my house, I lost my cars, I lost my reputation, and now I'm now out here sucking penis.
But crack.
In the
You know
woods.
what I'm saying? Like,
What? Talk about scared straight.
Right.
You ain't got to worry about me.
I promise you.
If it ain't weed or nicotine, you won't see me touching it.
Big
I'm holding
facts.
the cards. I done seen what these
Big
things can do to
facts.
people. Anything that take over your free will is the devil.
The devil. Facts.
Have you ever thought about what your life would have been had you stayed in Dayton, Ohio?
See what they say about her.
What's in there? You might taste some Doritos.
Taste some drip.
No. That's like asking somebody that's in the NBA for 14 years, like, what would have happened if you didn't come to the NBA? Oh, I shudder to think. I thought it was what I was made for. I thought it was what I was built for. Anybody that knows me will tell you that when they first met Cat Williams, when I was Cat in the Hat, and they tell these stories about how he changed his name. Look, the truth of the matter is, Disney sued me. Yeah, I was Cat in the Hat. They sent me a cease and desist letter, and I'm not even making $25,000 a year.
Right.
And the mega company Disney has sent me a cease and desist telling me I can't use any variations of that name. Fine, I'm Cat Williams. That's all that happened. I have been this same product the entire time. They will tell you when they first saw me doing stand-up, I was just like this. This is what I bring. This is my style.
When did you know were you always funny? Did you always want to be a comedian? Did you stumble on comedianship?
No, I loved what they did, and so I studied all of them. I studied all of the white comedians because I wanted to know, why is Monty Python funny? Why is Don Knotts so talented? I wanted to know,
Them boys is classic.
what is George Carlin's thing? Like, where? So I studied all of the comedy masters regardless of the field because I loved to laugh. I didn't know that these people were making a great living at doing this. I thought this is just what they did.
Right.
They tell jokes. They're funny people. But I loved the craft. And that's why when I got into the craft, I thought it was my obligation to make sure that I kept writing new material so much that it forced these comedians to stop doing the set they've been doing for 10 years and keep writing some new stuff. And I knew that if I could get that to take on, that most of these bums would have to just quit comedy because they can't keep up. They're not going to keep writing an hour worth of material. I've written an hour worth of material 19 times. They're not going to do it. Why? Because they're not creative writers. They want to get somebody else and have them write it and put it together.
I say you haven't ever recycled any of your jokes. I've watched quite a few of your stuff, but
I think the best thing
still
ever
pretty
happened
good.
with the internet, because now they have to. Because normally, like you said, you could do a set and you do that set in Kansas City. People ain't heard it in San Francisco. People ain't heard it in Miami. They ain't heard it in
So you
Detroit,
can keep
Chicago, Atlanta, so
doing
forth
it,
and so on.
expecting it.
Now you do a set, it's on the internet. Somebody heard it. So you can't do a set and make it last 3 months, 4 months.
Well, it doesn't allow the regular comic the ability to grow, is the real problem. Like, part of comedy is me taking these jokes in January, and by March, I've begun to craft this joke. It's not as simple as it was. When I wrote it, it was just da-da-da-da-da. But now it has the complexities of the fact that I'm having to deliver this to an East Coast audience, a down South audience, a Midwest audience, a Utah audience, a Colorado audience. And so it begins to take on a different complexion because you're having to deliver it to different people.
Okay.
And so this is what sharpens your joke. You then take those sharpened jokes and make it special. not you just randomly take some. So it's a process. You don't allow them to process it the first time the guy did the joke. Now that's his joke, and the joke is everywhere. That just sets it up for people to steal.
So how many times must you tell a joke before you master it?
Mommy, who's that?
So how many times must you tell a joke before you master it?
How many times have you had to sleep with a woman before you know with her? That's not fair. If it's great, never. If it ceases to have usefulness, so it has been stolen. Right.
I read that you was raised in Florida. You had some help, some ladies of the night.
No.
That's not true.
No, that whole story doesn't take place in Florida. That story takes place in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
So after I'm in Florida, I then joined. I tried to join the Marine Corps, and they won't accept me because I'm too young, and I've lied and told them I'm 16, and my family's moving down. I don't have my ID, but it's coming, and so they let me go to the boot camp. That's not gonna work now. Okay, so I've learned that lesson. So then I get this job selling stuff door to door across the country, and so I've been to all 50 states. Again, I'm 14 years old, so I did that. While I'm doing that, one of the places I'm in Oklahoma, and I've decided I'm going to stay here because of meeting these ladies that you're talking about and that situation. I don't know at the time why that's important in my life or why it's something I should be doing or any of that. But now later on, it certainly helps me in formulating Money Mike for Friday After Next. Slick back for the Boondocks.
Oklahoma, San Francisco, Oklahoma, Sacramento. From Florida, you moved to the West Coast. Now, so you traveling. When did you set up shop on the West Coast?
All right.
How old were you then?
So I guess I'm 18 or younger, and once I have a child, I realize that I can't. It's a lot of things that I could use to make money that now is a no-go. So anything with street aspirations that I might have thought about pursuing or been good at, I now am a single parent, and I gotta redo these things. So I need comedy to really work out for me. Me and God go into extreme conversation where I'm explaining to him that I'm a crash out dummy if he don't send me a lifeline. Like I need something I can hold on to. Before I left Florida, I did stand up one time because we was trying to get in the club. I didn't have ideas, so I said I was a comedian. They ended up having me do 5 minutes. I kept that in my head that I had done that. When we get to Oklahoma, they're having a competition for stand up, and if you win, you get to go out on the road with Jeff Foxworthy and Dan Whitney, who was later the Cable Guy, and Richard Jenny, and these great comics you get to open for. And once I did that, I realized, okay, as a comedian, I'm like way behind schedule. I started this too late. All the funny guys are already funny and known names. Like, how am I going to progress? So I realized that I do better with a white audience than I do with a black audience. And I'm not sure why that's occurring. But the white audience likes me more. That's interesting. So when I moved to Sacramento, it's because Sacramento has a white and a black audience almost 50-50. That's almost the makeup of Sacramento. So I lived in Sacramento for 2 years until I...
Jade, she calling you.
That's funny. If the room is black, as I am, if the room is white, that's not enough. Now I need to be one of the good ones when it comes to black comics. So now I have to move to Oakland.
Yeah. What are you looking for? Hey, what are you looking for? What's going on? Your sister didn't hear you calling her?
Now I know you can't throw me any curveballs if it's a white audience, if it's a black audience.
Jade.
What they are, but they entertain all of the audiences.
See, I said it like that. Put it back. Put it back.
In the beginning,
Put it back.
part of my
Put it back.
is that I'm tailoring.
Yeah, she here now. So it said, she said you ain't hear her calling by name, knocking on the door. Nah, I don't care about that.
So I was still going to churches and doing 45 minutes of stand-up at the church.
You better not mess with nothing up here. Back up.
Sex, drug material,
No, that's not
just straight stand-up.
touching
And
the
then
wrong
I was
stuff.
doing
Look,
everything else.
same cheese that's still sitting here.
Yeah, that
Huh.
was the range. Is
That what? What are you trying to do? Besides tear up my bed more. Little girl, want your cheese it?
as you begin to get better, you begin to be able to speak to your entire
What are you trying to
and
get?
that's really what's been helpful is that I've been having the same conversation with my fan base for 12 comedy specials.
I noticed. I didn't put her up there. I know I got stuff up here. She went in. Good. Chew that up. Chew it. So you can teach me. You doing this? Nothing. Humbug. Humbug.
So it's not like it can't be condescending.
Did you really just swallow it?
To my white male friend when I'm telling that white joke.
Chew.
I'm talking about this joke
Chew.
about this black lady. I know
Get all the teeth in the world. Chew.
I'm speaking to this fan
Ooh.
base that I've been speaking to from the beginning.
Sneeze a cold? Who's that supposed to be? Who's coming out? Okay. Oh, you okay?
I said that coming into stand-up. I'm saying it.
Listen. Okay.
Yeah, I know I'm going into the belly of the beast. How could I be naive? I know that I'm going into Satan's playground, but I'm trying to be so good.
Story of my life.
So close that I can see who's doing what. What's going on?
In San Francisco, you joined the nation.
I was ever in San Francisco. I was in Oakland.
You was in Oakland. Did you join the nation? Is that?
Yeah, Honorable Minister Farrakhan and I have an extremely close relationship. He refers to me as one of his sons. So, yeah, I spent a particular period of time. Let me explain. It's because my particular background was already religious and super strict, right? I didn't find out about other religions by reading about them. I went to their religion. I don't want to learn from Jews. I want to be in the synagogue. I don't want to learn about Muslim people I want to be in the mosque. I don't want to hear about the Baptist or the Pentecostal. I want to go to their church and see. And so that was the religious discovery that I was on through that period in my life.
Did you know you were funny?
Probably about 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Yeah, about 10 years ago.
So you didn't think as a child, because obviously you said the very structured background, your family was very religious. So obviously you didn't get an opportunity.
Yeah, like I never did a talent show. I was never in any extracurricular activities. I was never in drama. I was never in band camp. I was never a Boy Scout.
You just did school long enough to get funny, so you dropped it.
You understand? So there was no, like, I don't tolerate high school games. I didn't go to high school. I don't know how most of the games they think I play, I'm not even aware of.
But Chad, for you to get on the stage, and like I said, a lot of people, like a lot of
shows to, get people to laugh at someone else.
Yeah.
But you, it's like, and you say you did comedy one time in Florida. And you had this other opportunity, like in Oklahoma, that they were going to take you out if you won the talent show. You were going to go on the road with these well-known comedians.
And I did.
But I'm just saying, how in Florida at 13, 14 years of age, you're like, 16, I can do that.
Well, because I knew that there were a lot of other things I could do. Like when I looked at drug dealers, I thought I could do that.
Yeah.
Right. And who doesn't like that? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna make it. But now that I gotta do it on this side, but no, your question was, when did I think I was funny? I never was my biggest fan. To this day, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm a fan of comedy. I like great comedians. Like, I like Chappelle. I like Patrice O'Neal. Like, I like the greats of comedy because I do. Like, I like Ron White. I like Bill Engvall. Like, I know comics. Like, people that did the craft, they raised me. I was touring with Steve Marmel and Richard Jenny, a real journeyman. So my comedy upbringing was standard. I thought you had to work all night, every night, all around the country, and you had to write jokes, and that you were trying to write jokes that other people weren't writing, and that your job was to be funnier. Like, people that know me will tell you, I've been on this. Like, I had a list of all the black comedians that were more famous than me. There was 300 of them on the list, and I had to be able to cross them all out before I could make it to the next level, before I felt like I was funny enough to do that. And so I appreciate what competition does for sports.
I don't know why I'm spending so much time lining it up. I still gotta switch it around and fix it. Away.
You remember I was 5 years old. But I was reiterating God's word at that point. Now I just have to make sure that the content is good.
I don't feel like doing this.
I'm a vessel. He's given me these gifts to be able to do certain things, so I just want to utilize them in my craft. That's all.
Do you remember your first set?
Keep interrupting my damn.
Do you remember your first set? How long? 5, 10 minutes?
No. I think 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Standing ovation, boo, something.
No, none of that. They applauded like I was a professional at it. But now looking back, I understand, because you gotta understand they were all thinking, he don't even look old enough to be in here. Now we don't have any black guys that live in this town.
Right.
Where did he come from? And then he gets up there, and for 3 minutes he talks about the fact that he is the entire black community.
Right.
And he is as disappointed in them. It looked like they looking for where the rest of them is, and so is he. And that was his set. But I understood from that point that the truth is really the commodity, and the fact that we are all individuals and all separate and all our own islands, but not in real life. In real life, there's only 5 or 6 different types of people, and you're going to see them everywhere that you go. And all my enemies all look the same in the eyes, whether it's Faison, Wanda, Aries, Spears, they all look like.
Man, but you gotta get Wanda Sykes. You think I don't remember this?
Sir, Wanda Sykes and Wanda Smith are 2 separate people.
I mean, Wanda Smith.
And I had only said one name, sir.
Wanda Sykes is amazing. I love Wanda.
And I agree.
I love Wanda. That's my girl. But I remember on the radio, you went on the radio interview, if I'm not saying that's in Atlanta, and you came on there with seemingly good intentions. And
it wasn't just that part. It was the fact that before I go in there, she has a
Reese?
about, okay, now, I just want to talk to you because you just wanted Emmy for the city of Atlanta, and this is in Atlanta, and they just want to hear about the Emmy and hear from you, and to thank you for what you did putting the city on. And we won't talk about your kids. We won't talk about jail or cases. We ain't gonna talk about none of that. And immediately gets in there and goes, God opposite way. You can't flip up on me because you're an inferior comedian. I'm going to destroy you, and I'm never going to call you out of your name. I'm never going to say anything disrespectful to people that look like you. It's a very thin line I got to paw. But this lady is trying to embarrass me in front of a largely homosexual fan base. That's why she got canceled. Gay people don't take it kindly that you would, as a derogatory, call me gay. Gay people don't feel like it's derogatory. So why are you trying to shame me with something in a community I don't even belong in? There's no gay people saying I belong over there. I've been over there. But I have no hatred of over there. And hey, you either believe in karma or you don't. Because I didn't even know any of the stuff that she had done to my fellow comedians until afterwards. I just know that it was a setup.
Right.
And remember, they tried to kill me this same weekend. Not in jokes. With a real gun in my real face on real camera. Understand I'm losing my life for participating in something that goes along with my job. Like, it's two comedians. What do you think? And the world was okay with it because it was me. Had that happened to anyone else, the world went crazy when Will smacked Chris. This is a person pulling a whole gun on a comedian in the confines of their job. It's really a weird situation when they hate you that bad.
Yeah. You felt she hated you in that moment because you mentioned that she said it was going to be very professional. Oh, you want an Emmy? Congratulations. You put the city on. You all for the city. Yada, yada, yada. And now, did she mention anything about the Emmy on camera?
I believe you saw the video and you know that none of that took place. See, the issue is that all the comedians have to come do these radio stations because you have to sell your tickets, and so that means you have to go to the radio station.
Yes.
I don't go to the radio station. I don't make posts to sell tickets. I just don't. So you've not seen me. I'm not here in some subservient position where somebody sent me over.
You got the kindness of your heart. You are.
No, I'm saying in the interview situation. Yeah, and this person knew I wasn't there for that.
Let's do two.
Yeah, it's.
Understand. She is a female, and so you have to be careful. You have to handle her with kid gloves.
Sir. You want to go ahead and take that out? You don't want to be against equality, do you? Everybody equal, sir.
Oh my God.
Because I think I just heard you say that women are not equal and should be treated unequally. And
they want to be treated
as a comedian.
They want to. You understand and I understand.
Yeah.
In certain situations, they want to be treated. Not all situations.
And what part of what you saw her get? What part would have been different if she was a man?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Hurry up. Damn commercial.
It would have just been more vicious. I took all the vicious and venom away because I didn't have any. Plus, I understood. I'm not trying to offend black women with short hair. I'm not trying to offend heavyset women. I'm not trying to upset fellow comedians. I'm not trying to do any of that. And I am qualified to be able to do none of that and still eviscerate you because I'm smart enough to know that I need to say that you have gnarled fingers because I know your limited education means you don't know what the word means. So you can't possibly respond to it. You're not sure of the meaning. And I'm going to continue hitting you because this is what comedians do. You've been masquerading that you're a comedian too. And that's the fallacy. So nobody in boxing fights out of their weight class. If you're a 130-pounder, you don't just show up with the 160-pounders. You stay in your weight class.
say, Wanda, I didn't come here for that. I just want to do the interview. I just want to talk about what happened.
Oh, you misunderstand my job. My job is to be funny. My job is to be funny first. My first job is to be funny. My second job is to be respectful. My third job is to be immaculate and Gaza stripped. That's non-political. I'm saying, if you do it, you let a terrorist accidentally touch over here, and I won't stop burning you down until there ain't nothing left. It'll literally be rubble on top of rubble, and I'll still be following. Why? Because that's why so this is what around and right now is about.
What does that feel like? Feel like want to give up? Because we don't, I mean, because when you have some, I mean, I don't know how early it was in your career. Obviously, it hadn't been, I don't think it's in the last decade because you've been an actor.
Have you ever dropped a pass? You know the little segment between everything is fine and I've got it, and then you noticing where it is now. Yeah, it's that. The thing about as a comedian, the audience's opinion is the only opinion that matters, not you, the writer, not none of that. And so I don't think any comedian has ever been booed unnecessarily. I'm saying, what do they say when a guy shoots the air ball in the NBA? They say air ball. She knows, but again, he still got to get back on D. And get the hands up and stuff. That's supposed to be used as a learning experience. Most comedians don't get booed enough.
You can't spell it.
That's how you end up with a Michael Blackson, who was a real African with a fake African accent. Okay, hold on. Giving the best advice of his life. Remember, he was wearing dirty dashikis, and I told him he needs to dress to be in the position that he's trying to say that he's in. And if you're the African king of comedy, sir, there's actually comedians in Africa doing comedy. When you say that, you gotta go to Africa and get a school, dude. Everybody, you gotta put in some work. And these guys, they take my advice, they change their whole persona, and then they hate me for it. And generally, I'm just going to comment or make a statement about it or do a line or do that. But when it gets to be a whole grouping of these guys, I gotta come and talk to Shaq. I gotta lay it down at the altar. This is the other side of Kirk Franklin praying.
Almost 300 dollars. Thank you. Putting the shows right back in my pocket.
That's not what you said. You said I know every comedian. You're limiting me.
Oh, you watch every episode because you know things. You know things.
That's always where I'm trying to come from, whether it's comedic or otherwise. That's why even if you see me get arrested 10 times in a row on TV, as a fan of mine, you can be like, he's gonna be right out. Yeah, but they just said he didn't do it. He couldn't. Why would he do something stupid? Nah, they respect, and every time it happens, I'm gonna be free as a bird, sitting out here talking to you about it. That it really was what I said it was. That's all.
End up, you come down, you're in LA.
Yeah.
Now, I'm reading Cat Williams won Cedric the Entertainer's and Howard Bush Best Los Angeles Comic Award. Did you win that award or won Cat Williams?
She did.
Oh, that is hilarious. Well, I was about to get up, run around the side of my bed in real life. Turn this fucking light on. That's hilarious. I got two phones.
It's a question that probably should have been asked to Cedric then. I know. I couldn't believe Cedric didn't get asked that question. You still a dude's joking and giving an award, and then 10 years later you don't know nothing about it. Hey, but I promise you this. If he sees me again before he sees you, he'll be talking different when you see him. That's for certain. That's the difference. That's what these comics understand, is that I'm not doing nothing for clout. I don't even recognize clout. But eventually the Lord is going to let me and you be in one home. A lot of these dudes go, get a partner with 25 years without ever being in the same building with me at the same time. If I go in the building, he walk out, you've never seen us in the same building ever in 25 years. Like, it's like that. Why? Why? Because I'm really the product. It's not what you think. I am never under the influence of anything. I'm always in my right mind. I'm always a physical specimen. And when you see me, I'm much, much bigger than you at home. I have far less play in me than you would like. And I'm relentless. I'm out there. I'm still to this day. I played 11 games of basketball with a 20-year-old. The record is 92-6. This is just in the yard, just put around, just not to the gym. My whole life it was just push-ups and sit-ups. Only I would do like 100 push-ups a day. Just no, because this is literally every day. This is not for the grant. You know what I mean? Like literally 100 a day. And I would do push-ups, and then I tore both my rotator cuffs, and so it was only thanks to golf that I was even able to get my golfing back. I've been a golfer for quite some time. My short game is impeccable. I can't get you but two and some chains off of the tee, but I'm still coming in for par guarantee. You play for tips? No. I've found that you don't get anything for that. It seems very egomaniacal. They go, hey, cat, for free, you can go further back. Wait a minute, does it still count the same? Hey, I'm up at the ladies' tee. Don't tell me my pronouns. On the golf course, I'm she, her.
Okay.
Having a great conversation, but you did win the award. How did the award help your career? It had to help some, Cat.
Nope. No. I didn't remember it happened to you. Just said it. How could Cedric give you an award that was worth something? Everything Cedric and Ricky Smiley ever been in got canceled for not being funny. Ricky Cedric told you that they cut him out of every movie he did. They always have a reason. That's why I'm funny, because I'm a happy person. I laugh all day. I can't even imagine the misery of these bugs. Just to not be good at what you do, not work hard at what you do, but have to act like you're the best at what you do. It is crazy. It's crazy. But if you tour, they'll be doing like 100 shows a year. I don't run into. That's what I'm saying. If you're a Jay Lil fan, you mean you've been a fan of him for 32 years, you still waiting on him to do his first special? You mean to tell me if Steve Harvey your favorite comedian, you mean you've been waiting for him to do stand-up for 15 years now? I mean, Steve got his own DL still out there. None of those irons matter to stand-up. Who cares that they run a black card for you to do family?
Even these damn shows are.
So you're successful because we're surprised you can talk for a living, and it's entertaining that you gonna say
It's still coming together like a little stout.
But not
Let's go.
Not right.
How did you develop Money Mike and get it? Everybody talk about Money Mike. How did you come up with that and say, you know what? This is how he should dress. This is how he should talk. This is how he should whip. This is the kind of whip he should ride. This is how he should talk.
So if you remember that was my first movie, just understand that what I did then, I've done every
Yeah.
whether I was playing somebody,
Make sure the bathroom door is closed, okay?
whether I was playing a dirty vagabond,
Okay. Good job, baby.
whether it was an eccentric guy.
I got it. Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay. So anything that I would naturally do, that's what I'm not going to do because I'm playing a different character. Right. So I then create this person based upon real life circumstances. So I don't have to wonder what a pimp thinks because I've been in that position for a little while. I also worked manual labor for some time in my life, so I don't have a problem paying somebody that works, and I don't have a problem being a go-getter because I'm a go-getter. So I bring whatever I can to these characters. I was able to. The first week that I got the script, there was a pimp guy that used to be a pimp, but he wasn't anymore. He was a rapper now. His name was Mac Minister, and he had been a pimp and was going to be a rapper. And maybe she's had never done a movie before. I was a stand-up, and I'm getting ready to do the movie. And so I was able to craft what a real pimp was like, what was too much. I didn't want to be stereotypical. Right. I did the research. I saw how many times people played pimps, and it was always something weird about them, I guess, because it's a weird job, you know what I mean? Right. And I wanted somebody that didn't seem like none of that he really thought it was a business and treated it like that. And so, adding those levels to acting is what all actors do if they're not Steve or Cedric or Ricky. Like, you're trying to create a character. You can't just be Faison in every movie. Like, you're just gonna take your shirt off of every movie? Like, why does it say that in your script?
Man, let Big Worm live. Let him breathe, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let Big Worm breathe. Stall him out, huh?
You have an unnatural allegiance to losers. It's not like you.
No, I ain't got no You gotta give credit for the role now. Come on now.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If what you're saying is correct, why wasn't he in next Friday or Friday after next?
His role,
it wasn't good. Sorry.
There was a lot of people that appeared in the first one that weren't in the second one, Jack.
I'm just telling you why. I'm sorry that there's a news flash that there are reasons for things in a business.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, why did you bitch D-Lo? He had 2 points. What are you talking about? Shut up. Oh, I like him. Nobody cares about that. That's not what we're talking about. These are business conversations that deal with business now. Right. When you're good at something, you should progress. The guys that are not as good, they should fall down by the wayside. That's natural.
So you believe if your talent doesn't support it, you should fall by the wayside, and the guys that have the talent and they get elevated, they should move.
No, that's what water says. That's what the universe say. The universe say the levels. No, not I say. Who am I? I'm nobody. But I'm working every day as if I think that's what is how it should be. And I'm choosing comedians that also write and work hard and don't steal other people's material. And I'm making sure that they all make $300,000 a season, and I'm making sure that they're not ever signed to be my conglomerate, and that's why they're successful. No, you can work with me and still be an independent businessman, boss owner like you came in. I don't need you to be subservient to me. That's those other guys that make you pay dues.
You said earlier that you rewrote a lot of what Buddy might want to say and how he behaved. So they allowed us the freedom, the liberty to add how much.
Would they allow you to just make an interception if it didn't nobody talk about it? As a football player, if the ball come your way, can you just grab it? Can you make an interception anytime? Are you allowed to pick up any fumble? You can do any hustling, right? Oh, okay. Same here. Same here.
But here's the thing, though. Even as an offensive player, they might let me ad lib once I get a couple of years under my belt. They wouldn't let me ad lib as a rookie. That was your first movie.
I told you the conversation in my first movie. Just because I am committed to laughs. The only way I made it past those 300 comedians, I didn't tell you this. What it required is I had to watch all 300 comedians 10 times a piece. I watched your set 10 times of you performing whoever you were. And then I counted how many laughs you got every time you did these amount of minutes. So if you told me this comedian that told me he did 30 minutes, I could tell you that he got 26 laughs in that 30 minutes because I had done the numbers on everybody. So I didn't just say I was funnier. I knew I was funnier than the comic you liked, and I could tell you how many jokes funnier I was because that's how we judge stand-up. You do 15 minutes, I do 15 minutes. How do I know I'm funnier than you? Because you got 6 laughs, and I got 16. I'm almost 3 times better than you, low-key boy. But I'm never going to tell you the formula. So you going to keep just going out.
You don't have to rearrange this all over again. Bring it back the other way.
The audience, by 10 years, is convinced that I'm funnier than you. They just don't know why. Because I'm putting out more content.
Where?
I had Terry Crews on here. He said at the time that you did the movie, you were homeless. Is that true?
This was my situation. 5 months prior to me getting this first audition for Friday After Next, I got this baby son. I'm holding him up above me, and he grabs my little chain. He's playing with it, and he accidentally drops it, breaks out my front 2 teeth. I'm in a situation now where when I go to the dentist, they telling me this is going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars to fix this right. They're not telling me what it's going to look like. She gave I go get an estimate with no money involved, find out what I need to do. They find out you got a tumor in your upper jaw, so we're going to have to do a whole surgery for you. It's going to be 100 bands. I don't have it. And I'm only going to have this check from this movie. So while I'm doing this movie, we live in this trailer. That's where we live. So when they come to work at 5 in the morning, we already there. When they leave at night, we still there. We just double back because we understood that this is our one opportunity. And we have this opportunity to change our lives. It's like a young man going for the draft. Right. We can actually get in the league with this. There are 30 comedians on this cast. They're all magnificent. This is the holy grail of the situation. So yeah, I was able to make sure that, because it wasn't just my first movie, it was KV Albert's first movie, it was Terry Crews' first movie. I was the leader of this group, which meant that we didn't do their rehearsals, they did rehearsals, we did our own rehearsals daily to make sure that we were at the level of professional actors, which is what made it so egregious. That guy saying, I was supposed to. You were supposed to what?
Candy did have a good part in the movie, man. His son Santa Claus was funny, man.
The dude said the entire time we're filming, I can't play this role. They got a bandana over my nose and my mouth. My family not even gonna know who this is. So yeah, tell your story.
Ted Cruz also said that you guys had a lot of conversations, that this was your opportunity and you needed to seize this one.
Terry had the benefit of having been in some very high-profile situations already and took L's. Like, he had been in the league, you know what I mean? He had done pro wrestling. He had done a lot of things. He had been televised and some things that hadn't worked.
Right.
And this was just fortuitous for him. And now you know what nobody has ever said in the whole industry in 20 years about, you know, the whole money might not get raped in the bathroom.
Right.
So I understood going in that there's no reason. I lost for a 5-year period, every single movie that Kevin Hart did was a movie that had been on my desk. That all I had said was, just, can we take some of this step and fetches shit out? And then I can do it. Like, it don't need to be overtly homosexual, because I'm not homosexual, right? It doesn't need that to be funny, right? And me saying that and them going, oh yeah, no problem. And then going to give it to this other guy and having him do it just like it was. And acting like I'm a bad person because I keep standing on my standard. But, yeah, it's interesting, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Like, again, I'm on the winning side of these decisions.
You know, look, I've had Cube, I've talked to Cube. A lot of people say Cube doesn't pay. What's your relationship with Cube, and what did that opportunity mean for you?
Well, the ungrateful bastards that would say anything about Cube's payment, you shouldn't even talk to them anymore. Like, you don't go to Goodwill, you don't go to a Goodwill thrift store and go, look at all this cheap ass shit. Why don't you shut up? You could have went to Hermes. Why you didn't go to Balenciaga? Why you didn't get a ball of Balmain? You want to have that conversation? What you mean the independent black dude who's filming it
All
partly
of
out of
his
his
dough,
pocket?
basically.
What you mean he didn't pay you enough? Hey, weirdos. That
What
felt
an
like they
opportunity.
earned the opportunity because they were big. No,
Right.
I understood.
That ain't no $200 million movie. Well, I mean, how much did
Right. Right.
Well, I made enough to get them teeth fixed just like you did. So it was no harm, no foul. I knew that I was going to go from there, and there was no...
You was going to turn it back for Cat Williams.
Well, here's the thing. I wrote it. What I'm saying if I did it and I did a good job at it, you can thank me. I was involved.
Right.
I'm not going to come later on and tell you, I never even read the whole script. So how you know what roles? What? What do you mean you never read the... like, these guys, the whole job is to present something. And I'm just not a presenter. If you ask me a question, I'm just going to tell you the truth of how it works.
Would you be willing to do another Friday?
You already asked me to write it. I was supposed to have been writing it. This is what these guys are mad about. We lost some great people before this movie could come out regardless. Like, so yes, there desperately needs to be one. But we missed John Witherspoon in a way that can't really be quantified, if I'm being honest with you. And the Chris Tucker that we got now is Epstein Island Chris Tucker, not Smokey. If I one slick. To be confident and not delusional is a real skill. Most of these confident people we see is really delusional.
Well, you don't think they have Chris Tucker come back in the second Friday? Smokey, you always did Smokey. There ain't no Friday without Smokey.
We all agree to that. And there's no next Friday without Friday, and there's no Friday after next without that.
Because you say that
Here's the thing. Chris was allowed to make the decision. At the time that this is happening, Cat Williams is known for smoking weed. Willie Nelson is known for smoking weed. Snoop's known for smoking weed, but none of us is really known except Willie. And I'm saying, Chris Tucker didn't want to be the poster child for smoking weed. He don't smoke weed like that. He in the church. He was Michael Jackson's best friend. Chris was, Michael Jackson called him Chris. You ever met a man who gave you a little nickname like that? Me neither.
Oh, shit.
Man, I ain't gonna be able to get no comedian.
They all coming.
No, they ain't.
Are you kidding?
Nah.
Hey, I
I
promise you.
only got the ones.
I promise you, everybody trying to double back. We're gonna be out there beat them all with a stick. Much as
You're on Def Comedy Jam, Comic View. What was your experience like? What do you remember most about Def Comedy Jam, Comic View?
Comic View was just 3,000 of your stand-up peers, and we just sets of all of them up there, and we see who the audience likes, who they like, and it was a great Wild West time to be involved in comedy. And the same is true with Def Jam because hip hop was a fad at one time. Hip hop was still, why are you doing that? And that's how it was for blue comedy. If you were a comedian that cussed, you were ridiculed by the mainstream comedy cuts. That would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He want to push out. But that's really how it is. I'm so sorry. I'm competitive. You're an athlete, right?
Yeah, I can tell.
You understand.
Well, they have to be another Comedy Jam tribute. And today, 24, 25, 26. Could we see that again?
They've already announced it. It's already going. You didn't know? Yes, Kevin Hart purchased it, so he's now doing comedy. That happened at the same time that they gave PC Young Fly Hollywood Squares. Yeah, because they tell you that there's no gatekeepers, but we keep seeing the same people open the gate. Didn't Kevin open the gate and let Tiffany in? And he now opening it up. Don't such and such open the gate. What do you mean ain't no gatekeeper? Everyone I've seen got a keeper.
Would you have wanted to do Comedy Jam?
I think we just mentioned that.
I'm saying, purchase the rights and refranchise it.
No, they didn't offer it to me. Like, Comic View did a couple of disservices to comedy as well. So there were people like me that were out there in one set, and that wasn't good for television. So what they did was they started making everybody get a standing ovation. So they would tell the audience, when they get off stage, everybody get up and cheer. And so now, the fact that I'm the only one out there going to get standing ovation is now making people think everybody get a standing ovation. And that's not how comedy is. So I understood why that couldn't go anymore. Because remember, Ricky Smiley sat right here and told you a story about how he performed with Mike Epps and Cat Williams. When he did it, we went to let him tell it. He was funnier than both. it.
I'm saying
That time, this time, same times.
no, but I'm saying
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
do you believe you can tell the same jokes today as when you started out? I mean, Eddie Murphy not telling no jokes. Richard Pryor not being able to tell those jokes in 2024 that they told in the 70s and the 80s.
So they wouldn't have told them.
But that's my point.
They're not inferior people.
No.
If they were in this time, they would be going according to our time. Just like then, we were going according to that. Like, that's how it is in the world. There are words that we can use for a while. And when we use them for a while until somebody says, that ain't a good word, we should stop saying it.
Correct.
That don't make people feel good. And we stop saying the word. And we move on to another word. You can't say the R word. You can certainly say special needs.
Yeah.
You can certainly say spectrum. You can, there are things that you can say to get your point that don't have to hurt people. But you would know that if what you did was construct the English language for a living, then you would understand.
That's your first stand-up. You had 20, it cost you 22,000. You had 25 to your name.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to do that? You believe that much you can.
I believe that much in business. In business, the goal is for you to become independent and be the boss, take the responsibility, and also get the profit.
Okay. That's all.
How can I be looking for you to put me on if I would? And if I can't show you what you missed out on, why would you believe me? Now, the fact that I was able to do it 12 times, that's the real thing. The part that I was able to do it all across the country. The fact that every time I do a tour or a special, you think, well, that's sponsored by somebody. Somebody did a good job. No, just... That's sponsored by somebody. Somebody did a good job. No? Just the guy they're kicking around. Just the one that's like mentally not me all there. He's the one picking the outfits, writing this guy's material, booking the show, making sure he gets there, hiring other comedians. But I knew that that's the end goal. So if that's the end goal, and I'm there when I start, why would I keep doing that? Remember, my goal was to get this far in Hollywood and still have a virgin asshole. And never had sucked a penis. That was my only goal. I didn't want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Davis. Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth of the matter. So I stayed away from that. And remember, I told you the drug story from when I'm in the park. So these are just the things I had all done when I came in. I already was ready for that. That's what they don't like.
I did not know. You're telling me and showing me a side of the business that I didn't know. That you got the competition, the competitiveness.
That's all business. I don't care if they're selling Coke. You wouldn't believe the things that Coca-Cola says about themselves. You wouldn't believe the water conversations between Dasani and Liquid Death. Like in all business and all sport, competition is a driving force. And I don't require anybody to be better. Who am I? I just require if you're a loser and you've taken shortcuts at every chance and you've made sure that you didn't put anybody on that really had a work ethic and wants God for you. If that was never you, then don't act like that's you. want to get out here now that you don't do stand-up and start acting like, oh, you not sure why you don't do stand-up no more. I heard you got run off. You better be careful. The nigga that run you off gonna show up and he gonna tell everybody. So what you gonna be able to say? Nothing. Why you think I speak with such clarity? I'm actually involved in each one of these stories I told you about. Right. Right.
One comedian, and we've been sitting here doing this interview that you hold very high regard is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle walked away from Dickens. He said he was wrong. Tell the story.
That's right.
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, you
want you to tell
you really are the best. You're proving it here today. As much as I'm proving it, you proved it. You proved it. Yeah, that wasn't the thing. It wasn't, people say that, he lost $50 million. No, that's not even close to what happened to this dude. And until you understand what happened to the dude, you don't understand what happened. Like, no, not they offered him $50 million and he turned it down. Who's gonna turn down $50 million? Now, I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was in. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. See, I got a receipt for everything I'm telling you. That's why I had to say it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Because early on you was accusing me of being crazy.
I mean, but you know, some of these people,
Martin tried to put me in my first dress. When he had to go on his hiatus, he tell me, Cat, when I come back, I need you. You my young partner, you my brother. He told me, when I come back, just promise me that my next movie, it'll be me and you. We're going to do it together. We're going to do some buddy cop shit. I said, Martin, you got my motherfucking word. Go do what you got to do. When you come back, I'm in your movie. Don't trip. I don't need to see the script or nothing. You know, we get in that office and this fool pull out Big Mama's house, too. I almost died. And I gotta read this script for all these good white people. Where this nigga want me to get in a dress with him. And I'm literally saying to everybody, why is he in a dress again? You already played the old lady as an FBI agent. We can play anything now. We can be playing a dog catcher this time. Why do we need to be in a dress? And I get so mad, I say, you don't want me. You want Brandon T. Jackson. And that's who they went and got. Twice I said it, they went and got him. Just like I'm telling you, I had that other dude work. I had all of it. All I did was say, I want to punch it up so it's not offensive to real niggas. And that's how I got in this position.
I sure hope I have Club Shay Shay after this year.
It's going to be in a dimension it's never been.
Yeah, it's going to be.
The greatest thing floating in 2021. Mark the word. No way. In a whole different realm of business. Overcoming this. Was I established this as a place of truth? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Watch. God's people ain't that few.
Friends. You met friends.
Friends with a friend.
What was those conversations? Because here's that look.
Alright, y'all know this is be good. Okay. He's good. Oh shit, my whiskey dropped the price on it.
I mean, sometimes we don't
Alright, put the stack up.
understand or appreciate someone until they're gone. I did. I was a big Prince fan. All the stuff. Because he could play all the instruments, he could sing, he could dance. He was an entertainer. He sang, and what he wrote. I mean, who thinks of Cherry Moon? Who thinks it snows in April? Who Raspberry Beret or Pink Cashmere? The things, the Purple Rain, the things that he wrote about. It's like, bro, who minds those things?
Yeah, he was like unlike anybody in the world. He was just an amazing individual. I was able to meet him when I was 12, and I knew him my entire life. Through all of his changes, I was able to
One more day.
assist him many
Get
times.
the new
If you go look
license.
at Prince's car collection, you'll see that Prince won't have not one podcast where he ain't got. He got the Prowler from Friday After Next sitting there. He got the same Bentley as me. Like, because we share certain things. Our connection was lyrics, musical lyrics, women, and cars.
It's
And
not
that's,
about
those are
and
the
like
areas where
like
we
trust
trusted
about you.
my opinion.
So why you won't sit down and chill out?
I got to be helpful in his life, and he was helpful in mine.
Sit down, chill out. Thought you said you was gonna be playing on your tablet.
Especially about the business, as far as being a black man that was rich in this business at 18 years old, had already did his first $1 million
Probably for me being cranked up in that Frank's Lee.
was determined that he didn't want to be like anybody else, was so great of a guitar player that
The smell is a lot stronger than you realize.
got left out on a limb and somehow still had to create his way out of that. He was just
It might not even be raining right now. You need to crack the window.
There's
See, checking on you in a second. See what's really happening.
I don't think there's as many. There's no DVDs now.
It's not my phone, not my computer, internet, no damn clothes. Whenever she's sick, want me to fix it. He ain't listening.
days or 150 days, but I'm doing special.
Well, now that my relationship with Netflix is at the 8-figure,
They said they were just fucking coastal with this shit. They're doing dumb shit. And somebody said they'll fix it. And if they don't, that's bad guy.
gotta be 10 million to qualify. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, once you're at that level, how many would you do? I'd be willing to bet you say, it's time you turn around. I'm gonna be doing another one. I think that's what you would say if you was any good. And like I said, with 12 comedy specials, why do I need to be in these conversations with these specialist people? Sid ain't got no special, you remember? Steve ain't got no special, you remember? Ricky ain't got no special, you remember? Faison ain't got no. What? So why do y'all? Yeah, it was 20 minutes long. It was good too. He's good. Not it was good. He's good. Don't think because I said something derogatory that I don't know how to hate. Earthquake has consistent. I don't think anybody's ever said Quake, but he probably never been moved. I don't think he's ever given a bad but his just dude was over it. He was in a whole different situation because he wasn't able to translate the stand up to the movie thing. He took a hit. Most people don't take a hit; they're just judged on their stand up. So yeah, no. I even though it sounds like there's a lot of people, that's not the case. I'm on it of all of us who are in this business working hard trying to make it.
When you got to stand up, was crossing over, was doing TV, was doing movies, was that a part of it? You're like, okay, I'm doing stand up. Okay, the next progression is TV movies.
Throughout the history of that's the goal for all of us. That's how it goes. That's why when you hear these dudes talking about, oh, I didn't want to be a movie star. You just know it's disingenuous. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Yeah, oh, no. I just wanted to do a game show. What? You sure? Are you sure? Because I thought you did Mark Curry's show over after he had just done hanging with Mr. Cooper. Why would you do all of that mad stuff that he did on his show on yours? And then do the dude stand up? What do you call a road? And then you never put Mark Curry on your show or nothing. Like, if you don't say anything, these dudes will run over you. I don't know if you know how bullies operate. But if you don't stand up for yourself, there really is nothing they won't do.
You're a very generous man, Cat. You were the sole sponsor of Melvin and it started Hollywood Walk of Fame. You started all that on your own dime. Do you have a personal relationship with Melvin?
No.
I was just really.
I understood that just never did that. She wasn't tall enough. She wasn't fine. They didn't like her looks. They didn't like that her hair was natural. They talked crazy about her, and yet she still made all of these achievements. And I'm like, understand, I'm already in the Comedy Hall of Fame. I'm already going to heaven no matter what happens. If it ends in a second, I'm up there. So it gives me the leeway to do some things that are simply because it's the right thing to do. So the truth of the matter is, they wanted to give me a star. But please don't consider me and this person been sitting on this list this whole time. And just because they ain't got enough money, they can't get their just due. That's crazy. When do you start? That's hurtful. What if somebody can't afford their flowers? You mean they don't get them? No, God don't operate like that. He would say, a dummy like me to come and take care of that. Just so that the right thing happens. That's how the universe works.
Right.
But because remember, what am I spending my money on?
Right.
I'm not spending my money on strippers. I ain't spending them on drugs.
Right.
Like, what? Because if I go in a strip club,
Shanna said, yes.
I have no intention of her or any other people being in this position. If I see a girl I like at the strip club, I'm telling her, you know you don't have to strip no more after this. This could be your last day. How about that?
Yeah, said he out here super saving us.
I don't even want you to go get your purse. Ginny, bring in your ID. We need your ID and credit card, social security card.
Look, stupid.
This life don't look good on you. You don't even look like a drug addict.
What? Right. 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 All these motherfuckers chasing fucking put hoes. It's crazy.
We got women out here can't find a man because they acting like it.
Mm-hmm.
Now the alphas all want these subservient husbands. You can't have one. Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead. Go on. You done got me canceled. How many times in this program? Where's the camera? I didn't write nothing I said tonight. Talking on these cue cards. You can't read no card.
Shit.
Ask your next question. I don't think we ever, as a nation, can remember a time that the Negro financially was successful. So for the record, so that they've never needed capitalist financial assistance for anything. I'm sure that QC was able to do things they were taken care of. On the other hand, if I was given the opportunity to help them, would I? Of course I would. That's what I do. I'm a pro-black non-racist. Like, I really, really love black people, but I don't love them more than other people. I love everybody. Like, I'm a black guy. I'm trying to stick with that, but yeah.
Like you like
them. Either. When I do something good, I'm really not doing it for recognition. It's not for any of that. I'm just doing it because it's good to do.
But at the end of the day, thanks to media market show say that women sometimes will bring the money and not say where it came from.
Say that again.
Comedians will say women bring the money and not say where it came from.
Right. So, I'm not a feminist like a feminist would be, but I do believe that there are that in my camp, like if I had 35 people in my camp, right? I believe that other than 4 jobs, I believe that a woman is better at any of them jobs than any man could be. So 10 of these jobs, no man can work because I'd rather a female be there. If I gotta smell anybody's breath, I want it to be hers. I don't want none of you crusty. What I'm saying is, if in a staffing issue, I'm going to have 75% women just because I prefer them. I don't prefer to hear two guys talking in the corner. I prefer to hear two ladies talking in the corner. I don't care what they're talking about. I just prefer that. So a lot of times I will utilize ladies to convey a message. If a comedian is doing a great job somewhere in the country, he just did a masterful set, and nobody's gonna pay him. They just clapped it, and I know he's broke as shit back there. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody just showed up and gave him a little blessing, and he didn't have to suck me off for it? And thanks, cat. Boy, I really needed it. Why would you do that? If you was actually just trying to help people, you would. People know that's how I pay my tithes. If I got paid $100,000 to be at your city, I'm gonna take 10,000 of that and put it in your homeless area. Not because I got to, because you gave me 100 racks to come to your little rinky dink town. Do what I need, and I'll pay my tithes back to your town. That's how I got in this position.
You adopted 7 kids. Why?
He's on that Brangelina shit. Spread
That's a lot of kids for a man that's as busy as you are, travel as much as you do, on the road as much as you are, spend a lot of time, because you have to spend. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, it comes so natural to you to put pen to paper and to write things down and be able to go out there and perform a set. That's a lot of responsibility, Cat.
Right. But if there was a God, what would he think about you if you did that? I'm saying, let's say, for example, that God is real.
Yes.
Okay? And let's say he be looking at what you do.
Yes.
What would he say if you did that?
Cat, that's a very high gesture. That's very generous of you.
My whole life, since I was telling you when I was young and they was asking what I wanted to be, and nothing I wanted to be was what I wanted to be God's friend. That's a weird thing if you're an atheist. If you're an atheist, I didn't even say nothing. But if you believe in God, and I tell you that I wanted to be God's friend, and I wanted to even go to Hollywood and still be God's friend, if I told you that that was my aim, you can understand where I'm at. Like, I promise you, no jealousy, no bitterness, none of that. I got exactly what I was trying to get. I haven't been shorted in any way.
I mean, 7, 8 kids, single. You gonna get married?
You remember the conversation where it was me,
yes,
and I didn't know what was going to happen to my 2 little brothers, and it was just going to be out there?
Yes.
So when it comes full circle, and I'm one of the richest men that ever lived, and I don't mean, please don't look at my net worth. I saw my net worth. I had that on me.
You feel me?
I swear to God.
Like, is it a little twisted?
Like, I mean, my net worth is less than my last Netflix deal. You understand what I'm telling you?
It makes sense.
But I'm fine. Jesus was poor.
And you ain't poor, though.
They had the amenities they have back then.
Say it again?
You got different amenities now.
Not more than gold. Gold was the amenity of that time. We still got gold.
Mm-hmm.
Gold's still running.
Right.
You can buy ass, that's what they call it.
Donkey.
I'm saying, if you really want to say, I'm saying,
These motherfuckers got drunk as fuck.
So back in the day, I would give my girl a joke, and today we get her a color man. But I'm saying,
right.
whatever it is,
provide the ride.
I'm saying because we, I already told you, I'm one of the richest people that ever lived. Only in the fact don't need nothing. Whatever I need is right around me. So whatever I don't have,
It'll come
just come.
too. That's right. It ain't hurting.
Not because I can't get it.
Right.
All I gotta do is want it, and it belongs to me. So because
There
of
you
that,
go.
because I'm favored by God, like
It
when I
comes
see people
that
wives
part.
and stuff, I
People
don't
don't
even
be
look at them.
understanding
You know,
that.
I
Like
don't
I'm
even
speaking a
look at
foreign
them.
language.
I don't want to have because I know how blessed I am. If I look at it, I got it.
That's right. That's
That's how
right.
lady be feeling.
A lot of people don't understand that shit. And it sound crazy until you really break it down. It's not. It's really not. I mean, in a sense,
Just because God
for what? Get what you need.
everything I ever even
That ain't for me.
like I want, and
Yeah.
that's the whole thing.
You
That's
know
the
the
whole
power
thing.
behind his
I don't
power.
have a type of woman. Every woman that I ever had as a type, I ended up getting it. Now she's not the type anymore. Now
Right.
I understand that every woman is a one of one. Like,
Right.
you can't really have types.
Exactly. You looking up the wrong place. Not gonna work.
Because you see, I try to ask myself about marriage, but then
You started to. You was asking. You ever when you married? Yep. Sure did. Look, see.
Like most people that are not married is because they're afraid of commitment.
Right.
Like that for me. It's just the whole time I wanted to be married, I had kids, so I had to try to fill my wife's place before she got there. So I'm already got kids by a mother, so now I got to be doing laundry. I'm washing dishes. I'm reading stories. I'm having to nurture. I'm having to do all of this, and I got to the point where I didn't need
the wife. You able to do it on your own, exactly, and it's successful.
Replacing a woman.
That's where I be.
I'm letting them see that that's just the only thing that we don't have. And,
yep. When it's meant to be, it'll come.
Because you have to understand that all of the kids I'm raising at this point, they have fathers.
So this must be when you
They have a mother. You see, I'm a different person. I'm raising. And so that needs to be done with the other respect for the others that put the work in as well. So yeah, I never had a problem getting married.
What's one of the one things you try to teach your kids?
I don't teach anybody anything that's over 18. I've done the work I was going to do. But as kids, I really just tried to teach the things that can be bought.
Spiders,
your integrity. Trying to live your life
what happened when you get down here, man? Burnt the fuck up.
Could be proud of if you had to look back on it. And
Spiders.
I didn't do very good at leading by example, but behind the scenes, that's never what I was pushing. They understood that because of my stance, there was a certain thing that would come my way. And so accountability and responsibility is part of what you're teaching is that, even if you're doing the greatest thing in the world, there's this thing called no good deed goes unpunished. Like there's a real Murphy's Law. Like basically in raising kids, you're just trying to give them a better manual and an outline of how life works than your parents gave you, And so that's how I did it.
How do you avoid toxic women? Give me. Because obviously, you like women.
I do. And I probably like toxic ones more than that's because toxic women are exciting. And that's just a fact. Part of toxicity is exciting.
Okay, right.
I'd rather skydive with her.
Stupid.
But if you have toxic women, just understand that all monsters are feeding off of something.
Yeah.
And if you find out what this toxic woman is feeding off of, you can just begin to turn off her feeding points.
Yep.
And it drives the toxic person crazy, and they'll get away from it. So whatever, if she's truly toxic, there are certain things that she's doing that helps fuel her. Noticing it, but it's what it is. Why do you think she watches murder mysteries where she goes to sleep?
Right.
Why
Well,
is it
shit.
always a crime drama playing?
Dumbass podcasts and shit. Hell yeah.
Turn to cartoons.
Or something. Exactly. The fuck exactly. For real.
No, you don't get the. What's she listening to?
Motherfuckers down and women and all that. Yup, and what? Yup. Shit.
Toxic people are trying to get things. They're not being toxic for no reason. They're gaining something out of how they operate.
That's right.
That's why they operate like that, because they get something.
That's right.
As soon as you find that out, you'll be able to cut off what they get, and they will leave.
Precisely. Because it ain't nothing but moving on to the next one like they always been doing. It's real tough.
Never.
So would you have a cohabitation agreement?
Never.
Always do that shit.
I'm gonna have to
Just
say
find another one in the middle of the midst of the shit. And swear up and down somebody did you wrong. Just so you can move on and start over. Somebody else catering to your fuck shit.
Yeah, but a person who's never been married.
Because they just don't know no better yet. That's why you gotta find a young and toxic. Real women not fall for that shit. All people think you are a type.
I just worked the story out to you. Now, I don't have no hidden mysteries in my life. That was Jesus. I don't have no periods in my life where it's unaccounted for. No. That person that said that was a liar. I got a case right now in LA. This lady said she was my assistant for 14 years, and I heard her or something like that. Never worked for me not a day in my life. Liars lie because they want to. But people always say, why would they lie? No. There are several women have said they was married to me. It's just when they went to court, they had to say, I was married to him spiritually. You shut up. How you gonna be married to me? My kids don't know. Answer me that.
So do you have a problem bringing women around your kids?
No. Not then or then. I've always lived with several women. I've known several. Yeah.
Like more than one?
I've already told you that I prefer the company of women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I told you that me and a couple of dudes on my staff sometimes have to cohabitate. Nobody finds a problem with that.
Right.
Yeah, so it's me and 3 ladies cohabitating because that's how the business gets done. Like, I don't want a chef that scratches his nuts the way it cooks.
Right.
No disrespect to these guys that go around with these large male-only groupings, but that's not my episode of Entourage.
Right. They don't get it. It's just different.
You were approached by 7 Gun.
I don't like just how you got those fucking bitches do. And they think ain't nobody looking. Shit. Nice talks. These motherfuckers.
Say it again?
You robbed folks, correct?
No.
You didn't get robbed. You didn't get approached by Gum to try to get robbed? They didn't take anything.
I wasn't even
The target?
I wasn't even who they were talking to. And not because I say that. Because if you look at what time period it is, I'm not even making $5,000 a year. So robbing me wouldn't answer.
No, okay.
This is before Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I'm in a terrible condition.
It's important thing to get some of it wrong.
Look, in 3 cities, it's legendary that Cat Williams would walk down our streets with his baby in a baby stroller, with a diaper bag, with a gun in the diaper bag. The only thing I need is a pass. Don't mess with me and just let me go about my business. I'm living in Inglewood, Compton. I'm living in Manchester and Western. I'm in LA, the gang capital of the world, but never robbed. Because why? I'm not pretending to be something I'm not.
Throw this motherfucking box.
You think I'm judge what you're doing. I'm not trying to be involved.
Right.
That's the difference. That's where the respect comes from.
So you're touring right now, the Dark Matter tour.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Filming next Netflix special.
In May.
May.
Yeah, next Netflix special.
Oh, you filming in Inglewood. I'm not catch that.
I thought you might say.
I'm gonna catch that one.
Right. Because it's a homecoming for me. Because I lived on Hazel. So, you know,
I gotta catch
people
that.
know I lived in the heart of Inglewood. They saw me walk down on the street
throw my
with the
damn
babies
box
I
away.
raised. Like they understood.
Doing that
No,
damn
y'all
quick shit.
really not pretend. Oh, you want to be from the hood? No, I'm living there on the street.
What's your favorite city to tour in?
The next one, sir. Yeah, that's the real beauty of travel.
Right.
That's why most people don't have the empathy and the sympathy that they need to have for other people. It's because they haven't seen other people.
Right.
Like if
They
you
only
went
see
to
their
Ireland and you
surroundings.
saw what them people was like, and you went to Sweden and saw what them people was like, if you really went to Africa and you really saw what the people was like,
Right.
you went to
Not just
Haiti,
what
you went to Puerto
motherfuckers
Rico,
want
if
to tell
you
you.
really traveled across the country, you would see that all people is the same. There's way more people that's good than the fucked up individuals you see. And if you understood that, it would change everything. So I don't have any favorites in the world just because every place is dealing with their own issues, their own troubles. All places look better than they actually are for the people that live there. And it's always a difference between what it seems like versus what it is like. People will tell you, I went to Paris. I was there at the Eiffel Tower. The bitch had
Right. Talking about it.
Do you make it a habit of getting out?
That's how I built my reputation. It's also how I ended up in jail 19 times. When I come to do a show, I'm really in your city. So whatever the strip club is, I'm there. Whatever the top bar is, I was there drinking. Whatever you had a casino, I was at it. Like, what was it? Because I'm in your city. This is how I'm learning your city so that when I do my show, I can be talking about what I know, not what I think, right? And so that was what I did in every city that I went to. And the first 15 minutes of my show is what it's like to be here. You see what I'm saying? And so that was always a part of what kept my legend going to the point where I could still be in these arenas without you ever seeing a poster with my picture on it, without you ever seeing a flyer, without you ever seeing a post that goes, hey, it's Cat. Could y'all make sure y'all come out and come see me? Because I'm going to be in. Would you please come on out, Cat, and see me? I really am. Because we have a different respect. I know I'm coming. They know I'm coming. I know they gonna be there. And they know I'm gonna do the best job I can possibly do. And they know beyond a shadow of a doubt, whatever hour he was doing when we last saw him, he won't be doing that hour when we see him this time. It's a whole new conversation. And because I never strayed from that, they've never strayed from their word.
I'm looking at some of the actors that you've been on screen with. Q, Tracy Morgan, Regina Hall, Terrence Howard, Nick Cannon, Tiffany. Bro, who brings out the best in Cat Williams? How does someone get the best out of Cat Williams? Do you need a comedian? Do you need a serious actor? How do you get the absolute best out of Cat Williams on screen?
Okay. How much money do I need? 11,200. I got $9.98.
Well, I would be disingenuous if I didn't remind us that that's never anybody's goal.
2-3 days. Get this license number 7. Fill up whatever extra.
The way it works is the script is already there. This is a character in the script. If they give me the job, I make it my job that this character here wants to be as big as his whole project. So if you don't even see the movie School Dance, I want you to remember who's goddamn white baby.
Exactly. That part. Who's got that white baby? Is it Officer Joshua? And it was. It really was.
I watched great actors. You never saw De Niro. You never saw Pesci. You never saw any of these dudes and something. You was like, nah, I don't really believe
Right.
it. You sure you're the Great Gatsby?
You in it, just like they in it. That's right.
Daniel is a hobbit.
Put in the work, right?
That's part of the Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Put in the work.
It's having a respect for the
Ain't got
craft
no money,
that I'm
so
doing.
gotta start working.
Means I'm trying to do the best job.
Who like working with Spike?
Spike Lee is everything that you said I was in my intro. He's just really an innovator and a groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind dynamo. And I knew that they were, like they tried to sabotage me even then. Like, as soon as I said I wanted to get Spike Lee to direct it, because that was the biggest thing I could do, they immediately gave Spike to Gerard Carmichael and had him do his special too at the Comedy Store, and just to undermine, like, but if there's one thing you can take away from me as a person, whether you like me or you don't, if you take this from me, you will be a better person. If you decide today that you're going to live every day like it's your last for real, which means have a conversation with yourself every night that, okay, that was it.
Yeah.
May not be no more after that. Now really count yourself every day like this could have been it. All right. Before I go to bed, this could be it. All right. How's that looking? If you can do that, it'll change your life. You'll really start making decisions and living your life like this all you got. Just this one day. But you could be a winner. You could be a winner on this day. It's just work ethic. And not the work ethic they talk about. They tell you work ethic where they do all these movies. I'm the hardest working man. No, everybody goes to work every day.
Right. Everybody. So what? Right. Exactly. Because it don't make you special. It make you human. You have to do work. Right. Because that motherfucker work.
I don't know if you saw this, but Taraji P. Henson got extremely emotional the other day. She was giving an interview.
Yes.
And saying that they're vastly underpaid and saying the math is not bad. They get X amount of dollars by the time Uncle Sam gets cut, by the time the agency get their cut.
Mm-hmm.
So what you see that was supposed to get is a fraction of that. Where you come down with that, Cat?
It was the saddest thing ever because imagine being in
And she deserved her flowers.
Imagine being in your lane. Imagine being on the very top of your lane.
Yep.
To the point where if they don't take you for the role, there's not 3 black actresses that they can say are bigger than you.
Right.
Imagine you being at that point and having to humble yourself and say, they're not paying me.
Right.
And they're not making my pay go up, no matter or nothing.
Right.
And it don't matter to them that I'm famous and people know me or nothing. They want to pay me exactly what they paying the new girl.
Yep.
And I've been suffering under it.
Right.
And just
Putting in work.
I just been getting whooped. But I just gotta come say this is wrong.
Yep. Like for real.
We should be ashamed.
For
This
real.
is a country where we don't pay the teachers, and then we say the kids
Sweet.
is the most important thing.
Right.
If you do that, we're gonna end up with a generation that can't read.
Yep.
Guess what? Generation Z and A
Can't fucking read.
Why?
They
Forget
got it.
them a book. Forget them iPad.
Yep.
The letters don't mean nothing.
That part.
Sorry about that.
Literally.
So yeah, this is what period of time it's in. It's the period where the victims get to say, they've been hurt me for a long time. And I just ain't said nothing because I was trying to be strong.
Right.
I didn't want to shame.
Right.
When our people call out for help, we gotta understand. You know what I mean?
It means something. Facts.
Too much pressure on Tyler Perry.
Facts.
You know what I mean? He people that been in his production, they not famous. Oh, that could walk through the mall without security.
Right.
Be what you gonna be, but put your people.
Right.
If you a gay person and you in there, put some other gay people on.
Right. That was a low blow, but right.
Or don't be wondering why people keep saying gatekeepers. Because clearly, y'all are keeping these gates.
Otherwise, it would be real talents that you see all over the place. Much more famous, getting paid the same way, doing the same type of shit.
Wilding out. Nick Cannon to get you on it. What was that experience like?
I've known Nick Cannon since he was a teenager. He had to have his. In a comedy club, if you're underage, you can't be in a regular club. You have to be in the kitchen.
Right.
So I was the master of the kitchen every comedy place because I got a child
In the kitchen. Right.
So I've known Nick Cannon since he was 14. Nick Cannon has never called and asked me to do one single thing, and I turned him down because I've known him since he was a young black child in Hollywood. So what I did
And Nick is, I talked so much shit 'cause he stole my line.
his voice.
But he definitely did his thing.
So the whole thing was the thing that he was trying to do had never been done before. You can't bring 6 comics in and let 6 comics talk shit about 6 rappers because the 6 rappers will beat the 6 comics' ass.
Right.
You would have to have a comic that could actually stand in between and go, look, we comics, we gonna say what we gonna say, y'all gonna take it.
Right.
You understand it's a joke.
Right.
If you wanna fight, we fight before the show.
There you go.
So you can go out there with your black guy.
Yep. Yep. And we're going to talk about that too.
This is what needed
That's
to
right.
take place in order for it to be successful, which is why it had already aired and didn't work. And then suddenly when it comes back with me, it suddenly works. Because respect has to be in there as well. If you still trying to do it with Kevin Hart, you and him gonna get run over. You a teenager, he 5'2".
Yep. Like, bro, but you like 5'3". You'll be killing me, but you got a point though.
I haven't seen a young comedian I don't like. If you name any of the young comedians, I'm aware of all of them, and they're all doing a great job. It doesn't matter if it's Country Wayne or Desi Banks. It doesn't matter if it's Carlos or Chico. It doesn't matter if it's DC or just hilarious. It really doesn't matter once we go to the young part. The young comedians are dealing with things that we've never dealt with. So that gives them more benefits, but it also gives them more chances of failure. So it's not easier for them. So yeah, I'm a big
Caught you on
supporter
camera.
of young comics.
Fuck your gas,
We
man. You
have
just walked in
Miss
this.
Pretty Ricky and Takara Williams. I've taken 25 black women on the road in these tours. It's important to me that the young comic gets the benefits and the advantages of the big
Keep on trying to mess up my
comics.
screenshots, bitch.
Matt Rife, Wildin' Out,
I like
recently
Matt
got
Rife.
canceled. You see Jonathan Major, what he went through. Marvel dropped him as soon as the guilty conviction came out. And we were telling you.
Hey, you saw that black woman come get his charge cut in half? Thank you, Megan Good. God bless you. Coming to save that soul. If he'd had to be there by himself, he was getting awful. She came in there just so beautiful. They had to knock half of it off.
So Matt Rife, you know him from Wildin' Out. It's trying to tell him.
I never knew him from Wildin' Out.
I was about to say.
I came across him as a new comic.
On the internet.
Yeah, I'm really just trying to see the comics just where they are. See it. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
So the canceling. What do you think about this cancel culture? You see the situation with Jonathan Major. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I don't know. Maybe he can bounce back in a couple of years. But man, he was hot. He was hot. He was cooking. I mean, you see him in Creed. He's in the Marvel movie, and then just like that.
Maybe I'm a conspiracy theory, but I thought Cal Williams said any time they make you into that position, part of that contract is you do understand whenever we're going to take you down, we can, right? Part of giving you the work. First of all, they went around the world for 2 years straight telling any women that would listen that this was a good-looking Negro. Since when? When did y'all start liking the big nose and y'all like the little head and the big jaw? When? Since when? You look like my daddy. When you saw you like black people's features like that? If this ugly nigga is good looking, then all niggas is good looking. Anytime you see them telling you something you can't believe, just understand it's a play. And it don't matter. You gonna know it's a play as soon as they get in that position and think they's gonna tell somebody something. No, you're not. No, you're not. Marvel will cancel you soft. You won't be allowed to read a comic book.
Okay, that part. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Relationship like chill now. You still close to chill? Have you spoken to him? Have you talked to him recently?
Yeah, it's going good. Yeah, he's
Man, well, you a friend for life with Cat Williams.
Yeah, because the people that come to me are trying to better their life. They're not trying to continue doing what they have been doing. Okay. So when somebody comes to me, male or female, it is in the auspices that this is what I did, this is what I used to do, this ain't what I want to do no more, and I want to do something else, and I'd like to go a different way. Okay. That's what I want. Yeah. So if you come to me under those auspices,
Oh, goodness.
then my loyalty is lifelong.
Listen, let them do what they do. Pray that somebody will carry you.
It's a difficult position because somebody's not going to tell the truth.
Right.
And the truth has got to be told.
Right.
In all circumstances, the truth has got to be told. So if you don't want to say she shot her, then you shot her.
Exactly. Exactly. So, you can say what happened, but then he ain't no snitch, or, you know. Shit crazy.
I mean, some people like, man, I had an opportunity to reflect, and I was like, man, this ain't the place for me. I ain't coming back here.
So I've never been in jail, and it was my decision to be there.
Right.
If it's dangerous to be in the hood, and you have to have a gun on you for protection, and it's either be judged by 6 or
carried by 6 or judged by, yeah.
I'm always gonna have my heat on.
There you go. And judge me how you want, but I'm here to be judged. Big facts. There you go. There you fucking go.
Cigarettes and weed. If you catch me 15 times, 15 times I'm gonna have it on. What do you think I'm in jail thinking? Oh, I don't fuck up.
Nope, I'm here. They fucked up. Right. Right. You got me fucked up.
When I'm in there, I'm fine, and I'm understanding that I'm put here for a reason. And the people that get joy off me being here are really gonna look stupid because
I'm about to be right back out.
You gotta be setting this up. I'm never anywhere to get anything. You don't know I just made $300,000 in your city. That's why you think I might be out here as a ne'er do well.
I ain't got no coffee.
You think I'm here?
Okay. No coffee, no peanut butter.
So he doesn't get hungry on the regular. He doesn't get sleepy at night. He doesn't have to put himself to sleep. So he got to make himself.
Yeah.
So this marijuana helps him do both of those
And
things.
I don't understand. And that's just the surface of it. The surface. You get the right shit. You know, do your research. Get real connoisseur. Oh, yeah. You're going to know.
You will start your workday at 8 o'clock p.m. And then your workday is over at 2:30 a.m.
Right.
Like, that's a weird, right? So to tell your body now that we're pumped up on endorphins, now let's go to sleep at 3. It don't work like that. Your body has to try to get a hold of the schedule. So, it suffered, but that's what works for me. I consistently used it. I told people all across the country, don't worry, this will be legal in our country. As soon as they find out how to charge taxes for it,
Yep.
weed will be legal in this country. Do they view me as some sort of visionary for my 401 thing? No. You lose.
Yeah, right. Right.
I mean, bro, every time they try to put you down, they try to put you to the back, you bounce up, you move right back to the front. Hell, you like a Super Bowl. You just keep bouncing and keep bouncing.
Trampoline skin is something that you ask God for.
Okay.
When I watched
Ability to bounce back.
There's some people
Ain't
that
for the weak.
there's really no such thing as hitting Shannon Sharp so hard that he don't want to run the ball the next play.
Right. Absolutely.
And if that's your only goal is to hit him so hard that he don't want to be him no more, you just out of luck.
Yeah, you wasting your time.
There's your coach can't help you. There ain't no pep talk gonna help you. It don't matter about the uniform, your cheerleading, none of that matters. If it ever gets to mano-a-mano, may the best man win. And if you've been living your entire life trying to be the best man that you can for
I
yourself,
already won.
then you should feel great about those odds.
Already won.
Kanye rants. What's going on with Kanye?
A lot.
From a distance, obviously, I don't know how well you know Kanye. I don't know if you've been around Kanye, but from a distance, what do you suspect?
I suspect that we're pretty awful people if we say that somebody got a mental illness and then we watch what they do.
Right. Right.
If you say somebody got special needs, then why would you be watching them and
For
holding
entertainment and then talking.
like
Right.
everybody else?
Right.
Wouldn't you grade them on a curve? Wouldn't you go, this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, what are we reacting to? What are we reacting to? You're the one that put him in a position where he thought he was God and could call himself Jesus.
Okay, and all crazy.
You're the one told the guy
And now
that
he
writes
doing what you told him.
lyrics that he was a genius. You're the one that said, like,
Yeah, it's crazy.
what do you expect? The guy married a whore.
You're right. Yeah, that's what happened.
I didn't mean it like that. I mean, married her because she was one. Not he didn't know. He understood that he wanted that. He courted that. That's what he wanted.
Right.
I know what you're going to say. Don't you say it, Kat. Don't you say it. I'm going to move the conversation.
What I'm saying is not correct to how does she end up with Pete Davidson.
You're right.
I mean, it happens all the time.
And what if you weren't even good enough for Pete and he leaves you? What do that mean to Pride?
First of all, Kat, don't be talking about my boy like that. It's my boy. But you got a very good point.
No, I don't support or villainize Kanye because I don't understand what it is we want from him. I don't know why we look at a basketball player and say he didn't score no hockey goals this whole season.
What he do?
Don't play hockey.
Right.
Kanye don't say nothing I agree with. Okay. He was the weird guy in the beginning with the pink sweaters when we met him. Like, what do you think? Moving to a beat of your own drum?
Right.
This dude started a church and kept cussing.
Right.
You thought all the pastors would have came up. You can't be no gospel artist. You just said fuck that bitch.
Right.
Nobody said nothing. Cause TDJ's over there with P. Diddy. Like,
Right. Okay. But it all came out.
has been upfront and honest and a man of God and humble and took the L's he had to take and didn't.
I did see he was trending though, but I ain't know why, Kat. I don't. Because he's expressed your answers.
All people that love the truth gotta be happy if the truth coming out, the lies is getting exposed. That's just what time it is. 2024.
Are you related to Louis?
No, so there was a crossroads where we were both invited to an Illuminati thing, and it had to be one or the other of us, and decisions had to be made. So it was both of us, we were equal. One of us had to cut off all their hair and couldn't do the sideburn thing no more with the points. And the next person they said was going to get $200 million because they were going to pay him $10 million a movie to do 20 movies. And that's how the conversation happened. One of those persons turned out to be Ludacris, and the other person turned out to be Cat Williams. Now, one person ended up with a light-skinned, ugly-faced wife that's never done it. Remember I told you that if I say that, it applies to 7 people? It's part of what they give you. Okay? I didn't get it. I'm not mad about it.
How much money they give?
200, sir. Fast and Furious on what number right
10.
now?
Come on, man. I might be getting one more women. So to say.
That's what they all end up saying at the end of the day. Kevin told you he wasn't going to wear no dress until they offered him the dress, and then he put it on. And what did he say after he wore it? I made my own decision. Duh. But you didn't make it before they brought it up, did you?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. All right.
You have a lot of politics.